heading towards the ferry at East Cowes when they hit floodwater and the car began to float.
The car came to a halt, all the electrics went dead, and my wife and I were trapped inside.
The window is still open where he managed to manually open it and force the door.
We were waist deep in water and rushing through here, completely dark, raining. The main thing was to keep calm and get out of the car because we thought we could die.
The railway tunnel at Ryde resembles a canal with over 30 feet, 10 metres of water. It's over a decade since the island has seen this. But only 2 years since residents in Binstead, just a mile away, saw their homes ruined. At 3 o'clock this morning, the roads were completely submerged.
The water came up under the skirting boards. It came up from the floor in here. Brand new carpet, brand new sofa, and it's all gone again. No emotion apart from anger, really.
The comforting cuppa in the front garden as families contemplate moving out again and criticise the council for not acting sooner.
These are 1 in 100 year type events that are very difficult to maintain. No, 1 in 100 years is a turn of phrase for events that happen from time to time. We're getting more of them, of course.
I'm a punch bag. I come out this morning in the wet. This is where I live. This is my home. I've been here since 1975. I gave my word to residents, friends and family that I would do my very best to achieve this, and I feel let down by the local authority.
Mud and dirt everywhere, Wellington boots in his usually shoes-off house. Ian Sanders is sad to lose yet more sentimental possessions and to have to leave his home again, twice in 2 years.
We're gutted. I mean, you move out for 6 months, 8 months, and now it's going to be, as it was last time, over Christmas again. So Christmas is cancelled as far as plans were.
In Newport, Honey Hill Aquatics has lost thousands of pounds worth of fish as the stream flooded and washed them away. As the water rose overnight and into this morning, so did the upset and frustration of those living here.
And Sally is live in Ryde. Sally, the flooding has affected so many people on the island. What happens next?
Well, there's actually a meeting of the Southern Regional Flood and Coastal Committee tomorrow where they're expecting that funding will be agreed for measures to prevent further flooding in Binstead. But no one will say when that work will go ahead. Meanwhile, the railway line behind me and the route to the hovercraft are still completely underwater. The hotel opposite has had to close and ship out 60 staying guests. And there's a yellow weather warning in place for tomorrow morning. So we could have heavy rain on already sodden, sometimes submerged ground.
Sally Simmons, thank you.
3 companies, including a building contractors in Ringwood, have been fined a total of £420,000 after a falling tile fractured a toddler's skull at a luxury hotel in Weymouth. A slate tile fell 5 metres from the roof of the Moonfleet Manor while it was undergoing reconstruction in 2019. The 3-year-old girl was put into an induced coma but has now recovered. Bournemouth Crown Court heard how the scaffolding was not fit for purpose. Rocare Building Services in Ringwood, along with the consultancy company and the hotel, have been fined and ordered to pay costs.
A cyclist who died in a crash with a car in Wimborne was an amazing and caring person, his family has said. 40-year-old James Rayburn was cycling along Julian's Road 3 weeks ago when the crash happened. His family said he was just getting his life together and enjoying his charity work. A woman in her 20s was arrested at the time and has been released on bail.
Next tonight, pet ownership is more popular than ever, but sadly one of the inevitable consequences is that sooner or later more people will come to lose their beloved animals.
But not everyone's comfortable talking about losing a pet or knows where to find the right support. In the last 10 years, calls to the helpline run by the animal charity The Blue Cross have trebled. Tony Green has more.
I gave you love, and you can only guess how much you gave me happiness. Thumper was a Netherland dwarf, and for 5 years he was the pet of Leanne Freeman. She says having a rabbit was like having a child, but also a companion, especially during lockdown. When the rabbit died, she was bereft.
It was awful. I was actually due to do a charity run that day, but I pulled out at the last minute because I just had like a gut feeling. It sounds silly, people say it's just a pet, but a lot more people then realise, oh yeah, that's quite a big loss. You know, you've had this person, or this animal in your life for however many years. It was like a big hole. A lot more people, especially if they don't have children, their animals are their child. So when you lose it, it probably hits just as hard.
Leanne took Thumper to Cherry Tree Pet Crematorium. Animals from African snails to rhinos have been brought here. It's a business that depends on compassion.
A lot of people who come here will have something like a lovely urn to remember them by, maybe even sort of a photo frame or some jewellery, and really feel that they've still got them sort of by their side. It's a tough break if we lose a best friend sort of on the human side, and I think we treat our pets nowadays more like humans. So I think the loss hits us very hard. I think, you know, a lot of pets are emotional support.
Grieving pet owners need more than practical support. In the last 10 years, calls to the Blue Cross Animal Charities Pet Loss Support Service have almost tripled.
Through this year, we've had a 23% increase on users of the service for a variety of reasons. Big ones have been the socio-economic environment. People can't afford to cremate or treat their pets or need to rehome due to cost. And also, I just think in general, people are becoming more aware that pet loss is there and we're there to support them.
Leanne's new rabbit, Millie, has helped her with her loss. But for some, there's still a stigma around mourning an animal.
Tony Green, ITV News.
You're watching ITV News in the Meridian region. Coming up, the Invincibles. Portsmouth extend their record-breaking run, but can't quite find a way past the most stubborn defence.
Remember, for more news, please go to our website, itv.com/Meridian. You can call us, the numbers on your screen now, and you can follow us on social media. Now, living independently can be daunting for young people, but a new scheme aims to give those moving out of care the skills for the next chapter of their lives.
The House Project West Sussex teaches teenagers how to cook, budget and find accommodation. One of the priorities is to ensure they don't end up homeless. Tom Savides explains.
In a few months' time, these teenagers will put their new skills to the test. They're due to leave care and start living independently. Today, David and Leaf are learning how to cook. It's part of a scheme to prepare them for the adult stage of their lives.
When you're actually in care, they don't really teach you any of this kind of stuff, like how to do your own washing and how to cook your own food and where to food shop. And they teach us a lot of important information that we need to know.
I never thought I would be able to move front this quick, because I thought I'd be in semi-independence for most of my life. But now if I go come here, to actually help me benefit quite a bit.
The House Project West Sussex has set up a dedicated hub in Crawley. Its main aim is to ensure that young people like 17-year-old Kate don't end up homeless after leaving care. They're encouraged to learn a variety of life skills, including growing your own vegetables. By the end of the course, they should be ready to move into their own homes.
Well, it's taught me a lot. It's taught me confidence, because when I first came here, I wouldn't have spoken to you guys. I wouldn't have spoken to anyone. I just wanted to sit there and not talk to anyone. But now I feel better. It's helped.
The House Project West Sussex has been running since January. 12 care leaders are about to graduate, with a further 12 about to start. This space here in Crawley is the only site at the moment, with a further base expected to open along the south coast. The service works with people from the age of 17 up to 25. Personal advisors help them with their health and well-being, as well as the practical side of finances housing, relationships, education, and employment.
Young people who are care leavers, they've been in care because they've experienced some form of trauma, and they've, for whatever reason, they've become disconnected from their family. And that brings up a whole load of issues.
With some guidance and support, these care leavers are sowing the seeds for a safe and secure future. Tom Savides, ITV News, Crawley.
Well, we can speak to Hannah McCowan from the National Leaving Care Benchmarking Forum at Catch 22. Hannah, thank you for talking to us. Briefly, tell us, what does the forum do?
Thanks, Sangeeta. The forum is a forum of 132 leaving care teams all across the country in England, working to improve the services and support that young people that leave care receive.
And we saw a very encouraging scheme in our report there, but why are more and more young people leaving care and then facing homelessness?
Yeah, it's really challenging for young people that leave care. We expect them to become independent a lot earlier than some of their peers. They often have a poorer support network, plus dealing with some of the difficulties and traumas that they've been going through. And particularly at the moment with the cost of living, that's hitting this group of young people even harder than other people.
And what support? I mean, is anybody tracking them? What happens once they do become homeless?
Yeah, there is a lot of work that's going on. So every young person who leaves care receives support from a personal advisor between the age of 18 and 25. And there's also we've got homelessness prevention workers. But despite all of those things, unfortunately, because of some of those sort of external factors that we're seeing, we are seeing a lot of issues around homelessness and young people just not being able to afford to manage their bills because they're on low incomes. They might still be in college. They're on low rates of universal credit if they're under 25. And it's just extremely challenging at the moment. So we are seeing some really good projects like the House Project, which is in about 20 locations around the country. We're seeing councils setting up rent guarantor schemes to get young people into private housing, but it is just a really challenging picture at the moment.
And the government has told us it's spending £2 billion to tackle homelessness. Is that enough to help this specific group of people?
There's certainly good projects going on, and they're funding a lot of these homelessness prevention workers. I think it's just some of the external, the lack of housing generally, and then the cost of living. We need sort of help in other areas as well, so young people actually have enough money to live off. And we're putting some young people in impossible situations at the moment where they can't possibly manage their bills. So we need help in other areas as well as around sort of the homelessness services.
Hannah McCowan, thank you for helping us understand that. Thank you.
The ITV Evening News continues with the national and international news at 6:30. It's Mary Nightingale.
Coming up on the programme, another devastating blow for civilians trapped in Gaza as what little aid they have is set to run out. The UN has warned that its dwindling fuel levels will leave them unable to provide life-saving support. Here, a police officer described as cruel and sadistic is jailed for sexually abusing hundreds of girls as young as 10. Slipping through the cracks, the young carers working 50-hour weeks to support sick family members. And the rocket man out of retirement, Tim Peake's journey to lead the UK's first independent space mission. Would you join me for those stories and more at 6:30?
Now, whether it's torrential downpours seen in parts of our region today to much colder weather to come, National Highways, who manage the South's major roads, are gearing up for their busiest time of the year.
It relies on a network of weather stations to monitor conditions, and this week it starts upgrading them with the very latest technology to help keep drivers safe. It's Lauren Hall.
From summer heat waves to winter snowstorms, let's not forget those torrential downpours.
When we see that sort of extreme weather, we also see an impact on our roads. It's why this bit of kit behind me will soon be appearing at roadsides across the country. And you probably wouldn't even notice it if you were driving past. It could make all the difference to your journey.
This is a weather station which collects all sorts of data, from road surface conditions to temperature, visibility and wind speed. National Highways is investing nearly £15.5 million in this new technology so it can monitor motorways and major A roads, whatever the weather.
It doesn't matter whether it's hot weather, cold weather, wet weather, windy weather. This data helps us respond and keep people safe and moving on our roads.
It may become even more crucial if our weather continues to be affected by climate change. Dr. Lee Woods from the University of Portsmouth warns about the impact it could have on roads here in the south.
With climate change, we are going to see more severe weather incidents, and the severity of those is going to increase. Exactly how much they're going to increase really depends on how much climate change we're going to experience. So the impact on our infrastructure will be that the lifespan of our infrastructure is going to be shortened, and or we're going to have to spend more money on maintaining our infrastructure.
The company that makes the weather stations says they can be used to monitor all sorts of extreme conditions. And eventually that data could be sent straight to the vehicle we're travelling in to make our roads even safer.
It is a game changer, and it's also future-proofing the National Highways network. And when you think where we're looking towards automated driving, this type of data will be absolutely critical in helping those vehicles to stay safe in the future.
The new weather stations will start being installed this week. Good timing as National Highways gears up for its busiest season. Lauren Hall, ITV News.
Yeah, very important.
Yeah,
work.
it's very important. It keeps us all on the go and moving and getting to work and doing all that
Most
business. Yeah, and Chris Page will be here soon.
Okay, sport time now, because Portsmouth's record-breaking run continues, even if they missed out on an 8th consecutive win last night.
The draw at Cambridge means Pompey are now 4 points clear of Oxford United, who suffered a rare defeat. But as Joe Caution reports, both our sides are determined to stay in those automatic promotion places.
Zero Accounting Software sponsors ITV Regional Sports Report.
It's now 25 matches unbeaten in the league for Portsmouth. Very nearly even better. Abu Kamara's cross coming off the post, while top scorer Colby Bishop couldn't find a way through. And Bishop nearly continued Pompey's great habit of late winners.
What a load of shit!
To deny Pompey their third injury time winner of the month. Meanwhile, Oxford United's 6-game unbeaten run came to an end here, with manager Liam Manning saying his side gave away cheap goals. He was frustrated that the U's put in a good performance, but were twice undone at the back. It's now 6 league matches without a win for Reading, who went behind after just 65 seconds. Young Southampton loanee Don Ballard did poach an equaliser for the Royals, and Charlie Savage nearly added another. We saw his shots cannon off the post, only for Fleetwood to grab a winner 2 minutes into stoppage time. Swindon dropped out of the League Two playoff places when a deflected shot by Connor Mahoney wrong-footed goalkeeper Murphy Mahoney. And it could have been worse, but Jay Alexander's penalty wasn't the best. It was a late show for Crawley, Walsall opening the scoring in the 89th minute when Danny Johnson was on hand, attacking a rebound. But the Sussex side refused to be beaten and equalised 4 minutes into injury time. Daniel Orsi scoring his 5th of the season to avoid a 4th defeat on the bounce.
And tonight in the Championship, Southampton travel to Preston.
So what are you doing tonight then?
Come on, you Saints.
Now, a talented painter who uses only his mouth and feet to create stunning artworks is urging people to support disabled artists this Christmas.
Tom Yendall from Hampshire says with fewer people buying and sending festive cards nowadays, the livelihoods of those that depend on that income is under threat.
An exhibition in Parliament next month will try to raise awareness about the work of mouth and foot artists and the challenges that they now face. Christine Alsford went to meet him and view some of his incredible work.
Tom Yendall has been painting with his mouth and feet since he was a child. He's worked as a talented artist for decades at his home and studio at Alton in Hampshire. But it also offers him so much more than just a way to earn a living.
I don't seem to think about other things. You know, I'm concentrated on what I'm doing. And it's a break from everyday life and all those horrible things that are going on in the world at the moment.
Many of his works are painted on silk. On average, it takes him 3 days to create the delicate outline designs, then fill in the vibrant colours with the brush between his lips.
I was born with no arms because my mother was prescribed thalidomide for drug back in the 60s. So I've always used my feet and my mouth and my chin to do everyday things.
And just explain, obviously, with the brush being in your mouth, you're so much closer to the painting. How do you get the sense of perspective, and how much more difficult does it make things?
I think it comes as practice. I mean, silk, I've been doing silk for 20 years or 25 years maybe, and I can do it with my eyes closed. My nose is nearly touching the silk sometimes.
And today, Tom's painting sunflowers.
How do you think it's looking?
I think it's going to look stunning actually when it's finished.
Tom's finished designs have been sold around the world and featured on calendars and wrapping paper. Many are turned into Christmas cards, but for him and other artists with similar disabilities, that crucial festive income is now increasingly under threat.
People seem to be buying less cards, and I think that's a real shame. But I've also I think it's a disaster for us because this is how we make our living.
Tom has mastered a whole variety of skills and techniques in his painting. Amazingly, several of the large canvases that you see around his studio have been created using a credit card.
You can splatter the paint on with a card, and then you can use the edge to get a really nice fine line. So it's quite exciting. Yeah, it was when I first started. It was like mind-blowing for me.
One of Tom's acrylic credit card designs, called Red Trees, will form part of an exhibition at the Houses of Parliament next month. It's hoped the works will raise the profile of mouth and foot artists everywhere. Christine Alsford, ITV News.
The wonderful Tom Yendall, and those images just amazing.
So
the
very
precision, and you can see the silk just soaking up all that paint. Wonderful.
Wonderful to see. Okay, let's get the latest on the weather now, and there is a warning in place with all the details. Here's Chris Page.
Whatever the weather, it always feels like home. Valent Heat Pumps and Boilers sponsor ITV Meridian Weather.
Hello there. Very good evening to you after some heavy rain first thing this morning, where some places saw half a month's worth of rainfall fall throughout this morning. We've got further heavy rain in the forecast across the southern half of the region as we go into this evening and overnight. As a result, the Met Office already have a yellow weather warning in force for further heavy rainfall, and that's of course falling onto saturated ground, so it could bring some further impacts. It's all thanks to this weather front drifting in from the south and west, tied in with this large area of low pressure out in the Atlantic at the moment. It pulls in further heavy bouts of rainfall, mainly in the form of some showery bursts as we go through the second half of the night, and those showers will stay with us through tomorrow. So mostly dry out there at the moment, but we'll start to see during the second half of the night that weather front arriving from the south and west, and those rainfall totals really starting to tot up. This weather warning in force from 4 a.m. tomorrow morning until 10 a.m. tomorrow. So we do start, first thing, a very soggy start to Thursday. Yes, those outbreaks of rain, like I said, could see near enough over an inch of rainfall fall in the space of 3 to 6 hours or so, and that's falling onto that already saturated ground, which could lead to some further localised flooding. Once the main band clears to the north and east, a few brighter spells and temperatures around 15, maybe up to 16 degrees Celsius. As we leave Thursday and go into Friday, well, we continue the unsettled theme. We continue to feed in more bands of showery rain, some of those again on the heavy side, the odd rumble of thunder, and a little breezy at times too along the south coast. So the outlook remains fairly unsettled. Yes, there is that heavy rain to watch out for tonight and through tomorrow morning. Take care.
Valent Heat Pumps and Boilers sponsor ITV Meridian Weather.
Take care out there, won't you? In just a moment here, we've got the ITV Evening News with Mary Nightingale. I'll have your late update. That's just after 10:30. Hope you can join me.
Yeah, we certainly will. From all of us here, though, at ITV Meridian, thanks so much for watching.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Whether you're looking for a comfy bed to wind down in or gearing up for a weekend away, returning from a hard day's work, or last-minute prepping for that all-important meeting, whether you've got little ones with big appetites or an appetite for a big adventure, enjoy the same feeling whatever the trip. Premier Inn. Rest easy. Only available to book at premierin.com.
Whoosh! Whoosh! Woo! Whoosh! Whoosh!
Tesco Whoosh. Delivery from as little as 20 minutes, because going to the shops isn't everyone's bag.
Introducing the new medium double cheeseburger saver meal deal. Just $4.79 at McDonald's.
When the world of business is constantly changing, you need to stay ahead. So what about AI to generate new possibilities? Machine learning to predict what customers will like. Or expand your business by forecasting delivery routes with real-time data. With the power of the cloud, imagine how AWS can transform your business.
How far would you go to reduce odours and keep your home smelling fresh? There's an easier way to get things just the way you want. New Airwick 24/7 Active Fresh, our first aerosol-free and best ever auto spray, infused with natural essential oils for up to 70 days of amazing fragrance. Now that's a breath of fresh Airwick.
Jailed for life, the paedophile policeman who groomed more than 200 young girls online.
His reaction to their distress can properly be described as cruel and sadistic.
PC Lewis Edwards
I told you
poses a
a piece of shit.
teenager to lure girls as young as 10 into sending him explicit images.
You know, it's one of those shock and takes a breath moment where you think, goodness me, you know, this is somebody who is a serving police officer and we've uncovered this. And then when the news came out to the wider policing family, you know, it's just utter disbelief.
The sheer scale of the offences is shocking. Some of them carried out while Edwards was on duty in South Wales. He'll serve at least 12 years for the trauma he caused. Also tonight. A warning from the UN, aid will stop unless fuel can get through to Gaza. But Israel's blockade holds firm and the bombs keep falling. Meanwhile, the UN Secretary General furiously denies he defended the Hamas attacks.
As if I was justifying acts of terror by Hamas. This is false. It was the opposite.
Severn Britain's hidden health service, the children working 50 hours a week caring for family members. We have a special report. And could there be hints of a Beatles reboot? Are we going to see more of what's left of the Fab Four?
This is the ITV Evening News with Mary Nightingale.
Good evening. A police officer was today jailed for an horrific campaign of sexual abuse towards more than 200 girls, some as young as 10. Lewis Edwards coerced and blackmailed innocent children into sending him explicit images and videos. At times, the abuse was carried out while Edwards was on duty with South Wales Police. Today, a judge described the paedophile as cruel and sadistic, sentencing him for crimes which left his victims traumatised. From Cardiff Crown Court, here's our Wales reporter, Rhys Williams.
He was a cruel and sadistic predatory paedophile. He was also a police officer.
What I'm saying to you is when we examine this hard drive and this desktop computer, we fully examine it, we're going to find evidence of you engaging in sexual communication with children.
No comment. No comment was all Lewis Edwards would say to his colleagues when he was arrested in February.
Indecent images and videos.
No comment.
You know, it's one of those sharp and takes a breath moment where you think, goodness me, you know, this is somebody who is a serving police officer and we've uncovered this. And then when the news came out to the wider policing family, you know, it's just utter disbelief that, you know, somebody in our midst could be carrying out this sort of abhorrent offending.
Over 3 long days at Cardiff Crown Court, a packed public gallery heard how Edwards would use Snapchat to pose as a teenage boy to target girls between 10 and 16 years of age. He groomed more than 200. After receiving one indecent image from his victims, he would use it to blackmail them into sending him more. Many of the indecent videos found in his possession were of children sobbing and begging him to leave them alone. In heartbreaking statements read to the court, many of Edwards' victims described feeling dirty and ashamed, as well as suffering ongoing mental health problems. Many parents told of their children becoming withdrawn and even self-harming. Handing Edwards from Kevin Glass in Bridgend a life sentence today with a minimum term of 12 years, the judge told him he was a psychologically manipulative predator.
It is clear that he not only gained sexual gratification from his offending, but that he also enjoyed the power and control that he had over these young girls. His reaction to their distress can properly be described as cruel and sadistic.
The scale of Edwards' vile offending is shocking, and though South Wales Police managed to track more than 200 of the children he abused, the force are still searching for more victims of an evil man who had nothing but contempt for the people he swore to protect. Edward found one of his many victims through his role as a police officer, but there's no doubt that this is a case that has South Wales Police the fault that such appalling offences were committed by one of their own, and that there was no indication during his vetting process that this young man was capable of such abhorrent offences. The police insist that Edwards, who refused to appear at his sentencing hearing, was suspended and sacked as soon as he was arrested in February of this year. Mary.
Ms Williams from Cardiff, thank you. And I must apologise for the problems we had there with sound. Just for a moment. Okay, well, let's move on to events in the Middle East now. And vital aid for people in Gaza could be halted unless fuel is allowed in soon. That is the warning from the United Nations today, who say they're expecting to run out of power tomorrow. Israel has blocked fuel from entering Gaza, saying it could fall into the hands of Hamas. It has vowed to destroy the militant group after the terror attacks on 7th October, which killed more than 1,300 people. Now, increasingly, the UN appears at odds with Israel. Today, the Secretary-General doubled down on his comments made yesterday about the conflict, and we will get more on that in a moment. But first, let's go to the desperate situation in Gaza, where officials say more than 6,500 Palestinians have now been killed. Here's our senior international correspondent, John Irvine.
The bombs dropped by Israeli warplanes aren't all that's casting a grim shadow over Gaza tonight. There is a more insidious threat to life. Officials from various aid agencies are warning that Gazans are running out of the necessities for survival. The most important United Nations agency there provides food and shelter for more than 600,000 displaced people. But it says that without additional fuel supplies, it won't be operating tomorrow. The diesel is needed to pump and desalinate water, to heat the ovens that bake bread, and to keep hard-pressed hospitals still functioning. The airstrikes, of course, are a more direct threat. And today, a 13-year-old Gazan girl went public with her video diary of life under bombardment.
My bed, my sister's bed. This is no house. This is no house anymore. It is cut in half. My parents' house, my parents' room, my brother's toys, the turtle, my stuffed turtle. The glass, look, it's broken, all of it, broken.
This isn't Nadine's first experience of such things. We interviewed her in Gaza following airstrikes there in early 2021.
Well, I don't know what to do. I'm just 10. I'm just 10.
And today, she's just 13.
It's still terrifying to think that history repeats itself. We need to change history.
The Israelis have been urging people in northern Gaza to head south for their own safety. And while several 100,000 have done so, Israel accuses Hamas of preventing some from relocating to use them as human shields. Today, the Israeli Defense Force gave ITV News what they told us is a recording of a phone conversation between an intelligence officer and a civilian in northern Gaza.
أنا عشان أقول سلامتك بدي تنزل ضروري لاتجاه حمص. نفكر كل الطرق طيب. نمسك الطريق حماس؟ أيوه. موجه الناس مش حد يطلع معاه الناس بيطلعوا بوجههم. يعني كيف بتلاقي ناس
العملية العسكرية في قطاع غزة.
The death toll and the number of people injured in the ongoing airstrikes indicate there are still plenty of civilians in northern Gaza, either unable or unwilling to leave. John Irvine, ITV News, Southern Israel.
Of the 6,500 Palestinians killed in Gaza, more than 2,000 are children, according to the Hamas-run Health Authority. Israel maintains all its targets are linked to the militant group, but the Israeli Defense Force accuses Hamas of deliberately hiding behind civilians. Satellite images show the scale of the destruction, the area around the Islamic University in Gaza City before the bombardment began. Israel claims it provided engineering support for Hamas's rocket operations. Among the ruins that now remain, a theme park called Kidsland, right on the beachfront there. This was a development of residential towers, home to 9,000 people. Located south of Gaza City, it was destroyed in a series of airstrikes at the end of last week. Khan Yunis has seen its population swell since people were told to evacuate from the north of Gaza, but it has still suffered airstrikes. Recent damage is seen close to mosques and the offices of the Palestinian Red Crescent Aid Agency. So as the bombing continues, a row is heating up at the United Nations. The Secretary General, Antonio Guterres, has accused Israel of misrepresenting his comments made yesterday when he said that the Hamas terror attacks did not happen in a vacuum. Well, our correspondent Rachel Townsend is in Tel Aviv for us this evening, and evidently the Secretary General, Rachel, is not happy.
Yeah, that's right. And the already tense relationship between the UN and Israel was tested further today, fueled by the UN Secretary General's comments yesterday to the UN Security Council that the Hamas attacks had to be seen within the context of decades of occupation of the Palestinian people. Well, today, Antonio Guterres called his own press conference. He said he wanted to clarify his comments and, in his own words, to put the record straight.
I am shocked by the misrepresentations by some of my statement yesterday in the Security Council, as if I was justifying acts of terror by Hamas. This is false. It was the opposite.
But it was inevitable that Israel would react fiercely to those comments. And this morning they announced that they are banning UN representatives from coming to the country by refusing them visas. They say it will teach them a lesson. Now, it's not clear how deep into the hierarchy of the UN that ban will extend, but it has already been implemented. And it is a reminder of how strongly Israel responds to any hint of criticism.
Rachel Townsend in Tel Aviv, thank you. Well, fears of an escalation in the conflict grew further today after a meeting between leaders from Hamas, Hezbollah and Palestinian Islamic Jihad. All three groups are proscribed terror organisations in the UK. Since the start of the war, there have been warnings that Hezbollah would launch an attack from Lebanon, which borders Israel to the north. Our correspondent Emma Murphy is in the Lebanese capital, Beirut, this evening. Emma, what can we read into the meeting of all those commanders today?
I think it is a very significant meeting, and the photograph that was released of the three men sat around in conversation will have sent chills through governments around the world in terms of what they were planning and what they are seeing their position as going forward. Of course, we have been told by representatives of Hezbollah that they do have their finger on the trigger and they are ready to respond at the point that they deem necessary. So today's meeting was clearly an attempt to coordinate how they move forward, this axis of resistance that we've heard discussed so many times, of those who are loyal to Iran, who will act on Iran's behalf. And of course, we've seen attacks over the previous days, certainly on US assets in this region. We're told that around 30 US service personnel have been injured in those attacks, not seriously, but there is a message that comes with every single one of those. It is that there is the power to attack US assets, and that's why the Americans are trying to get so much protective weaponry and systems into place here. Prime Minister Netanyahu has spoken in the last few minutes saying that he has set the date for his ground invasion of Gaza. Of course, that is something he has control of. What he doesn't have control of is those three men that were meeting in that room today and what they choose to do next.
Emma Murphy in Beirut, thank you. Well, here, the Prime Minister called for pauses in the fighting to allow aid into Gaza. The Labour leader, Keir Starmer, too, echoed his calls, but many of his backbenchers want him to go further and to push for a complete ceasefire. MPs say they have been inundated with letters from constituents angry at some of the language on the conflict. Our political correspondent Carl Dinham reports.
Keir Starmer now says he supports having humanitarian pauses to the fighting in Gaza. He's been under pressure from Labour members, MPs and colleagues to support a full ceasefire. This was his Shadow Equalities Minister today.
This is collective punishment of the Palestinian people in Gaza for crimes they did not commit. How many more innocent Palestinians must die before this Prime Minister calls for humanitarian ceasefire?
And behind the scenes, MPs have been voicing their anger.
Keir Starmer and his team have been in and out of meetings here with Labour MPs who want him to call for an immediate ceasefire in Gaza and who are increasingly angry that their leadership's position on Gaza is not where they think it should be.
But tonight, Labour still wasn't going as far as calling for a full ceasefire.
It is hard to see in the current situation how a ceasefire will be negotiated and sustainable, frankly.
Doesn't mean you can't call for one.
But there's an opportunity for, I think, a humanitarian pause, which the United States has called for, France has called for, now backed by our government and the Labour Party.
The fractures within Labour can be traced back to this LBC interview, where some members thought Keir Starmer defended Israel's right to cut off power and water to Gaza.
Israel does have that right to defend herself, and Hamas bears responsibility.
A siege is appropriate, cutting off power, cutting off water.
Well, I think that Israel does have that right. It is an
Hello, Mum. Oh no. Mum, can you phone me? Please. Thank you. Oh. Oh. I'm hot. I'm so hot. I cannot believe it. Oh my God. Oh. This is my Jack Jones jacket. It's pretty cool. Yeah. Oh. Oh. I'm so tired. I can't believe it. Oh. I'm hot and I'm tired. Oh my God. Oh. Yeah, that news. Did you hear the news about that policeman? Yeah, well, the police are dodgy, you know, so the NHS are like animals. The mental health is absolute bollocks. It's fucking crazy. They're dangerous. NHS are dangerous. Yeah, be careful. They've been dragging me around the country for about 18 years. And all they said was I was unwell. And then they said I was schizophrenic bipolar. And then they said I was schizoaffective. And then they just charged me. And my benefits are high benefits because I'm severely disabled. Really? I mean, am I disabled? Really? Come on, be honest with me. Fuck's sake. Why don't you pay me more compensation? Lots and lots of money. Yeah, and then I can help a lot of people. Yeah. The money I get, I actually do help people. You know, I treat people. This is what I do. I treat to defeat anxiety and upset. That's what I do. Yep, I actually feel good doing that. Yep. Next week is going to be good. I'll be getting my cost of living money, 300 quid in my account. Oh yes, that's great. You know, because I'm on PIP, it's great. And PIP I get £691. That's pretty cool. Because I'm severely disabled. Oh my God. Yep, and every 2 weeks I get £430. Because I'm severely disabled. Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. It's funny, really. Yeah. What can I say? I mean, well, you know, I could go on telly, but I probably won't get a chance on going on telly because I'm labelled as well. Actually, I was severely disabled, and I swear a little bit. You know, I do swear, I do, because I've been locked up so much. It's been crazy. Yeah, it's crazy. But before the sections, I wasn't swearing at all. I didn't swear. No, I didn't. And after the sections, well, I'm pissed off. And I mean, I look at the police, you're disgusting. I look at the NHS, you're fucking dominant and horrible. You know, and they're striking for more money. But they get £2,100 a month for being a doctor. And I get £1,600 a month for being a mental patient. Yeah, I'm severely disabled. Look at me. I mean, oh my God. I'm getting my gold out later. Yeah, gonna get my gold out. I've got to get my gold out, really. Oh yeah, and I'm getting a refund from Curry's. Yeah, because actually, I had my telly over 2 years, and I got a refund. It was crazy, really. I was pretty cool at it. You know, I was on the ball. I was like, right, come on, you know, woo. And I was talking about all the issues and everything, and about everything really. And I was saying, yeah, I've got Curry's staff video call. They can see the telly, his butt. Oh my God. You know what I mean? And I'll tell you what, I got a refund. It's great.
Wills to receive your free guide to gifts in wills. Thank you. Now it's me time.
Fancy. But there's a better blue way.
New Blue Spa Moments. Effective cleaning with every flush. Now with essential oils for a long-lasting scent.
EastEnders will be on at 7:30. That'll be 38 minutes. In 38 minutes, I'll be watching EastEnders. Oh, yeah.
The family of a teenager stabbed to death in Greater Manchester say finally they have justice after a coroner found that he had been unlawfully killed. Yusuf Maki was 17 when he was stabbed by Joshua Molnar in Hale Barnes in 2019. Molnar was initially cleared of murder and manslaughter, claiming he had acted in self-defence. But today the coroner ruled that Yusuf had no weapon and that the fatal attack had been unnecessary and unreasonable. Our Northern England reporter Kelly Foran has this.
The end of almost 5 years of fighting, of waiting to be able to say these words.
I feel like today has restored my faith a little bit that if you keep trying, in the end you will get some form of closure and justice.
It took 5 years for them to get justice, right? Will it take me much longer to actually get justice out of the NHS?
Growing up on
NHS, well, fucking hell, I hate
that.
badges. I can't stand them.
£12,000 a year school. But he never got to fulfil his dream of becoming a heart surgeon after he was stabbed by Joshua Molnar. He claimed self-defence and was cleared of murder and manslaughter by a jury. But he was convicted for lying to the police at the scene.
Who would have done this? I don't know. Why would this happen?
There's been a trial and the first inquest, but today marked a significant legal U-turn.
How unusual is it to have one inquest quashed and then a different conclusion?
It's very, very unusual. I can only recall 3 cases in my career where I've successfully challenged an inquest. This is one of them. One of the others was the Hillsborough inquest, the original inquest.
While a jury in a criminal trial has to be sure beyond reasonable doubt of guilt, at an inquest, a coroner can make conclusions based on the lower standard of using a balance of probabilities.
The coroner said today that what happened here almost 5 years ago, he doesn't believe to be self-defence, and he also doesn't believe that Yusuf used a knife in anger.
The police say they'll review the ruling before considering any next steps on what's already been a long struggle for Yusuf's family, who today, for the first time since he was killed, were able to leave a court building with some good news.
Well, that tells me straight away, right? If he's going to be a heart surgeon, right, he's probably a good man. He's probably a calm, probably a decent man, a nice nipper, right? He's probably never been angry at all. I could have probably cleared that up in no time. I've won court cases. I'll sort that straight away. I mean, that guy had that knife and he stabbed him. He was an angry, horrible man, kid, or whatever he was, teenager.
The House of Commons for 6 weeks. It will trigger a recall petition in his constituency, and if 10% of his constituents sign it, then that will lead to a by-election. Now, this all came about after a parliamentary investigation found that Peter Bone had bullied and been sexually inappropriate towards a former member of staff. Peter Bone has consistently denied these allegations, although his appeal against these findings was rejected. Now, his Wellingborough constituency has a majority of around 18,500. It would normally be considered a very safe Conservative seat, but consistently for the past year now, Labour and the Liberal Democrats have been overturning those sorts of majorities in by-elections. I was chatting to one MP this week, and they said every time one of these by-elections happens, Labour and the Liberal Democrats learn more lessons about how to beat Conservative MPs. So,
right, I'll tell you something, right? In my defence, right, I've got myself, right? There's me, calm, a nice man, long hair, in Portugal, right? There is me as a little boy, right? That little boy, right, had Alan Snook, right, around him all the time. That little boy had Alan Snook, right, like a black cloud, all around me all the time. I was doing weightlifting with him, and he was always in his nan's wheelchair in Sutherland Road, Lord's Hill, Southampton. Alan Snook is an abuser, right? He was abusing me all the time, right? And what he was doing was, in later years, he was actually like this, was spoonfuls of amphetamine, terrible, really bad. That's why I moved away from Lowford and come to here to get away from Alan Snook. Yeah, and another person who's quite bad, really, is Mickey Lynch, Michael Joseph Lynch. Yeah, he's an abuser. He's like this with loads of drugs. He's got tattoos all over his head. He's quite a big guy. And what he was doing, asking me for lifts, right, in my Freelander. And he actually threatened to steal my Freelander. He was shouting and cursing at me all the time. I was helping other people, right? And I said to him that you're not important. I'm not going to help you because you're not nice. But he was shouting and going crazy. I did give him lifts and favours and everything. But Michael Joseph Lynch, right? He should go to jail, right? He's a terrible man. Yeah, and Alan Snook, another terrible man. Yeah, this little boy is me, and this little boy was suffering, right, with Michael Joseph Lynch, and also most definitely Alan Snook. Alan Snook was a big fat man, a big fat kid. Whatever, he grew up, he was fat all the way, and he was like a cloud. And he was like this with amphetamine all the time. Terrible. Yeah. Do you know what? Sometimes you might have friends, but they're not really your friends because they're not that nice. Now this Nipper, he's going to be a heart surgeon, right? He's been killed by someone, a Nipper, who's probably maybe he's been a friend with him or whatever, or he's been hanging around with him, and he stabbed him. Yeah. Now Alan Snook, both Michael Joseph Lynch and Alan Snook, if they had a knife, they probably would have stabbed me. Jeff Foreman said he'd stab me, but I know Jeff Foreman. He would never stab me at all. He was a good mate, really. He got charged a few times for drug dealing, selling cannabis. But he was a good man, really. He was all right. Yeah. Somewhere to go and sit down for 5 minutes, He let us make our own teas and a cup of tea and in his house. It's his house, not a council house. Yes. So I mean, he's a nice man, really. Yeah, I'm so pissed off of Alan Snook and Michael Joseph Lynch. I mean, they're dangerous. They're terrible people. You should really watch them like a hawk. Yeah, I'll tell you what, right? Alan Snook had a Nipper. He had a boy, as a son, right? And now his son, right, changed his own name because he don't even like his dad. I think his name's Jefferson. I'm not sure though. I think it is. Anthony, was it Anthony? I think it was. It was Anthony Jefferson. I'm sure that's it. That's his son. But Alan Snook, you're a terrible man. Michael Joseph Lynch, Mickey Lynch, you're a terrible man. Yeah, and this is me saying that. I was a little boy, and Alan Snook was like a black cloud harassing me. I grew up a little bit, and I was doing weightlifting, and he was jealous. And when I moved over to bloody Lowford, right there he was around the corner, coming round to my house with amphetamine like this all the time. He was quite jealous because I had an au pair, a lady, and I think we were going bike riding. We had bikes and we were riding together. Trauma. This is it. This is trauma. People that are going to cause you upset for your entire life. Children, when they get troubles, they're getting abused or they're getting hounded or just having troubles with someone else, like a friend or someone that wants to be your friend. Oh yeah, I'm going to be your friend, whether you like it or not. Yeah, I think I'll just kill you. This is what people are like. It's terrible. Children, they're growing up together. They just want to be with that person all the time. They've got mental problems. Alan Snook's got mental problems. Joseph Lynch, Michael Joseph Lynch, he's got mental problems. He was on the phone shouting at me and going crazy. He threatened to take my vehicle. And I remember when I become half blind, right? I was unconscious 10 days and I become half blind. I actually laughed and I was sat at my cousin's and there was Michael Joseph Lynch. And I was laughing and saying, well, look, I can't give you a lift, can I? Ha ha ha. Yeah, I can't drive you. No, I can't. You can fuck off, you little wanker. Yeah. Sorry. I swore. But that Michael Lynch was abusing me, and Alan Snook was definitely abusing me since I was a child. And Lee Bedwell wanted to fight me, and I was scared. I was nervous. And Tommy Avery come to my mum's front door, banging the door, going crazy because he wanted to fight me. Tommy Avery, I'm going to call you a faggot because I reckon you're gay. I reckon you got a boyfriend and not a girlfriend. Yeah, I'm being nasty now, aren't I? Hey, come on then, tell me, what are you going to do? Going to bang my door, are you little wanker? Tommy Avery. Yeah. This is people as a child scared of the people around me. In Lord's Hill. Yeah. Lee Bedwell, Tommy Avery, Alan Snook, and in later years when I've been around a bit, Michael Joseph Lynch, about 6 foot tall with tattoos all over his head, always doing drugs all the time. Mark, my brother, was a drug dealer. He was selling cannabis. But he was quite a nice nipper, really. But I do remember he was a bit spiteful. I was a bit nervous of him because he would get a bit spiteful. He would never hit me, but I think he might have done it if he had the chance. He would listen to football on the radio in the kitchen in his flat, and everybody was smoking and drugs in my mum's house. It was crazy. That's why I helped the family next door. Kim Dayton and her 5 children. That was Claire Clements, Amy Clements, Adam Clements, Robert Arthurs, and Ian Arthurs. I'm sure. I heard Amy Clements was a bus driver, And Claire Clements got married, and her name's Claire Ledger. I think she had some kids as well. I'm not sure what Adam's doing. I know Robert Arthur's was having troubles in foster placements. But I mean, I was helping that family quite a lot, really. And I actually took them up to Derby to see their dad and everything. The Clement family. Yeah, I can't believe I got sectioned. My mother got me sectioned. My mother went to Desborough House. You know, I can imagine my mum. She's probably thinking, "Oh, it's the NHS. They're perfect. They're all right. Yeah, just we'll go there and we'll do this and do that." But I was dragged around and thrown around by the NHS. NHS is disgusting. You know, I hate the NHS. I've never hated people in my life, but I hate the NHS, and I don't really like the police much. What's going on? There's the police. Oh yeah, there's a black person, and he's being
Team GB athlete Bianca Williams and their then 3-month-old son. What happened to their family that day and why has been the subject of a 3-year-long investigation, which ended today in 2 Metropolitan Police officers being sacked for gross misconduct.
Gross misconduct.
Allegations made by the police.
Yeah, black people getting attacked by the police. Yeah, well, what about the white person? Me, you know, I was attacked by the bloody police in the NHS, forced into cages, locked up, pinned down, scared out of my wits. I should paint my face black and say, yeah, well, I'll just as well be black because you treated me like a black man. You actually treated me terrible. You scared the shit out of me. NHS and police are fucking disgusting, little bastards. They stand there with their uniform on. Oh, look at me. Yeah, you're a stinky fucking shitty policeman. Yeah, actually, the policewoman, I mean, she was fucking shit. Little bitch. I've got her. I've got pictures of her. I posted her face around. And with a banana in the picture, yeah. Like she's fucking the big bloke who was fucking locking me up in a cage. A bodybuilder. I want to call that policewoman a fucking whore. A short black hair, fat fucking whore. Yes, that's what she is. She's a fucking whore. Yeah. And the bodybuilder was quite a big cunt. You know what I mean? He was massive. And they put me in a cage.
Roads and people's homes impacted. More heavy rain is expected across the south of England overnight, with a yellow weather warning in place on Thursday morning. And up to 11 trees made famous by the Game of Thrones series may be cut down for safety reasons. The dark hedges in County Antrim are popular tourist destinations, but a report found many are in a poor state and a danger to visitors. Now, a mysterious post on the Beatles' official social media channels has sent the music world into something of a frenzy this evening. An image of a soul cassette tape, remember them, has been posted online. Our entertainment reporter Rishi Davda joins me. Go on then, what's all this about?
Mary, I'm going to be perfectly honest with you. I don't really know. It's awfully cryptic, isn't it? You've got these tweets and they take you through to the Beatles website where you've got this cassette and you can put in your email address.
The history right there.
Very much so. You can hit subscribe, and I put my email in and hit subscribe. And I've got these loading circles. So either there's lots of people trying to see what this is all about, or we've got dodgy Wi-Fi in the newsroom. But this kind of thing reminds me of what the Rolling Stones did when they announced their new album, Hackney Diamonds, which they first teased in a local newspaper. As for what that means when it comes to the Beatles, well, a new album, a new
Love,
tour, maybe,
love
maybe
me
an Avatar
do.
style
You
performance,
know
like
I
Apple
love
did.
you.
The possibilities are seemingly endless. Paul McCartney, Ringo Starr, they're the last two remaining members of the band that sold hundreds of millions of albums.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you what, right? I've got loads of the 80s hard house music, loads of it. 2 shoeboxes filled up with music. It's great. And I was playing it quite loud, and some people were smiling and happy. They could hear the music, and it was great. I could mind to take it to London and put it into a big auction and get it on the telly and all sorts.
John Shaft, considered by many to be the first black action hero. Over a 5-year career, he appeared in more than 60 feature films. The British astronaut Tim Peake could be dusting off his spacesuit and heading back into orbit. He is rumoured to be involved in a dedicated UK Space Agency mission that has been announced today. But not everyone is happy that the UK is shooting for the stars alone. Ben Chapman has been finding out more.
Tim Peake from the European Space Agency.
He'd come to accept that his inspirational space flight 8 years ago would probably be his only one. But Tim Peake could now return to orbit as the commander of an unprecedented all-British crew. He'd been dropping hints as recently as last week.
So it's really a never say never. I mean, right now, I think there's more opportunity than I've even realised. There's a lot happening in the commercial space sector.
Now, the UK government has partnered with the private American company Axiom Space, which has already launched 2 missions to the International Space Station. Together, they'll explore sending 4 British astronauts into orbit to carry out scientific research.
It would be completely funded by UK commercial companies, so not by the UK taxpayer. But it is supported by the UK government, and it's supported as a concept by the European Space Agency. So in a way, you're getting the best of both worlds.
Take me to the moon. Yeah, take me to the moon. I need a cup of tea. Actually, I've still got some coffee.
The importance of international collaboration. We can learn so much from other people. Let's not just try and do it all ourselves all at once.
The destination, timescale, and who'll pay for it are also still unclear. But at Leicester's National Space Centre, even the prospect was exciting enough.
It could inspire the children to become astronauts and grown-ups to get a job of being an astronaut. They'll go up into space and we'll just think, if they can do it, I can do it.
The crew for the mission hasn't been decided, but if it does happen, it'll need someone with recent experience to lead it. And there's only one qualified candidate for that job. Ben Chapman, ITV News.
Still to come before Emmerdale, the award-winning woman credited with nursing hundreds of seals back to health.
And there are further weather warnings in place for parts of the UK as heavy rain is expected to end the week. I'll be back in just a few minutes with a full UK weather forecast.
Do join me and Joe after this short break. See you then.
Amazon enabled me to have a month extra paid parental leave, and they supported me heavily in my transition back into work.
Experience, a wonderful thing when it comes to planning a holiday. All those unforgettable moments. Those relaxing days by the pool. All those family excursions. Romantic evenings under the stars. Well, those were the days, weren't they?
Boutique Cruises for those who deserve a bit of luxury. 2024 season now on sale.
I need to tell you something. It's about my muller rice. I want it warm.
Nonsense! The microwave is for soup or drying socks.
I want mine warm too.
Muller, love every bit.
International award-winning smash hit musical is back.
To make you drop to your knees.
The Bodyguard, starring Emmy Williams and Aidan Callahan, comes to Mayflower Theatre, Southampton, from the 30th of October for 1 week only. Book your tickets today at mayflower.org.uk. You'll love The Bodyguard.
Hello and welcome back. Well, let's go to the weather now. And there is, I'm afraid to say, more rain forecast for some of the areas worst hit already by Storm Babette last weekend. Joe's at Saltaire in West Yorkshire. What's going to happen, Joe?
Well, Mary, there is more substantial rainfall on the way for many parts of the UK over the next few days. Not good news, of course, for areas that are already saturated due to the last couple of weeks of heavy rainfall. In fact, the Met Office has issued a couple of warnings to cater to this. The South Coast during the first part of
that black man was banging my door.
Of course, as I mentioned earlier, we've seen some flooding across the Isle of Wight and southern counties of England through this morning, and with heavy rainfall expected into tomorrow, parts of Hampshire.
And look at that woman. Look at the way she looks at me.
Could see some localised flooding.
Actually, look. I mean, look.
North, across eastern Scotland, another area severely affected by flooding last week due to Storm Babette, is going to see further heavy showers over the next few days. So the yellow warning, our lowest warning for rainfall, in place from tomorrow until Saturday, just to cater to that. Rivers and fields very topped up and very full in that area. And it's just going to take a little bit more rainfall for those potentially just to run over and cause a few problems in terms of localised flooding on roads.
This man,
in those areas. Very unsettling.
he sectioned me because I didn't want the depot injection. And because I turned it down, he sectioned me.
Sequence are warm until Sunday, when there will be a dig of cold air from the north. And this has the real potential to turn showers increasingly to snow, particularly across Scotland, as we head through into next week. Here in West Yorkshire, I think fog will be the problem tonight. Here's the forecast for all of us now.
A cold start, with a snow shower spreading quickly across the east. Heinz Seriously Good Mayonnaise sponsors ITV National Weather.
So we have further rain at times over the next few days. Some of that really will be quite heavy, breezy conditions. It isn't going to feel particularly cold, but we could see some problems with mist and fog, and there's certainly the risk of localised flooding for parts of the UK as we go through the rest of this week. As we can see, the low pressure very much in charge of things. It's unsettling.
The best man in my life was Robert Henry Plumridge. He was my boss, the piano man. He was a good man, you know. Yep, he told me not to go to college and not to go to university. He said, "You're doing fine. You're doing a good job. You're doing great." And he tried to pay me more money to carry on after I'd hurt my back. But I said to him, "I can't do it no more. I'm not going to listen to no more pianos. Because I've got to be careful with my lower back. I've got a lower back ache. It's a trapped nerve. A German I was struggling piano slipped and trapped my nerve. And it was in London and it was raining. And the piano went crashing down to the bottom of the stairs and hit the floor. And I was still able to help Steve Gorman, known as Steve the Veg because he smokes drugs. Yeah, we both lifted the piano into the van and we come back to Southampton. I did jump in the driving seat, but my feet, when my feet were pushing the pedals, my trapped nerve was, look, it was terrible. It's quite bad, really. So I let Steve drive. He drove us back to Southampton. But when we got back to Southampton, I was all right to drive. It was quite bad, really.
Building a SEAL hospital in their home county of Cornwall. And as Ellie Pitt reports, it's needed now more than ever.
Lizzie LeBallestier and her team responded to more than 3,000 call-outs last year to help whales, dolphins and seals in trouble. Some pups have been separated from their mums, some caught out by storms and others caught up in fishing netting. Then Lizzie rescues and rehabilitates them at the Seal Hospital in Cornwall.
I think seals are really special because they're charismatic and they've got character, particularly grey seals. But they've got feistiness to them, they've got energy and they've got attitude about them. And they're just amazing animals. And in the water, they can move with such grace. It's just awesome to experience.
Along the Cornish coastline, Lizzie collects and cares for any marine mammal that needs her. They're often seals, but she was involved in the unusual visit of Wally the walrus, who toured the UK in 2021. He caused havoc for some boat owners during the summer before returning north to his native Arctic. Her patients are now housed in the Seal Hospital, but before it was built, Lizzie was treating the pups in her own home.
Having the Seal Hospital at our home was a huge privilege to be able to care for 139 seals through our garage and Airbnb before this facility in Cornwall was built. And that's I believe, one of the happiest times that I can link back to any of the work with British Divers Marine Life Rescue.
Her dedication to the welfare of these animals has seen volunteer Lizzie presented with an International Animal Action Award. It's recognition for her giving up her time and living room for the seals who need her. Ellie Pitt, ITV News.
Very soon. That's all from us for now. Tom's here at 10 from me and all the evening news team then. Bye-bye.
I've got to put BBC One on.
I thought was foraging.
EastEnders will be on in 6 minutes.
Feeding on crabs along the shoreline. All of those mammals there are making the most of the autumn harvest. And one of the many things I love about that are the hedgerows.
There's my favourite.
They're tall and thick, an oasis for all kinds of wildlife. And this year we've noticed
Kathy, she's my wife. No, she's not my wife. Rocky's married to Kathy on EastEnders.
They've been migrant birds from the continent, and there've been winter thrushes arriving as I speak, including redwing. These are come over in the hundreds of thousands to feed here. They're amazing looking birds. They really are incredible. And that's fantastic. And the warm, wet weather we've had recently, well, that's also really good for all kinds of fungi. Now, these are the mushrooms and toadstools you'll see all over the fields now, releasing their spores, which is like a kind of a fungal seed. So I got up really early this morning and went on my very own fungal farm. Now this is probably the most recognisable of all the fungi, the fly agaric, the B1. It's toxic to humans, but not to the wildlife. This fungus is called devil's fingers, and another name for it is octopus stinkon, and it absolutely stinks of rotten flesh, and that attracts insects onto these red legs. They pick up the spores and then carry them away. These are earth balls. This one has just come up following last night's rain, and these two have really gone over. And this gives it its Welsh name, Cwdyn y Diabol, the devil's tobacco pouch, because what it'll do now, if rain falls on it, it'll pack out spores. Isn't that cool? This one is called a birch fungus. But what we can see here is just the fruits and body that you have. The bulk of the fungus is inside this tree, cutting it down, breaking down the stuff.
There's a jalapeno. It's in the ashtray now. I've got to take this off because I'm quite hot. I've got this one as well. Oh my god, that's crazy.
Unless you agree on it, please don't touch the public, because some of them are paid.
Ah,
Now your viewers have been sending me pictures of what.
no wonder I'm hot.
And we've filled our studio with a gallery of stunning wildlife.
Indeed, we saw some lovely shots of Pierre yesterday on the show, and we've been inundated, with your pictures. The one on the left was from Rose in Scarborough, and the one on the right was from John in New Forest.
And Yola isn't the only one using night vision to spot wildlife. Check out this picture of a hedgehog sent in by Fred. Yola, what do you make of this little one there?
Yeah, it's a fantastic photograph, that one. The hedgehog's obviously gathering leaves to build a little nest where hibernate over the winter, ready to emerge again in spring.
Very nice. And Yola, we've got a question here from Wendy as well in Essex. She said, my local duck pond has a clutch of baby ducklings. I've not seen this before at this time of the year. Will they survive the winter?
Almost certainly these are going to be mallard ducklings. And mallards one of the few birds that can breed all year round. So if we get mild weather, there's plenty of food on the pond. There's no reason why those ducklings shouldn't survive.
And what's coming up tomorrow, Yola?
Well, tomorrow I'm going to be back here at Anne, and Gillian is going to be up at Kielder Forest on the trail of some tawny owls.
Oh, I love it. Thank you very much, Yola. Yeah, I'll get some messages for you because they're absolutely incredible. Leah said, I just want to say thank you for always inspiring me to believe in myself and always inspiring me to look the skin on me.
And one from Alice who says, you've taught me to be strong, powerful, to love myself and embrace who I am.
Loads of messages. That's all we've got time for tonight. Thanks to Nikki for Watchdog, Ian, Yolo, and Autumn Watch team for all the beautiful wildlife.
Gethin and Alex Scott will be here tomorrow when they'll be joined by Swedish sea sensation Sarah Larson and Chef Britt Stein. Have a great evening. Bye.
Survivors ready! Go! Outwit, outplay, outlast. Who gets to stay? Who gets to go?
We'll find out.
The time is spoken. Survivor starts Saturday, 8:25 on BBC One and iPlayer. Epic adventure tonight with one final push to the finishing line. Celebrity race across the world reaches a climax on BBC One at 9. Now though, fears the day as it goes off the rails.
EastEnders. Yeah.
What are you doing at Mr. Saxo beat?
Funny enough, no, I don't like Saxo beat.
The big baby the beat quite fast.
There ain't no beaches around here. Unless you plan on dumping some builder sand around one of them flooded potholes. I just didn't sleep very well, that's all. I'll be fine later once I scattered the ashes.
What time?
I don't know.
Oh, well, don't you need to find out? You need to talk to Billy.
I'll text him.
No. In a situation like this, face to face is best. Come on.
Wake at last.
I'm gonna get out of here. Thank you for breakfast, for letting me play.
Right, brunch, innit? Not going to work.
Thanks again.
He's scattering Noah's ashes today. It's a really tough day. You just made it tougher. Sure, no problem.
Don't
Don't forget you're down to work later. Oh, leave her, Mum. No, you can't hold the fort on your own.
What do you think I was doing before you lot turned up? Besides, Anna said she can work today, so we'll be fine.
Well, let the wedding shopping begin. You're good to go.
Actually, lady, I don't think I can.
Gina.
I don't think I can leave her. She's really close to Jay.
Sorry, Jay.
I don't know, but something's not right.
Are you surprised? He's had his whole life ripped apart.
But why should Gina be the one who has to put him back together again? Why can't she just hang out with someone?
Because she understands. And she's compassionate, and that's something you should be proud of. Look, stay here with Gina. Spend some time with her. You have raised the most fantastic young woman. And you need to trust her.
Thanks, sir.
Just wondering what time we're meeting later.
5 o'clock.
It's like the rose she planted Loma. It's beautiful, isn't it? It's like her.
I'm just wondering what time we were meeting.
He's just finding it hard.
Well, we're all finding it hard, aren't we?
I know that. But if we keep outbidding each other, the only person that's going to win is the vendor. So I have an idea. We split the purchase and go into partnership. But you don't have to make a decision straight away, but I think it worked really well for the both of us. Great. When do you want to meet to discuss? It's no time like the present. Well, I could grab a cab and be there in about 10 minutes. Good. Look forward to meeting you in person. Bye. Hey, everybody.
I need a drink.
It's a bit early, isn't it? Gina, is everything okay? Sorry, I just don't have time for this right now.
Oh, hello. You're being watched.
If the looks could kill. So, Cindy and Kathy, still daggers drawn. It's difficult. So you need to keep them talking.
That's your only fun time to make never mind me mother. Oh, the other bidder on the pawn brokers, they've upped their offer, so she's out trying to find ways to keep us in there.
Cynthia's really taken the lead on this one then. That must be nice for you. Being in the passenger seat for a change.
She seems friendly enough with that ex. Maybe he's giving her tips on living abroad.
I need to get back to work now.
Now, what do you need? Make sure she don't run off on full side.
Shannon, can you chance you could pop over later? I want to have a chat about it.
Yeah, of course. When do you want me?
Maybe after work.
Great. I'll see you then. What do you think that's about?
Dunno. Maybe Zach's made us his sense at last. He's thirsty today. He's trying to distract himself. Making a pretty good job of distracting you too. Just be careful, yeah? I'm just helping the mate out. So this is.
You. Where you at?
Where's Dad?
Go on, sling your rope before I put my boot through your backside.
Why are you doing this?
Why? This is why. It was in his bag.
You went through my stuff?
Yeah. And if you don't get on your toes right now, I'm going to go through you.
Hey, that's enough, George. What is the issue?
He brought drugs into our home, where your kids live. And my daughter died of this crap 2 months ago.
Is this true, Joe?
Yeah, it's true, and I'm very sorry.
And I'm sorry too, mate, but you're bad.
Well, go on, take your poison with you.
I didn't take any.
you and him doing that stuff together? What? Can't blame me for asking, can you? Start hanging out with people like him again.
People like him? He is a human being, same as you.
I know.
Well, then why did you just boot him out like a dog?
Because I didn't want him to hurt you.
He isn't hurting me, he's hurting himself. You are the one who's hurting me.
What you eat at, mate? Thank you, mate. Look, I know you're not in a good place at the moment.
Oh, well, how'd you know that? Because we had one conversation.
But you don't give an excuse out like an idiot. You, calm down. You, walk away. What's the matter with you? Today of all days.
No, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
You gotta pull yourself together, Jake. You gotta stay strong.
Can't do it. Can't do it. I can't say goodbye to her again. I can't.
Like I couldn't. Before her funeral, you remember? Do you remember what you told me? You told me that I should use her strength. And you was right. But that's what you got to do now. For Lola and for Lexi. You understand? Yeah? Now listen. Lexi says she wants to wear something of her mum's for when we scatter the ashes. I don't know. Maybe one of her bows or something like that. So make yourself useful for you and pick one out.
He's on drugs. Oh my God.
Eating yourself? Yeah, maybe I am a little. Do you remember how to mix the margarita? Of course. Yes, but do you remember how to mix my margarita? Probably not. You were very young when I showed you. Tequila, no triple sec. Lime, agave syrup, and a dash of habanero sauce. Ah, taught you something then.
You go to it.
You'll do what? Disown me. I was just taking this backpack off to search it again first.
Gina!
What's happened?
Don't want to talk about it.
Seems to be a running theme. Whatever you think of me, George, I am still their mum. So give your ego a day off and I might even be able to help. Sorry to check you out. No, I just wanted to talk to you about Albie.
You alright?
Yeah, he's fine. It's just what you said back here the other day. You're right.
You know, he's a good dad in a lot of ways, but he's hot-headed and erratic. And that's a problem. I've been sorting my will to make sure that Albie's looked after should anything happen to me. I need somebody who's consistent and reliable. And that ain't Keanu. So I was hoping if you would be his legal guardian. Look, there's no pressure. You know, go away, talk to Whitney, think about it.
I don't need to think about it. Yes, absolutely.
Great.
Been on that. Thank you.
I think it's nice they're starting to get on a bit better. I think they're really trying.
I wonder if they'd be trying so hard if my mum was here.
So he didn't give her any drugs.
According to her, she was trying to help him to stop.
Yeah, that makes sense. She always was one for saving lost souls. Do you remember that time when she begged us to adopt that stray dog she found in Passau Maritime?
Well, it's just everybody assumes that Hannah's the soft one, Gina's as hard as nails. But they don't know the half of it.
We do, though. Look, I understand why you feel the need to protect her and you keep on talking to her about the dangers, but...
I says maybe, but she didn't talk to me now. She was I pushed her too far this time.
Yeah, well, maybe you need to try a softer approach. Don't be so hard on her. Just keep calm and listen.
Being calm and listening are my strongest points, aren't they?
You're doing it now, George.
Thanks. Seriously. It feels good to talk to someone about Gina who's, well, you know, been there from the start.
You might want to call me on. Maybe we should meet more often. Well, you know, to talk about the girls. I know I haven't exactly covered myself in glory over the last few days. You know, the bar.
Yeah, about that.
And I'm not bringing up the subject again, but I think we might solve the problem.
You can have half the money. You're all right. We built our place together, so we take half, we can draw a line under the past and move on. And if Pie Mash shop's a success, you'll have more money to meet the girls. See me, no problem clogs. And you're outlive Ian, which, judging by last week, will probably be the case.
I don't think I'll be pushing up daisies anytime soon, but thanks, George. It means a lot.
Yeah, just keep it under your hands and I've talked to Elaine about it, right? Including you.
Well, Linda, what a day I've had.
You sure he's here?
That's what Billy said.
Jay? Jay? Jay, wake up. Jay, wake up now. No, don't do this to me. Jay, you can't be dead. Jay, wake up! What? You stupid, selfish idiot. I thought you were dead. Is Lexi here?
Should I straight to her room?
I'll make sure she stays in that room.
What is wrong with him?
That's wrong with him. Now make sure she stays in her room. Don't shush me. Don't help him. Just leave him to rot.
Hey, Jay, come on. Just over here. There we go. It's going to be okay. Come on. It's going to be okay. All right. Yeah.
I think what he's got is amphetamine. Boy's going to sleep. He's like, right, straight.
I wanted you to know as soon as possible. I've been thinking about what would happen to Albie if I wasn't here. And I know you spoke to Zach about having your name added in the birth certificate. But he gave a good case.
Yeah, but you're not going to do it.
I've decided to make Zach Albie's legal guardian in my will. Now I can explain my reasons if you want.
I know your reasons. You don't trust me to raise him right.
It's more complicated than that.
No, it's not. It's fine. I understand. The only reason I wanted to be named on his birth certificate was so he'd be looked after if the worst ever happened. You've done it. You know, not the way that I would have liked, but you've done it, so thank you. I know that Zach loves Albie, I know we'll look after him if anything ever happens to you.
Right?
You sound surprised.
Or maybe a little. But in a good way.
Well, hopefully I can keep surprising you then. And prove what kind of man I really am. You know, for me, for you, and for our son. Mum, yeah, you about?
I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Lexi seem like this?
No, but she's had it all.
I'll talk to her.
No, you ain't going anywhere near her, Jay.
Can you walk?
Yeah.
We'll walk then. As far as I'm concerned, you can keep walking. Because you're on your own now.
This is out of order.
Out of order? He couldn't even wait until we'd scattered Lola's ashes.
You're making it sound like a choice. Billy, no one chooses this.
Of course it's a choice. What's funny?
You. Coming in here, giving it the holier than thou act. You've been a screw up since you were born. You.
Jay, you're making things worse. You've done it.
You know, if there was a bad path to walk down, right, bet your life that Ben Mitchell would walk down it.
Jay, hey, you're not helping.
What you did to Heather. Do you remember that? And you, what you did when my dad died. They hiding in the shower, innit? Like a coward. Yet me, I'm the mess because I'm heartbroken because I've lost the woman that I love.
The woman you love?
You love Lola.
If she was here right now, she would be disgusted by you.
He took her on holiday. I think they went to Brighton. I'm sure they did.
Hey, you put that down, you ain't taking her.
She was my wife.
She was my little girl! Now put it down!
Oh, look at that. All that powder. Oh my God, that's crazy. Actually, I think that's the ashes.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's her ashes.
Stay there. I'll clean it up. I'll sort out. Right, I'll talk to Lexi.
No. Because you don't get to see her anymore. I brought you up like my son. I loved you like my son. Because you're no son of mine. Because you're dead to me now.
His wife is Lola, right? And Lola, she died. She's in a jar, right? And it's just smashed on the floor and it's all over the place.
Jay, look, he was just upset. He'll forgive you when he comes down.
He won't.
He will. They're all within your family.
Look, you heard him, all right? He won't even let me see Lexi. I've just got to go.
Jay, but go where?
I don't know. Anywhere, somewhere, just away from here.
Okay, so yeah, we can do that. Yeah, we'll go away. We'll clear your head. Where do you want to go?
Margate. I want to go to Margate.
Fine. We'll go to Margate.
Look, your dad's right. I'm going. I'm not dragging you down with me.
Yeah, but you can't drive. You must know that, right? I will drive. Which car? This one, yeah? So you go get the keys and you just wait here. I'm gonna go get my coat, get my purse, and then we'll head off, yeah? We'll go Margate.
There's somebody join me. Come on, join me around.
You can't stop me. You broke it.
No, Lex, no.
You broke it.
Lex, it was Jay. It was an accident. Come on.
No.
It's gone, I know.
Thanks to get your message.
Well, I thought we should have a celebratory drink.
Ooh, what are we celebrating?
Well, I may have found us a potential business partner.
Who?
The other bidder. I know it's an unusual move.
Yeah, too right. How can we go into business with some random?
Well, he isn't. He knows Wolford. He said he used to live here.
Well, who is it then?
Well, that's the thing. He doesn't really want anyone to know, not until he's signed the business deal.
And that's meant to reassure me, is it?
Yeah, well, I met him this morning. He seems really professional.
Well, how do we know we can trust him?
Ian, I don't want you to trust him. I want you to trust me and my judgment. All those years in the wilderness, do you think I'm really going to come back and screw it all up? Please, Ian, I really need you to trust me.
You going somewhere?
Yeah, just wait a minute.
Gee, we're worried about you.
We all know what Jay's been through.
And our main concern is keeping you safe.
I don't have time for this. But this is how it started with Antonio. You don't say his name. This is not the same, Anna. It might look the same, but it ain't. I'm helping him. And this time I am in control.
He's gone already.
Jay?
Oh, hang on.
Jay!
Yeah, he's gone.
She's asked Zach to be his guardian.
Zach? You don't understand you are. Well, you need to go back to her. Well, maybe Mitch was right. We need to try and get a brief. I mean, we must be able to get legal aid or something.
No.
But if she's still going to up sticks and take Albie, we need to sort something now. Yeah, we need a plan.
I've got a plan. If she can just take my son out of the country without my permission, then I can as well.
You ain't got any legal right yet.
I don't care, Mum.
Some you do realise. Legally, that is kidnap.
This is Jay. Leave a message. This is Jay. Leave a message. This is Jay. Leave a message.
Call me back as soon as you get this, okay? You need to pull over and you have to call me back, otherwise I won't have a choice. I'll have to call the police.
There's the police. Oh my God.
Margarita, another one for Ian, please.
Oh, you're still with Ian?
Of course.
Well, I'm just checking. I've been out all day. Anything could happen in my absence. Another margarita coming up.
It's Jay's son.
He ain't staying here tonight.
I don't care where he stays, George, as long as I haven't got to see his face.
Really? Someone want to tell me what's that?
Billy Mitchell,
Yeah, that's me.
We were looking for Lola Pierce Brown, but understand she died recently. Is that correct?
Yeah. What's this about? It's about Jay.
I'm afraid we can't say.
Well, look, listen, you talk to me.
Gee. What happened?
I don't know, they won't say.
Yeah. They were looking for Lola, who's still listed as Jay's next of kin. There's been an accident.
Oh. He's had a crash in the car. Oh, fuck. Oh, dear.
Details of organisations offering information and support with addiction are available online at the Action Line pages of the BBC website, or call free at any time to hear recorded information on 08000 155 947.
It could have been that powder he had was white powder, right? And it could have been amphetamine, which means he could have been like driving too fast and going too crazy. He's pissed off because his wife is dead, so he might have killed himself. But I mean, if he's on cocaine, I mean that would make you really kind of like. I didn't like cocaine. I didn't touch it. My cousin used to take cocaine. And it would make you really drowsy, like really, you know what I mean? And that's how he was a minute ago. So it could be cocaine. But he's crashed. He just crashed, and the police have just gone into the pub and said he's fucking crashed. Oh, that's crazy. Shit, I like his cylinders. It's great. Man, it's over now. Fuck's sake. I'll be on tomorrow night. I don't do any drugs. Yeah, I really don't. No drugs, no drink. Just tobacco, that's it. When I was a piano man, I was just smoking tobacco. I was not really doing drugs and drink and all that. When I was a child, I was actually making beer and wine and giving it to people in Lord's Hill. I was a Cub Scout, Army Cadet and all that. I was raising money to help the aged. They're now called Age UK. But I did have troubles, you know. Lee Bedwell was he wanted to fight me. He scared me. Tommy Avery, he lived in Sutherland Road, and he come storming down to my mum's house and he wanted to fight me. I don't know why, but he's just a wanker, you know. That's it, really. And Alan Snook was like a pervert. Alan Snook was a big fat guy, you know. He was massive. He was like a black cloud. He was always in my life, you know. It was crazy. And when, in later years, after the piano days, I won a custody case and I moved to Layford, and there he was, round the corner. And he was giving me amphetamine like this all the time. And I thought, fuck's sake, I was trying to raise my daughter. I was actually cooking her a meal, taking her to school, and trying to go to bed at a reasonable hour and wake up and take her to school on time. I was late a couple of times taking her to school. That was quite bad. I was actually getting on well with an all pair who lived around the corner. And we ride bikes. I've already told you that already. But my daughter, she grew up, she had a boyfriend and they had 2 kids. And I moved to this place to get away from everyone. You know, and then my mum went and got me sectioned. And then I was harassed and dominated by police and NHS. Bodybuilders, psychiatrists, doctors, all of them on my doorstep, really fucking terrorizing me, scaring me. You know, it was terrible, really. This is my home. This is I chose this place to die in. You know, I mean, I want to die in this place in about 20 or 30 years. I probably won't die for a long time. I might do if I keep smoking as much as I do. But now, after all these section units, I always swear. I'll get pissed off. I'll get angry. I'm like, I hate the police and the NHS. Some police are okay, but I mean, they would come around my house and stand there, with cameras on their outfit and I'd say to them, "Don't worry, I've got a camera as well, and I'm taking pictures and videos and everything." And I'll share it around, and I'll do. It's been about a year or so, and I'm still sharing the same pictures. The police dominance on my doorstep, coming to get me. I've got pictures when they're in my living room that they stood around here. It's crazy. And I've got on YouTube, I've got a police lady walking around here, and fucking hell, I can't stand it really. If I said all this in court, I mean, will they pay me compensation? I don't think they will. I mean, I don't know, they might do. Yeah, that guy, Lola died, right? And her husband, I forgot his name. I don't know. I can't remember his name. But he's on drugs and he's just crashed. And the police have just gone into the pub. I mean, that's that's quite funny, really, because I mean, normal police would go to his house or something. But because it's EastEnders, they've got to go into the pub. It's crazy, really. The train station is not even a train station. There's nothing there at all. It's just it's an act. It's a good soap. It's a good program, but there's a lot of acting going on. The train station is not even a train station, and the police have just gone in the pub. Yeah, they should have gone around his house and all that, or around I don't know, somewhere, but not a fucking pub. This program's not too bad. I mean, it's all right. But they fix a lot of stuff. They fix stuff. Fucking hell. My stomach's terrible. Yeah. I blame Max Bakers and the NHS. I need an operation. I need to get all that cut away. I've got to get it removed. I mean, they cut away some of it. But they should have fucking, I don't know, dealt with it. I was slim, fit, and healthy, and strong and powerful, and all the rest of it. But now I'm massive. I'm fat. That's terrible. Mum, where are you? Come on. Mum, you got me sectioned. Mum, I love you. This has all changed, right? This phone has changed. It's all at the bottom like that. It's crazy, you know. It's 7 minutes past 8. That's better.
Hello, the person you're calling isn't around right now. At the tone, please record your message. When you have finished, simply hang up or press the hash key for more options.
Mother, can you give me a call? Cheers. Orly. Thank you. Oh, I didn't even touch my tea. My tea's sat over there. Look. I finally cleaned the pint glass. It's sparkling. Yeah, I cleaned it. Now, imagine my place is not exactly tidy. Washing up everywhere. It's mess everywhere. It's fucking crazy. But I've got too much clothes. It's everywhere. It's because I've been dragged out of this house and locked up in section units and for 18 years, and my place has just been left. When I was buying food to cook food, everything was going mouldy. It was crazy. My mum used to come over and get on with my next door neighbour, and she would come in and say, "Oh, Gordon, all that mould and mess." I said, "Mum, I've been sectioned, Mum. This is it." NHS, I'll tell you what, I can't stand the NHS. If I had a license to kill, I'd kill the NHS. Mental health, I would kill mental health. Section units, doctors that work in section units and tell you you're sectioned. Dr. Courtney, you were always shaking my hand, but I should have strangled you because I said I didn't want the depot, and you sectioned me. You locked me up in Mabry Lodge. So me and my printer in Halifax, we've been calling you a faggot because we think you're gay. Yeah, Dr. Courtney, the faggot. Yeah, he thinks he done me a favour, telling me I don't have to come into a section unit anymore, no more. But I mean, why did he section me again? I mean, what the fuck? I would be in section all the time. It's trauma, it's upset. My words are treat to defeat anxiety and upset. Right? If I'm looking after someone, I will treat them. I will make them feel good, whatever it might be. With the guy that sorted me out some tobacco, I treated him with £2 for a cup of tea. Karen Piddington, she had a few McDonald's and some clothes on eBay. I let her pick some clothes, and she was at her mum's house, and she was showing her mum all the clothes, and she really loved it. And I see her in later years in town when I was in town with my daughter. I'd see Karen, and I looked at her, and she looked at me, and she was just loved up. She was, oh, it's Gordy. Yeah, it was crazy, it was. And she had a boyfriend with her. But her boyfriend, he unshaven, rough-looking guy, character. I don't know who he was, but anyway, yeah, that's Karen Piddington. Tanya Lorraine, well, I'll give her a hoodie. I'll give her £40 to hire the hall in Lowford. Her mum had no food, so I got her mum £38 worth of food from the store, the little shop in Lowford. I know all these memories. I've got these memories. It's crazy. I took Charlotte to Swaveland McDonald's about 1 a.m, I think it was. I'm sure it was about 1 in the morning or whatever. And then Charlotte and Tanya would take turns in my Freelander because they both like my Freelander. Yeah, and when I was looking after Carol Flood, I used to drive her in my, I think it was a Cavalier or whatever, Vauxhall Cavalier, I'm sure it was. And she, that was her limousine. She would love it. She'd get in it all the time. But I mean, she struggled a bit to get in the Freelander. But she died, that was that really. I've got a picture of her somewhere, me and her, a really old lady, her partner was living just up the road, a taxi driver. He would never give her a lift. He didn't care about her. He's just a dirty old pervert who had a young girlfriend. Yeah, that's Steve Flood and Andrew Flood's dad. Yeah, your dad is a pervert. He didn't care about Carol Flood at all. When I was a bit younger, when I was a nipper, you see that picture, don't you? That's me, right? A little bit older than that, and I was friends with Brian Harden. Me and Brian Harden were mates. And his family had a bit of money, and he had a motorbike. He had a Thomas, and I used it. I borrowed it, and I got lost in Romsey, riding a Thomas. And Thomas is my middle name. It's quite funny, really. Brian Harden, right, is married to Nikki Hughes, right? Now Nikki Hughes fancied me. She wanted to be with me, right? And I let Brian Harden marry Nikki Hughes. The woman that loved me, Nikki Hughes, she was a lovely woman and she loved me. Okay, but my mate Brian Harden, he was a good mate, so I let him marry Nikki Hughes. Yeah, and they've been together ever since. It's funny, really. Yeah, so Nikki Hughes, I still love you, but like I say, I mean, I'll let you go. I'll let you go to Brian Harden. Yeah. Maybe I should have married you. Yeah, my daughter's mum was Melissa Emily Jordan. Now, Melissa Emily Jordan come to my mum's house, a party, and we had sex in the bedroom. And she got pregnant. So we ended up being together. But her dad actually got me working on the pianos, and so I was quite close to the family. But I wasn't that in love with Melissa. I was more in love with my job. And I was probably more in love with Nikki Hughes. But me and I do love Melissa because she was a lovely woman. She was a carer, and I was the piano man. But we separated, that's it really. I mean, I had sex with Nessie, who I got her working on the piano keys in the warehouse, and we had sex in the warehouse. And Nessie loved me to bits. It was crazy. And I, Nessie and Melissa. So I remember I punched my window on my Sierra. I punched the screen, and I had to get a new screen. Yeah, because there used to be a burger bar down at Weston. And I'd go down there after I've been selling pianos, and I parked up and I punched my screen because I didn't know what to do about all this love, Nessie and Melissa and everything. It was crazy. Yeah, so that was mad, really. Yeah. But when I lived in Wood Close, there was another woman. She got me on the floor and started riding me, and it was crazy. And she split my foreskin, and I was covered in blood, and it was mad. And me and my brother went to the hospital. No, hang on. No, that's another time. Yeah, me and my brother went to the hospital when I was slept. I had a bit of sex with next door, Helen, in the living room, she went down the stairs and she locked all these locks, ching, 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 and come back up the stairs and said, right, you're in my bed tonight. And I didn't touch her at all, but we did have a bit of fun, just a quick bit of fun. And the problem was it could be an STD. And me and my brother went to the hospital, me and little Russell, my little brother. And the doctor said to me, he goes, you been shagging prostitutes? So I said, no, that was my neighbour, Helen. Yeah. Yeah, she gave me an STD. Yeah. I met Jane. I don't know how I met Jane. She must have seen me in the section or somewhere. I don't know how I met her, but she loved me to bits. It was crazy. She took me to Portugal for 2 weeks, and she lived down the road. And she actually gave that house to her son and bought another house in Nottingham. And now I don't see her much. But I've got a cheque which says to Gordy, loads of money for being lovely and kind. And I've actually screenshotted it, and I've been posting it everywhere. To let people see the kind of person I am. Now I'm thinking about Nicky Hughes. Nicky Hughes, I used to love you. You were crazy. And I let Brian Iden go out with you. You and Brian, I mean, Christ. Brian, you were boring. You were my mate and everything, but you were just like an old man. You're probably still the same old grumpy old man. I'm still a kid. I am. It's crazy, really. My personality is the same. I'm just like, I'm quite funny, really. I treat people, I look after people. It's crazy, really. Love me, love me, love me. If you want to love me, love me. Come on, baby. Love me. I want to bite you. No, love me, love me, love me. Yeah. You can love me if you want. I don't care. You don't need to hate me. I mean, because I'm not someone you want to hate. I mean, I've been live for 2 hours and 18 minutes. That's not much, is it, really? I feel like going to bed. It's crazy. It's I'm quite hot. I don't even know I've got my heating on. I owe probably nearly £300 or more for gas, for heating. I do pay a little bit of electric to get electric. Sometimes the electric goes out and it's like, oh my God, quick, put it back on again. And I'll chuck on 20 quid. I do it on my phone, you know. And I have to go into the meter cupboard and press the button twice and this and that, and it works. But the gas bill is crazy. I mean, all these bills, right? I mean, it's because of the section units. I mean, if I was in my place and living a normal life, I mean, I'm sure I wouldn't be in debt. I'd be paying my bills. I do feel a bit stressed that I can't drive no more because I can't see this side. That's a bit sad, really. I mean, and not only that, all these section units and all the medication and everything, I mean, it messed me up. It really did. Now I've got kind of a nervous, some nervousness inside me. I probably wouldn't drive. I don't cook. I don't use the heat. The cooker, I don't turn it on. I use the microwave. That's it. And I buy things like this. Look. I'm a little bit full, to be honest. I had a bit of pizza left over from yesterday. I had probably nearly a whole pizza this morning. And then I was a bit hungry about dinner time or this afternoon or whatever. And I had a packet of pasta, chicken and bacon, £3 a packet. So I'll buy that as well. And I got some beef and noodles in a microwave meal. A lovely meal. It's really nice. It's £3.75 a packet. This is all things I could do. I could cook all this myself. Because when I was cooking meals for my daughter, I was quite a good cook. Really, I was all right. But when I got sectioned, that was it. My life went to pieces. So now I have a quick snack. Stuff that I don't have to touch. I don't have to cook or anything. I mean, I'll just put it in the microwave or just eat it or whatever. I actually got fat when I was going to Matt's Baker's and I was getting sectioned and I was getting out and I was going to Matt's Baker's. I was sitting with Bill Beanie, William Beanie, the Saints football player. He lives in Chelmsford and we would meet at Matt's Baker's. I said to him, he's my shoulder to cry on. He's a good mate, you know. But I mean, being sectioned so much was terrible. You're scared. You're really scared. You don't know what's going to happen. Police, bodybuilders, psychiatrists, doctors, police, you know, just all on your doorstep, giving you evil looks. It's like, I mean, I'm glad I had the piano history. But I mean, imagine if what they're expecting is someone who hasn't been a piano man, someone who's probably been a badass. You know. If I was a drug dealer, then maybe they could give me a stern look in the eye. But I'm not a drug dealer. I mean, I'm just like the piano man, the family friend. Yeah, I was the family friend because they wanted me to live with them, and I said no, I can't do that, but I'll still help you. It was bad looking after 6 kids, my daughter and 5 other kids. But they've all grown up now, you know. Like Claire's Claire Ledger. She's got kids and she's probably happy and everything. I reckon Amy would be all right. I mean, Amy's probably a bus driver, or she was, but I heard she was a bus driver, but I might be wrong. I don't know what Adam's been up to. But I did take him up to see his dad, so he should be quite happy with me. And I've got them all drawing pictures around the table with them. You know, little kids, you know, drawing pictures. Oh. my neck is all congested. I shouldn't smoke. That's better. I got my tobacco right there, ready to roll another one. I think I'll have some pineapple juice actually. Let me finish this tea. I know what I've got to say. Slimming tablets. I thought I'd buy more of these. I've been buying these before, and I've also been buying ketone tablets, capsules. Someone said to me, "You're buying stuff on eBay. It's not a good idea." But I mean, I'm always on eBay. It's crazy. eBay's pretty shit because not much stuff sells. It don't sell. It's crazy. My mate in Halifax who does all my printing, he says the same. He says eBay's pretty shit, really. He does one cap. You put on whatever you want, and you do it for £7.50 for one cap. And he done me 4 caps for the price of one. And then I said to him, "Look, forget eBay. I'll just give you £50." And he said he'd do me 100 caps for £50. But then he realised he's got to buy them, so he accepted 30 caps for £50 cash. You know, in your account. No selling fees, no eBay fees, or nothing. Yeah, so I've already paid him. I'm just waiting for it to turn up. He went to the shop or post office today, and it's not been posted yet. It was just left, and it was going to go back to him or whatever. And so he says, "Oh, that's my bag. You know, I've posted that. Why is it not on its way down to Southampton?" And he complained about it, and I think it's going to turn up by Friday. That's 30 caps. He phoned me up about the delay. Yeah. I'm really happy with myself because I cleaned this. I scrubbed it. I was like, scrub. I complained. I phoned up adult social care. The last time I phoned up about having carers, they said talk to mental health, and I said I'm scared of mental health. I'm not fucking going to talk to them at all. And it was a woman, right? And I was fucking hell. I just wanted to smash her face in. This bitch fucking telling me to talk to mental health. You know. Today I spoke to a man. He was all right. He understood the situation. He said there is a lot of people, younger people, doctors and people working. Like social services, they're young and everything. It's crazy. I've got 2 new social workers, and they're like about 20 years old. It's crazy. And I can't really deal with it really, because I want to. Well, it used to be Julie Bursey and Pam's, and Pam's is still around somewhere. But I mean, Julie, she used to take me down to the restaurant, and we'd sit there together. You know. We just as well be classed as married or whatever, but we're not married. But I did like Julie Bursey. Yeah, I remember talking to her when I was in section units. And Michael Bruff, he's quite young, but he wrote down all the statements and all that shit, and got me out of the section units and got me home. I remember I was pissed off with him because he actually said, if you misbehave, you can go back in again. And he's a kid. You know what I mean? I thought he's talking to me like that. You know what I mean? Fucking hell. I used to look after the business, RHP pianos. You know what I mean? And I got a kid fucking telling me I might get sectioned again. It's absolutely fucking madness. Yeah, Michael Bruff, you're all right. You know, you're a good man, really. You're a nipper. You're kind of confident. You think you know your shit. Well, you probably do know your shit, but like I say, I mean, you're talking to a boss, me. I'm not a boss, actually. I had a boss. But like I say, I did have some staff under me and everything. And I covered the whole country, just like that. Where's my multivitamins? Where are they? Oh, there they are. Boots, you know Boots, there. Well, Boots are selling multivitamins, and here, this is them. I've got them on eBay. I could get them from Boots. I just want one. I'm not going crazy with these. This is multivitamins and minerals. I'm taking 4 top. I'm supposed to take 1 a day of the slimming tablets, right? But I'm taking 2 in the morning and 2 at night. The slimming tablets, because I want to lose weight so much so quick. It's crazy. A bit of pineapple. Do it a shake. I love pineapple. It's lovely. It's really nice. If I don't get my stomach sorted out, I'm going to die. It's going to kill me. I can't do anything powerful because my stomach's just like, you know what I mean? It's out here, like, you know what I mean? Whoa. That's nice and cold. I'm really hot. Nicky Hughes. I'm thinking about you. You live down the road, and Brian was up the road. And Brian loved you. So I let him go. Go on and Brian, go and get her. Marry that woman. And that's how it was. That's how it was. That's exactly how it was. He was a mate, so I let him have the lady that loved me. And I've been quite lonely. You know, I do get lonely. It's terrible, really. Now, if Brian and Nicky had some time apart, and someone said to her that I was actually quite lonely, would she come and see me? I don't know. She's probably now quite loved up with Brian Arden. Yeah, I'm not going to break him up. I did message Brian Arden on Facebook, but he didn't respond. And I reckon he probably don't want to respond because he knows about Nicky and about her fancying me more than him. Yeah, but they did find love and they did get married. And, you know, and Brian was quite happy because that's what he wanted. He wanted Nicky and that's what he got. Thanks to me. Yeah, so Nicky, I love you. I always love you. Nicky Hughes, Nicky Hughes. Yeah. She had a lovely little face, really nice looking lady. I live with my mum. Brian lived with his mum and Kevin and his sister called Sandra. Sandra, I used to think Sandra was quite nice. Yeah, Sandra Harden. What? Whoa, that smoke went straight in my neck. It come up and it went, whoa, straight in my mouth. Oh my God. Oh. Oh. I should open my door really, or just take this off and splash water all over me. Oh. Actually, I think I should shave my head again. My brother wants me to grow my hair long, but as long as I'm fat, I don't want to be growing long hair. Oh, I've got matching trainers. Look at these, blue. I bought them. They're lovely. Do. Oh. Oh. Yeah, Brian, you're not responding to me. You don't want to talk to me. But that's all right, mate. You know, I know how you feel about Nikki. Oh, he's probably paranoid. He's probably thinking, "Oh my God, Gordon White is going to go back out with Nikki." Actually, I never went out with her, but actually, I got her in with Brian Arden. And Brian Arden, he loved her, and that was it. Yeah, so he won't respond to me, just in case I get close to Nikki. Hi, darling. Let's make. What was this? Let's make an affair. Oh, really? An affair? Who wants an affair with me then? With me, you can find me and hope to meet you soon. Oh, Valerie, really, Valerie Whirling. I just got an email. Oh, hang on. Yeah, that's an email. A Facebook message from Facebook. Well, it's probably another fucking dating site. This application was created by a Google Apps script user. Report abuse, learn more. I just won't bother with it. I put a t-shirt on eBay, right? And it's been relisted about 5 or 6 times. It's fucking terrible. All my stuff has been relisted again and again and again. It's fucking crazy. eBay's a load of shit. They're greedy bastards as well. They take a load of money. I sold a gold ring, £65, right? And they took £10. eBay took £10 out of my fucking the money I made for my ring. £10 fucking pound. You know what I mean? Out of 65 quid. I ended up with £55, I think it was. They rob people. I paid my Google storage, so I should be all right now. I missed the payment, and the next broadcast it's not showing up. It was 12 hours as well, and it was gone because I didn't make a payment. Well, no, I never had the money. Yeah, so that's gone now. I mean, but like I say, I mean, I've paid now. I got paid yesterday morning, and I paid them, you know, Google. So this broadcast will be all right, I think. I googled what do they call it? I don't know what I'm trying to say now. The benefit, you know, the government, they're paying money to everyone. It's called something. I can't think what it's called. But next week I'll be getting £300. And Curry's will be giving me £176. And the week after that, I'll be getting another £430. And a few days after that, I'll be getting £691. Yeah. When I was being sectioned and everything, I set up a GoFundMe, but no one gave me any money anywhere. No one cares. It was terrible, really. My heart was broken. It was just like, I can't believe no one cares about me, the piano man, being sectioned so much. If you see that little boy, you'd give him some money, wouldn't you? That little boy, you'd probably take him on a holiday or something. Well, Jane Crawford took me on a holiday. She took me to Portugal. So I respect her 100%. But like I say, this is me in Portugal. This is me in Portugal. Yeah, I needed that holiday. It was great, really. Now I need someone to drive me around. You know, if we're going to look after families, I'm going to need drivers. I don't mind treating people out of my benefits. I'm paying £800 for a registration plate, right? It's got my initials. It's GB, right? You know, for Great Britain. GB 67, right? That's my year of birth when I was born, and my initials GTW. That's Gordon Thomas White. Yes, so it's a registration plate. I'm paying £800 for. I want to put it on a car that I'm going to be in. And going around helping families. I don't know who's going to drive me. I'm not sure. I ain't got a clue. This would be like a little idea, a way to actually look after families. I mean, before I used to look after families with a piano from £175. Families loved me. It was great. And now I want to go and see a family and treat them like I did with Tracy Jennings. I'll give her £38 worth of food. Her two daughters, Tanya and Charlotte, I took them to McDonald's a few times. I hired the hall for them. That was £40 for one day. Yeah, well, like I say, that's people the other side of town. And it would cost me a fortune in my freelander to help Tanya. Tanya, she needed help, and that was it, really. She got herself. She got a place in Northam, and I took her. I drove over to the house. I actually took her to Eastleigh, the council and everything, to organise all her housing, and then took her back to Basildon, and then took her down to bloody Northam, and sat with her for a little while, and then shot off. I got a cool picture of me and Tanya, and Tanya's like this. She's got her finger up and she's smiling, really happy. Got her finger up like this, and that's because she's really happy. You know, that was it. She was really happy. So was Charlotte, and so was her mum. Wendy Porton, I used to take her up to school, pick up her kids, and take them to the school and then bring them back again. Nobody's talking tonight. Sometimes no one talks, and sometimes it's quite busy, and it's quite nice to see a little message and hello and all that and what have you. That program, they're still in that program. It's the same program. I don't know what they're doing now. It's an ornament. They probably made it nice and everything. Radio.
Mid-century house, glass and granite with a giant moat to keep the people alive. Hold on tight, darling, we do swimming laps in the martini glass beside your night.
Look.
But we're never gonna happen.
Rochelle with Glow. It plays on Future Artists tonight. Welcome to the Future Studio. Make some noise for Sigrid. Woo!
Hi.
Hi, Sigrid. How you doing?
I'm good.
Are you in Norway at the moment?
I am in Norway. I am in the middle of maybe nowhere, but it's absolutely gorgeous here. We are on a Norway tour, and the most random thing is that my hotel room is 2 meters from sea.
I actually get the feeling that Radio 1 don't want me to go live on the radio at all. They don't even respond when they say their phone number on WhatsApp. They won't respond or nothing. They don't reply or anything. I get a feeling they don't like me. They don't want to know me. It's sad, really.
I love the format of the EP so much because it really makes you think a bit, why not? You can do one single and then you have 3 more extra tracks because why not? And I'm delving into like country-inspired pop, UK synth-inspired pop, more festival pop, if that's a genre, folky pop. It's a bit of everything, and it's just because I felt like I couldn't just release one song this year. I wanted to do more.
I'm so glad you said that because I've literally got written down in front of me, Ghost feels like a country tune when I listen to it off the EP. Did you, like, how kind of far did you take this? I mean, there's one thing kind of sitting down in your usual environment and writing a country tune, but there's also another thing if you really want to immerse yourself by almost going to the home of country music, right?
And I did.
You did?
I went to Nashville.
Oh, great. Yeah, talk to us about that.
It was really fun. It was very interesting. It felt like very far away from home as a Norwegian traveling then across the world. I got to learn so much about especially lyrics over there. They're really good with lyrics. So that was cool.
Wow, so that you're really feeling that you're developing as an artist at the moment, even though maybe you're 2 EPs and 2 albums deep, you're still really eager to learn.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the minute you stop learning, then it's not as fun anymore. It's really important. So yeah, try to do that.
I think the title track is a magic pop song, Sigrid. I really, really love it. You know, the way you blend a relationship with what you've been through in your career together. I just loved the synergy of both.
Look, they are Nicky and Brian. I blended them together. Radio 1 don't give a fuck though. They're not interested.
For the past few years, I'm 27 now. I've been in the industry since I was 19. It's this weird intertwine of worlds, as I am Norwegian. English is my second language. Of course, that's kind of like there's going to be a bit of a mix over between the UK life and the Norway life and everything on tour. But it affects your private life and it affects your confidence and if you're good enough when you're not the shiny, glossy version of yourself on stage. But that's just what it is. But coming to terms with that is not always the easiest. But I think it is something that is relatable to other things as well. It's such a classic thing when you start seeing someone and you put out the best version of yourself in the beginning, but then that facade is probably going to crack at one point.
It's a really interesting thing to think about in terms of you guys as artists, because we only see you when you're front and center on stage, or you're behind a microphone on the radio, or you're on TV or whatever, and we see you in, as you described it there, your kind of glossiest form. And actually the realities of your life don't often cut through as much, and that might be in part for the fact that you just want to keep things a little more private, but also as well perhaps as part of you that maybe felt like you couldn't give that away.
Yeah, and I think it's something, you know, like for the past few years how we've talked so much about authenticity in the music industry. I've had that not thrown after me, of course. I've like delved into it myself of like I am fairly authentic and like I am myself in every photo you see of me, and when I'm speaking to you now it's like this is what it is. But with TikTok, with Instagram, even if it is authentic, like it's not 110% authentic. It could never be that through a screen.
I've said this to you before, but there is nothing more authentic than watching you, like you said, doing Don't Kill My Vibe on stage and looking like you want to rip my head off.
I love that.
You are one of the most authentic of the lot, Sigrid. We do not doubt that. And you're on the Future Artists Mixtape tonight, and I'm sure on your travels over to Nashville and this time writing this EP, you've probably immersed yourself in some new music, some exciting stuff that has kind of inspired you. So, you know, you're on the Future Artists Mixtape tonight. Time for you to step up and pick 3 for us. What do you want to go for first, and why have you picked this?
The first pick that I have is a Norwegian band. Very cool. They're playing all the big festivals. It's like Norwegian funk, neo soul, pop, R&B, and they're all like really well trained musicians, and it's their song Inbox, and this band is called Fia.
I used to cry for you, but now you're the one texting me. I used to wait for that sound, but I forgot to reply. Funny how the time changes, all around it in my life, or just about you, and I'm only in my inbox. Funny how the time changes, all around it in my life, or just about you, and I'm only in my inbox. You saw one of my first days. I was a little obsessed, I will admit. Next week you saw I was waiting for a call, and it must be a bad reception at the main stage, baby. Funny how the time changes, all around it in my life, or about you, and I'm only in my inbox. Funny how the time changes, all around it in my life, or just about you, and now you're only in my inbox. Funny how the time changes, all around it in my life, or just about you, and I'm only in my inbox. Funny how the time changes, all around it in my life, or just about you, and I'm only in my
That was Fia and Inbox on Radio 1, picked by Sigrid tonight on the Future Artist mixtape. A little kind of funky Norwegian soul going on right there for us. Where we go next, Sigrid? What have you picked and why?
Yeah, I mean, I've done my Norway thing now. I always have to talk about Norwegian music. There's so much good stuff coming from there. But yeah, the next one, you've probably played this before. Salute with the song Wait For It.
Oh, yeah.
And they are an Austrian dance producer / DJ that I was tipped about from a producer that I work a lot with, based in Manchester. And the reason why I fell in love with this song, I gotta be honest, it was the artwork. I gave it away, and I love how sometimes the visual side of an artist's project is what gets you in, and then the song is just amazing. I love it. It makes me want to dance.
What did you love about the artwork? How did it make you feel? Because that's a really interesting way to kind of get into an artist.
So it was an artwork that was quite trippy. I felt like I saw something that could be in a modern museum, like it could have been.
Cost of living. That's the payment I'm getting. £300.
Just again. Can't find my code. All that I need is the fire to find my way. Sound like the sun, sound like the storm. Sound of living every present. Sound of the club, sound of the show. Sound of chase every second. All the people to make to feel good. Flowing this up with the clouds that they underground. All our friends I wake up the neighbors words so we can say this is not right now. If you wait for it, wait for it. If you wait for it, wait for it. If you wait for it, wait for it. If you wait for it, wait for it.
That was Salute and Wait For It on the Future Artist mixtape tonight. One more choice from you, Sigrid. What are you going to send us home with tonight?
Well, we're going to do 180 now. We are going to go to, I don't know, absurd new metal. This is OK Fury Concat by Saya Gray. I hope I pronounced that correctly. This is a song I had in my playlist. I don't know how I found it. It's very cool. It's aggressive and sweet at the same time. And it reminds me a little bit of my live show energy, maybe. So that's why I love the song.
Oh, you have got me interested right now on this one. I cannot wait to hear it. Sigrid, thank you so much for hanging out tonight. It's been a pleasure having you on as always.
Thank you. So nice to chat to you.
The new EP from Sigrid is called The Hype, and her choices tonight, Fear, Salute, and this from Saya Gray. Thanks, Sigrid.
Thank you.
I love Live Lounge, so is everyone?
I can't wait for
Radio 1.
Live Lounge Month. All this month.
month, we've heard some incredible artists performing live.
From classic tracks
To iconic covers.
but we are not done yet.
Listen every day this week from midday to hear even more.
Radio 1.
Live Lounge Month continues.
Hey, Ambrosia, we ain't catch a vibe in the soul.
Oh.
I don't got no time for it. Hit her one time, right? Oh, she frozen. Hey, Ambrosia, we ain't catch a vibe in the soul. I don't got no time for it. Hit her one time, right? Oh, she frozen. Hey, Ambrosia, we ain't catch a vibe in the soul. I don't got no time for it. Hit her one time, right? Oh, she frozen. Hey, Ambrosia, if we don't catch a vibe, then it's over. I don't got no time for no. Hit her one time, hot, but she frozen. Hey, I don't know what it is to be lacking. Left early cause I gotta beat the traffic. Scurry, but the fringes on the shirt. It don't match, but somehow you make it work. Forecast clear, says Alexa. I love you, but you need a little extra. Thirst trap, it's real desperate. You don't stress it, and that's what make you special. No sprays of cologne for the dome. CDG habits, pop tag from the stove. Never full meal, silverware on the stove. You had a long night, trust I bring you back home. Made a good impression on you, that's a bad goal. Good with petrol, drove how the van go. Oh, so glow, give it to you like it's promo. Cause I'm a real bit of both. So, okay, Ambrosia. If you catch a vibe, then it's over. I don't got no time for them. Hit her one time, hot, but she frozen. Hey, Ambrosia. If we don't catch a vibe, then it's over. I don't got no time for them. Hit her one time, hot, but she frozen. She said, yeah, look over, two bombs, she a soldier. Yeah, this ain't in enough. You can eat the box here.
I'd rather sit in silence and not listen to a black rapper. The black people are quite cocky. They are quite cocky. You know, they're in the mental health section units. Loads of them. You know, brown doctors. You know, everywhere you look. In Radio 1, they've got a load of brown rappers. And I'm just fed up with them, really. In the 1940s, the royal family brought a load of brown people into this country. In the 1940s, I used to study Tutankhamun, pyramids, and everything like that when I was at school. Yeah, but that was probably about 1980, 85 and all that. But in 1940, a load of brown people come to this country.
To put a soundtrack to it for you tonight. So if you're with me, let me know. I got a WhatsApp number 03700 100 100. Name and location is all I need to get you shouted out tonight and locked in with the Hour 2 crew on the show. New Ray Laurel right here. This one's called My Love.
Yeah, what about my love? My love, mate. You know what I mean? 0300 and all that shit, WhatsApp and all that bollocks. I've tried to respond to several times over the years and they won't fucking talk to me. Yeah, so BBC One can fuck off. I'd rather listen to Wave 105. But I can't be bothered to tune it all in and all that shit. I'll just put up with Radio 1, you know. But some of it is so much fucking shit I don't like, you know, like brown rappers and all that. Fucking hell, I'm like, oh my God, I've got to turn it off. It's like football. I don't like football. When I hear football, I'm like, oh my God, I've got to turn it off. I reckon people are stupid. They're fucking idiots. They're drinking, they're like celebrating, they're going crazy. Oh my God, football. People are going insane. Actually, the word is, right, it's not insane. It's elated. Elated means hypertension, like they're going crazy. Oh, you know, they're going mad over football. And rappers, I mean, the brown rappers, I mean, and the brown doctors, and all the brown staff in the section units. I mean, Christ, what's going on?
Ray Laurel and My Love on Radio 1's Future Artists. Now this thing from Ego LMA, this is special. She just keeps coming through with new music that just one-ups the last one. This particularly good, really basking in the glory of life balance here, Ego LMA, who kind of caresses and glides over the shuffling Afro beat, using the keys that you can hear in the background there as skates, emphasizing the premise of the song with lyrical repetition, gradually revealing more of the realization as the song goes on. This is a Sunday afternoon song, basking in the sunlight, if I've ever heard one. The Ego LMA right here. And this thing is called The Higher Self.
It's easy to fall in love, It's easy to fall in love, with yourself. I see a tree with yourself, I see a tree with yourself, with yourself. It's easy to fall in love, It's easy to fall in love, with yourself. I see a tree. With yourself, I see a tree. With yourself,
say in the studio, when I listen to this song, I feel like I'm a cat on its back in like bliss mode. You know what I mean? I feel like this is the soundtrack going through their heads. We're in that kind of position. Ego LMA right there with Higher Self. And this is new from Briston Maroney on Future Artists. Sunshine.
In the driveway, we were cleaning out my ashtray, making jokes like hell, at least I'm still alive. I could always make you smile without trying. When you smile, well, it always makes me cry. I just keep telling myself, someday the sun will come shining again. If I can loosen my grip on the wings of the bird that tells me where to begin. And I wanna thank you for loving me when I just don't know what to say. Where real love makes you feel at home when you're far away. The rain came down a mile out from Portland. The windshield split, we flew up in the rain. I swear some people are alive and spend their whole lives just surviving, so the ones they love can learn from their mistakes. I just keep telling myself, someday the sun will come shining again. If I can loosen my grip on the wings of the bird that tells me where to begin. I wanna thank you for loving me when I just don't know what to say. Well, real love makes you feel at home when you're far away. Stood out in that Florida heat, staring at our sandy feet. Oh, the color of our blue eyes burned the same. Said you can tear down all the walls of all the places you called home. You can never walk away from where you came. I just keep telling myself, I just keep telling myself, this is Radio 1. Does anyone know where do we go when our skin gets cold? Does anybody know if the place we go still feels like home? Does anybody know if the place we go still feels like home? Like home, still feels like home.
Swansea Skag with Brown Eyes. Hey Lauren in Birmingham, welcome to the Hour 2 crew. Connie and Jake alongside Lauren tonight. Big up Sam in West London. part of the Future Fan Club. Kerry Ellen, Casey, and Dog Blaze and Abergavenny today. Welcome to the future of music. Tom in Stratford, loving Sigrid on the Future Artist mixtape tonight. If you're hanging out with me, 03700 100 100 on WhatsApp. Let me hear from you tonight. Names and locations, wherever you are in the world, whilst we play the very best in brand new music. Half an hour to discover your new favourite, and it might be Artemis.
When we say goodbye, cross my heart and hope when I die. See you, baby. Only you, baby. Feeling used, baby. Give me something more. Fix my broken heart so you can break it one more time. It's a broken record. We play every night. Can't get you out my head, you on my mind. Nothing hurts like love. Nothing hurts like you. Mix it with the drugs and the absolute. All these sleepless nights got me terrified. When you say you're leaving, you mean it this time. So much history when we say goodbye. Cross my heart and hope when I die. See you, baby. Only you, baby. You with me on the other side. I lost my heart and hope when I die. See you, baby. Only you, baby. Only you. Call it truth, call me crazy, it's the truth. I'm just faded, I'm just jaded, and I've got nothing to lose. Except for you, baby. Except for you, baby. Nothing hurts like love, nothing hurts like you. Mix it with the drugs and the absolute. All these sleepless nights got me terrified. When you say you're leaving, you mean it this time. Too much history when we say goodbye. Cross the heart and hope when I die. See you, baby. Only you, baby. You with me on the other side. I lost my heart and hope when I die. See you, baby. Only you, baby. Too much history. I'm sick and tired. Cross my heart and hope when I die. See you, baby. Too much history, baby.
Artemis, and that is Cross My Heart. Play on Future Artist tonight. Jack's on the scene with the very best and brand new music. In time for my tune of the week this week from A Little Sound, despite being the fuel for some of our best memories of the summer. The watertight liquid drum bass track right here in Back to Back. A Little Sound uses DJ vocabulary to talk about how her own self-worth in the relationship is more important than anything else. Lines like, I don't want to see you back to back with another in sync with each other. I know you want to linger, but I won't be a sample on repeat. Caught up in the euphoria of the club with someone you just met. It's a moment, but doesn't need to be forever necessarily. A Little Sound posing the question right here on this thing, which has sounded incredible all week as my tune of the week. And for one final time, we run it with that title, A Little Sound on Radio 1. And this is Back to Back on Future Artists.
I want something from you to change my mind. It's getting frustrating. Just like you only want me on the side. So I don't wanna be yours. Just for the summer. Don't need to see you back to back with another. Oh, and stay with each other. No, I'm not gonna be a sunshine lover. No, just for the summer. Don't wanna see you back to back with another. Oh, and stay with each other. No, I'm not gonna be a sunshine lover. But I won't be a sample on repeat. I'm looking for a deeper love. Won't be the one you use and then delete. So I realize That I don't wanna be yours. Just like the summer. Don't wanna see you walking back with another. Oh, and sing with each other. No, I'm not gonna be a sunshine lover. No, just like the summer. Don't wanna see you walking back with another. Oh, and sing with each other. No, I'm not gonna be a sunshine lover.
So my tune of the week this week from a little sound is called Back to Back. And sets us up really nicely for this new Ivy tune, who took us to the cleaners with her last track, Looking For Me, a lethal piece of dance music. Has just remixed Disconnect for Becky Hill and Chase the Status and is now back with this original cut. Hyperpop qualities all over this thing. Ivy on Radio 1 with Kill the Lights. Yes, Julian in Newcastle, Australia tonight. Charles in Stoke, loving the Matty Diaz song earlier. Kirsty in Yorkshire. Welcome to the future of music off Radio 1.
This is Radio
1. I was going to say that the hyper-pop qualities of this track really lift it out of the underground, but then Ivy slipped back into the hard house groove on this thing. Kill the Lights sounding lethal once again from Ivy. So good, this thing. Welcome to the future of music. 20 minutes to discover your favourite.
Radio 1 Breakfast. It's Molly and Jordan in for break this week.
Hello, it's Ed Gamble. Now, I've got unfinished business with Jordan, and we're going to hash it out tomorrow from 8.
Back in the trap, underground home, for Sarah alone. Oh, what a blessing to meet someone like you. Good eyes as dead as mine is fine. It's not what people think, it's just a life in silence. Days in, so medicating. Too much weeds, unpleasant aftertaste. We think the same, play different games. Since I like to refuse, don't you blink before I do them. Pray that you'll go and do it anyway. Hold your breath, I'm naked.
cut off my net that I was using. I had to stubble rush, I gave myself all shaving. Yes, it's probably a razor thing, but honestly, it's harmless. And I refuse to let the sensitive skin with no blessing to meet someone like you. But I still just mine, it's fine. It's not what people think, it's just a lie. It's silence. So I hear in silence. So I hear in silence. This is not what people think, it's just a lie. It's silence. I'm naked. Walk away.
Lovejoy, normal people things. If they're not already, they should be on your list for future exciting indie bands. They are probably the front runners now and leading a resurgence back into the scene that is much, much needed. Feels really light on its feet, really fresh sounding as well. Lovejoy got a lot of fans behind them. They really started life through Minecraft streams on Twitch and have gained a fan base behind that, and actually the music really bangs alongside it as well, so fair play to them. Hey Julia, who's with us tonight? Thank you for being here, locked into the future of music. 03700 100 100 on WhatsApp if you're with me tonight. All I need is a name and a location to get you shouted out. This is Slaney Bay and The Fall.
It's hard for you to try and guess everything I'm thinking. It's not what you're thinking. Can we get you through the tragic and enigmatic while I'm clinging on to the core? They can't beat me, but it nearly beat me. And the shadows don't hide. Future Artists on BBC Radio 1.
What do you think you can let me go right now? Let's get it, we'll take it, shit. Rushed into breaking it. Are you forgetting that? I still remember when you ran away, you ran away, you ran away. You never get together. Leave your keys on the dresser. Stop under pressure. I swear, just get it together. Cutting up your cards. Self-sabotage. You didn't need to tell me you left me. I sometimes see you as new, but this isn't about you. I still remember when you ran away, you ran away, you ran away. You never get together. Leave your keys on the dresser. Stop under pressure. I swear, just get it together.
Charlotte Larry all the way with the power down place at 10 o'clock tonight. Glove right there with splats, and this is scoring something like this.
All I speak when the song goes down. It gets dark and you lose your ground. And everyone else is on the other side. And the day that you wake up, feels something like this. Like you're higher than the sky. Like you're never gonna die. The center of the universe, emotion in my face, words to me, never know. Something like this. Something like this. Yeah, something like this. Something like this. Something like this. Something like. I can feel it. Extraterrestrial. Never knew I could feel. I can see now that I've been blind.
The Real Stoned Raver. Oh, I'm going outside for a smoke. Oh. Oh. Oh.
The new one from Buddha Tiger and Mora now. This is on paper an unlikely collaboration. Buddha Tiger someone found some rhythm with the bass guitar and Alan Morat likes to really sit low and recline in the music. They complement each other well. This one's called Cut Me Down.
So strong I can't even see you. If you thought I would defeat you, still you think that I need you. Still you think that I need you. Let's get it out in the open. You're holding on to emotions. I'm not the one who was broken. You're not the one. I saw the sun in your dark eyes. Thought we were one of a new kind. But you project your own life online and act like it's alright. Let's get it out in the open. You're holding on to emotions. I'm not the one who was broken. You're not the one. It's sad, but it's funny. You keep on trying, you keep on trying.
Buddha Tiger with more rap. Cut Me Down on Radio 1. A couple more from me before Sean Larry takes over with the Powerland players. Benji B lined up to go at 11 p.m. after Sean. And if you're staying up late tonight, naughty past your bedtime. Or maybe during the night shift, Kobe and Ariel Free with the early breakfast. Jordan Molly on breakfast from 7. This is Flower of Love.
Every time my tears run dry, don't believe I'm staying golden eye. I don't even really know what I'm standing in this crowd, swinging his side to side. But what I really wanna do is cry. And suddenly I decide to leave it. This isn't right, glad that I tried it. Don't matter now. I'm just trying to find my next best exit. I'm just trying to find my next best exit. I'm just trying to find my next best exit. I'm just trying to find my next best exit. As I approach the emergency exit door, set my eyes to see the vision of my mission. Getting closer every little step. And now it's time to hold my breath. Feels it right, glad that I tried it. Don't matter now. I'm just trying to find my next best exit. I'm just trying to find my next best exit. I'm just trying to find my next best exit. I'm just trying to find my next best exit. Get out, get out, get out. I wanna get out, get out, get out. I wanna get out, get out, get out. I wanna get out. I'm just trying to find my next best exit.
Power of Love. Next, that's it on Radio 1. Okay, so I'm going to be in for Clara tomorrow from 6 o'clock on Future Sounds if you want to hang out. Chart on Friday from 4. And then, by the way, don't forget, Tuesday morning, my presence has been summoned at 8 a.m. for something spooky and revenge-filled. And that's Halloween, isn't it, Tuesday?
Love bruised, a love vacancy, I wasted on you. Yeah, love bites and love chews. It's the jar all twisted up, a myth and a muse. It's a blood red sky. Kiss to the damn, play the wrong hand, no lovers left alive. Morning moves in my mind. Babe, what you said, raised from the dead, my heart open wide. What we did in the shadows, it felt so innocent. The underworld sunrise. Swore I let the right one in, but love bites again. Love bites, and love breaks. Love steals from you, it loves to take my cold love. Color blue. If I could take just one more bite, one sweet taste of you and your blood red sky. Play in the dark, play with a heart and pray you'll survive. Ooh, babe, what you said, playing in my head, I'm bleeding out alive. What we did in the shadows, baby, I was innocent. The underworld sunrise. Could I let you in again? I'm innocent, what we did in the shadows. It felt so innocent. I'm always under your sunlight. Love bites again.
This is Radio 1's Power Down playlist with Sean and Mary. Another autumnal installment of the show is here. We kick up the leaves as we go on our walk in the woods with Taylor Swift, Willow.
I'm like the water when your ship rolled in that night. Rough on the surface, but you cut through like a knife. If it was an open shut case, I never would have known from the look on your face. Lost in your current like a priceless wine. The more that you say, the less I know. Wherever you stray, I follow. I'm begging for you to take my hand, wreck my plans. That's my man. Life was a willow and it went right to your wind. Head on the pillow, I could feel you sinking. As if you were a mythical thing, like you were a trophy or a champion ring. There was one prize I cheated to win. The more that you say, the less
90 Strand. Wait for the signal and I'll meet you after dark. Show me the places where the others gave you scars. Now this is an open shut case. I guess I should have known from the look on your face. Every bait and switch was a work of art. The more that you say, the less I know. Wherever you stray, I follow. I'm begging for you to take my hand, make my plans. That's my man. Knew that my chain could take you home. Anywhere else is hollow. I'm begging for you to take my hand, make my plans. That's my man. The more that you say, the less I know. Wherever you stray, I follow. Begging for you to take my hand, make my plans. That's my man. You know that my train can take you home. Anywhere else is hollow. Begging for you to take my hand, make my plans. That's my man. Hey, that's my man. That's my man. Hey, that's my man. Every minute switch was a work of art. That's my man. Hey, that's my man. Begging for you to take my hand, make my plans. That's my man. And there's so much left to say. I guess I'm just a bigger guy. And there's too much on my mind that I don't even want to try. Guess it's not far from the ordinary. They do say love is blind. But I guess that's the way things go. Can't remember how to say your name. I don't count on the freckles on your face. That distant memory I used to know. Oh, I guess that's just the way things go. Oh, I guess that's just the way things go. Can't remember what you said you called. Miles away and it was still my fault. The life you said you had is sometimes short. Oh, I guess that's just the way things go. Oh, I guess that's just the way things go. There's so much left to say. I guess I'm just a bigger guy. And there's too much on my mind that I don't even want to try. Guess it's not far from the ordinary. They do say love is good. But I guess that's the way things go. Didn't think you'd ever stoop so low. Can you live the only girl you know? I'll say that only makes me say that's pretty lame and that's the way things go. Oh yes, that's just the way things go. Past your house when no one's on a train. Come on, you'll always stay the same. I'm happy now, I have to let you know. But I guess that's just the way things go. Oh, I guess that's just the way things go. And I don't mind that that's the way things go. And I don't mind, I don't mind. I don't mind, I don't mind. I don't mind. Oh, I guess that's just the way things go. Oh, I guess that's the way things go. J'ai voulu te ressembler, puis je t'ai détesté. Tu pourrais nous raconter
voulu me rassurer que j'allais arriver. Tous les soirs je m'endormais, épuisée de compter. Le cœur qui débordait, de mots que je chantais, déjà sans savoir ce que la vie m'offrirait, sans y croire. Mais déjà je l'espérais dans mes rêves. J'étais toujours, jamais. J'avais le cœur qui débordait. Tu essayais de me comprendre. Je t'en voulais de me comprendre. Mais ça, sans savoir ce que la vie m'offrirait. Sans y croire, mais déjà je l'espérais. Sans rien voir de tout ce qui m'attendait. Car le soir, c'est vos voix que j'entendais dans mes rêves. How did you do it? Growing up, young poor Southern belle, barely got through it. Times were hard for pop, but you couldn't tell. Packed your things, drove to Boston that spring. But you're braver than I've ever been. You had the wedding, I fled to Spain and met some other guy. Kissed on the ferry, called up dead and broke it off that night. Risked it all, got your passport that far. God, you're braver than I've ever been. What I'd give to have known you back then. 13 years later, big surprise was baby number 3. Miracle Bender, you survived and somehow you had me. Even still, all the strength in your will, but you're braver than I've ever been. What I'd give to have known you back then.
Cosy sounds from Victoria Canal with Braver, Pom's French Coos on Don Merev and Bibadoo B2. The Channeleri keep you company, and we go down a winding path over the hour on Radio 1 for the final instalment of our autumnal specials of the show. This one, A Walk in the Woods, and this takes me to a crisp blue sky day. Shy Martin wrote All Together.
I don't mind the falling head first when you're here by my side. What if we could last? What if this would last forever? Wouldn't it be nice if we could grow old together? Tired of fighting all these feelings, but you keep bringing up. 'Cause what if we all only haven't finally on us? What if we could last? What if this would last forever? Wouldn't it be nice if we could grow old together? What if these don't pass? And I feel this way forever. Wouldn't it be nice if we could grow old together? You said, darling, we go the distance. In such blissful ignorance, couldn't hit more like a bolt from the blue. And hey me, if you're gonna hate me, but just say it plainly. With everything lately, you just need the truth. We go together like bad British weather, and the one day I make plans. So go hell for leather and know that it's out of my hands. Go ahead now, 'cause I cried till the summer away. Ooh, you left me waiting on a heartbreak. I just cried till the summer away. Now I'm drunk and screaming your name. I will show myself out. No, I adore you. I don't need you now. I said, darling, will we go the distance? As I stood there pouring my heart out with you, just completely unfazed. And you said, Scarlett, I don't need to be responsible for everything you're feeling. Your emotional grim reaper, I feel bad for you. I can't entertain these games. I hate to rain on your parade. It's just the way I'm feeling. It's just the way I'm feeling. 'Cause I cried the summer away. Ooh, you left me waiting on a heartbreak. I just cried the summer away. Now I'm drunk and screaming in me. Now we'll show myself out. No, I adore you. I don't need you now. I don't need you now. Oh, I adore you.
This is Radio Radio 1's Power Down playlist with Sean and Larry.
I saw the light fall from the hills and in the sky. Then lightning flash went to Betty to say, Barney, I've tried to remember, but my mind has slipped away. Who's been living Let's set the cosmos alight like a flame on gasoline. When we took them both, I was anxious at the start. I could feel remorse at night for the poison in my heart. I just want to go home.
This is a song for anyone with a broken heart. This is a song for anyone who can't get out of bed. I'll do anything to be happy. Oh, 'cause blue skies are coming, but I know that it's hard. This isn't the last song that I write while still in love with you. This is the last song that I write while you're even on my mind. 'Cause it's time to leave those feelings behind.
keep going. I don't think that it's the end. But I know we can keep going. The blue skies are coming. Oh yeah, blue skies are coming. The blue skies are coming. But I know that it's hard.
Vintage Noah and the Whale from 2009 on Radio 1 and Radio 1 Blacks, and Angela Augustine's Celestial-inspired tune called The Ballad of Betty and Barney Hill. And we stumble across a clearing of wildflowers on our woodland stroll with Pixie's lullaby version of Daisy Chain.
I just wanna make you mine. I want you to lie. Oh, every time this kiss my sunny state of mind. Oh, think I'm still around again. I'm Daisy, Daisy Chain. I can come around praying. I'm Daisy, Daisy Chain. Know how to say my name. Question mark like a think I can go around again. I'm Daisy, Daisy Chain. I'm Daisy, Daisy Chain. Maybe I'm the one-hit wonder. In the garden of your mind. Fly me to you high. Sing hard every line. Oh, every time. It's my sunny state of mind. Oh, think I'm still around again. I'm Daisy, Daisy Chain. I can come around praying. I'm Daisy, Daisy Chain. Go high and say your name. Crash down bar. Think I can go around again. I'm Daisy, Daisy Chain. I'm Daisy, Daisy Chain. Think I'm still around again. I'm Daisy, Daisy Chain. I can come around praying. I'm Daisy, Daisy Chain. Know how to say your name. Crash down bar. Think I can go around again. Daisy, Daisy Chain. I'm Daisy, Daisy Chain.
Honestly, just for you, you said we meet the next day. All my plans were for two, and now I'm head to surface. I don't sleep just for you. What a waste of my day. If you wait on my mood, what a waste of my day. I see a real, but they're not even that crazy to back up. I see a real one, a real one. You see the front side, yeah, Mr. Downside. Moving too fast, true right on the line. Ways you can say it, ways to get day out. You just wanna stay inside. Places to be in, watch on the play out, see how the day goes by.
I don't see just for you. You said we meet the next day. All my plans were for two, and now I'm hers to surface. I don't sleep just for you. What a waste of my day. If you wait on my mood, what a waste of my day. Time like the time. What a waste of my day. I don't see just for you. You said we meet the next day. All my plans were for two, and now I'm hers to surface. And I lost sleep just for you. What a waste of my day. If you didn't wait on my mood, what a waste of my day. Radio 1's Power Down playlist with Sean and Larry.
I hope you find a way to deal with all the pressure and listen to my presence. So everything is overwhelmed. Only seems to counteract the times I wish that I go back. But when I had the chance to keep it on a need-to-know basis, I'm basic of the child. I'm a pessimistic messing, so I can't be well. Daddy's self-destructive traits that seem to plague his child. Like, how'd you think that I was swimming when it's clear that I was drowning? Can't take all the rain, scoop my youth up from the fountain. It's such as something deeper, so I'm trekking up these mountains in 90 sweats and worn up vests and some mashed up crepes just to find that all I see is what could be. Know what was all my wants, they seem to be my new needs. And for once I'm breaking off, cause all I see is what could be. Know what was all my wants, they seem to be my new needs. And for once I'm breaking off. That was secured some cheddar the tide's been, sever the storm's been, weather that catch my cruise and change my views to pick up where I left off as the same damn fools. Cost my time and cost my pride, has crossed my mind that made me I'm over other things I hate. I hope in time I demonstrate on how to not disintegrate. I sat out all the mess I made, freeze up, cause to ease up, so I see love, I'm freed up, not a leader. It don't mean much, I need you to be eager, to be okay, to be alright. All I see is what could be, know what was, all my wants, they seem to be my new needs. And for once I'm breaking off, cause all I see is what could be, know what was, all my wants, they seem to be my new needs. And for once I'm breaking off.
Things like this ain't built to last. I might just fade like those before me.
know you'll forget my past. Got questions, ask, you know the stories. And you need to let me know when you leave where you go. And I'll come. Do you believe me? Are you close? Yeah. Even if you don't, that'll be wrong. Hey, love, heartbreak will have you bankrupt. Too many days in a day, better wake up. I put your face in the place where the space was. Nobody make you feel like you were. And you don't know what you should do. You should look for someone to make you more boo. Tell me, I'll make this plan and feel like home. It's us first time, the door's closing. So far beyond our control, you saved us so close to broken. So much better when it's way, forever in the day. So I said,
I got a wet ass. Oh my god. Where's my wife? Look at this. Oh my god, there she is.
we can only go up.
Mac Miller, Woods on the Power Down playlist, plus Got Street Park, a Leeds trio with Any on Mountains. There's another 2 seasonal specials of the show called Spooky Season and Cozy Autumn. So if you're in the mood for some thematic chill, you can find them both on BBC Sounds. We meander further into the forest with James Blake and Rosalia, barefoot in the park.
Agujaré todo el cielo, juegan al brillo de Dios. Un rayo cayó.
This is cold tea. It's lovely. It's so nice. I can't believe it. Oh my god.
Para yo no equivocarme, así ven mi porvenir.
When you're done with me, see you moving to space. What you've done for me needs to someday. Who needs to pray? Who needs guidance? See you every day.
Ya tengo todo lo que quiero, ya no puedo pedir más. Cuando te tengo a mi lado, lo pasado se queda atrás. Si te tratas de mi vida y te tuviera que encontrar, hasta yo te encontraría como el río.
Oh shit. I got rebels all over the floor. Oh no.
Silence starts turning with each rain. Sky's looking up nothing. I call off the chase. Who needs balance? I'll see you every day.
This is Radio 1's Power Down playlist with Sean O'Leary.
I'm chatting with someone, right? A rugby player, right? And basically, what it is, he reckons I should ask for some weed. Yeah, weed. Why not? I mean, all cannabis. Because I want some. I want some right now. Yeah, come on, give it to me, baby. You know what I mean? Yeah, come on. Yeah. Yeah, there's my mate in America, in New York. Yeah, and we're talking about the Will Stone Raider. The Will Stone Raider was quite a cool song. And that old man said, "Dad, do you want some?" And I thought that's perfect. The real stoned raver, because you know, do you want some drugs like, you know, weed and cannabis? I mean, why not? I mean, yeah. So that's that really. Yeah, and Kathy, on EastEnders, and Rocky. I mean, well, Rocky, you're going to lose out, man. Because I'll tell you what, you know. I mean, what can I say? I mean, Kathy, I'm in love with you. Yeah. Here's Rocky. I'll show you Rocky. Here's Rocky. There he is. And there's my mate in America, in New York. Yeah, the real Stone Raver. Oh my God. I've got a mate in Brazil. I've got a lady friend in Germany. I've got a few ladies in America, actually. Do you want some? Yeah, of course I want some. Come on, give it to me, baby. You know what I mean? Yeah. Let's have the music playing. Come on.
Projector's edit of Tom Ashbrook for the Birds on Radio 1 and Radio 1 Relax after Margaux State's Black Oak soundtracking our hour-long walk in the woods. Thank you for your companionship, and we finish on a tender moment with Sofia Cortesi's Bacocci.
This show may contain some strong language. If that's not okay for you, then head for BBC Sounds to listen to another show. NGB BBC Radio 1.
Both of us are red, but you're hiding on cloud. You're trying to forget, but it hits me every time. You bring next to me, the right hand holds your left sleeve, turning our heads gently, 'cause when it ends we flood. And in that warm winter, I withered, I just wanna get better. I'll be what you like, and every little fire, you read me when I'm tired, makes me wanna cry. Who's harder to leave it when you start to break things? It's my only life you hold, and when you left me waiting, I thought, did you do it in the name of God? Did you do it in the name of God? I wake up in the evening and the day's already done. I walk to the nearest store just to see someone. Everything is black. Your hands on my past. Found a way tomorrow. Promise me your love. And I don't want with it. I just wanna get better. I'll be what you love. And every little fire, you ring me when I'm tired. You pain is quiet. Who's what I leaving when you start to break things? It's my only life you hold, and when you left me waiting, I thought, did you do it in the name of God? Did you do it in the name of God? In the name of God. In the name of God. هتعمل حنة اليوم؟ محمود مدير وانت ايوه تبقى حارس حاضر انسان مسلم.
My thanks to Sean tonight. And welcome back.
Do you want me to put that piano upstairs? Do you want that piano upstairs? Do you? Honestly, come on, tell me.
You made things right, stood by my side like a lullaby. You soothed my mind, you held me smile, open my eyes. Loving you
guidance. Love in your eyes. I'm in a plastic world with you, but it's your loving that makes me feel you. Where have you been, mine? Yes, and I'm wondering if you know you're my desire. I wonder, can we share our life desire? I wonder if you'll stay by my side desire. When it's you and I, there is no time. Together we vibrate high. All I want is to feel you deep inside. Loving your guidance. Loving your heart. I'm in a plastic world with you. Look at your loving that makes me feel you. But you've been mine, desire. And I'm wondering if you know you're mine, desire. I wonder, can we share our life desire? I wonder if you'll stay by my side desire. Please stay right by my side. Where have you been, my desire? Hold me closer to me. And I'm wondering if you know you're mine. Desire. I wonder, can we share our lives? Desire. I wonder if you'll stay on my side. Desire. Where have you been, mine? Desire. Where have you been, mine? Desire.
Without evidence. Elegant, best of intentions. Grateful being had those beautiful lessons. Lovely way of seeing things, making me believe in things. Without the evidence, your evidence, your enough evidence for me. You're enough evidence for me. Oh. In my lungs, that's the feeling. Wake in the morning and I stare at you, dreaming. So new to this, making me believe in things without the evidence. Your evidence, your enough evidence for me. You're enough evidence for me. Searching and reading the writings for evidence of meaning. From the cruelty screaming won't subside. An angel is teething, giving me more reasons to watch what I'm eating and how I spend my time. Can't shake the feeling, the motion, feeding for something to lean in. When I keep wondering why, I telescope the legion, stars in the region. I wonder if they're seeking the same thing inside. I can get stuck in perfection. I can get lost in directions. I can be gone in a second. Yeah, in a second. Sorry, I lost the connection. I can get lost in reflection. I can be gone in a second. Yeah, in a second. But just wait on. Moonlight, the heaviest weight on a miracle could be said. So now you're looking up, you're asking why. If you wanna go, then maybe go out. Yeah, I can see, but I can't deny. Maybe we can put it all to rest just for one night. It's not really fits off. Who's got the door of mine? Are you gonna waste it all? That's when you know what to believe. So you're looking at why not? If you wanna go, then baby go out. I can shift shit, but I can't deny. Yeah, put it on the rest, one night. Are you looking up or you asking why? If you wanna go, then baby go out. Are you looking for somebody to love you right? If you wanna go, baby, go out. Maybe I can shake the night.
I want to say much love to everyone locked in around the world. And well, thanks to everyone that responded to last week's show featuring special guest Sam Frock. You just heard the track taken from his brand new album, which is now out and available, highly recommended. Radio 1 Wednesday night.
Allegedly, they figured out that I'm the secret recipe, the baddest contested eating like that. For what? I never wanted peace, but God, I support Malcolm X. The stack of chains is just a front. Overtaxed and underwhelming, and Jula pulled the major stunt. I don't smoke weed, already blind. I want my cars, I had to hide. My dog and youngest love, but still a step. We call it baby wrong, like window shoppers. I see through every front, I speak out what I
ID. I pussy everything I want. I block out anything I hate. It's still the hottest, still unpaid. The notice when I'm seeing the tennis too relaxed. The standards have collapsed. They wrote me in with lame. They treat me like I'm them. They hate over there. Refuse to pat my back. Refuse to shake my hair. Refuse to give me props when I am not around. Refuse to act like I ain't shit to sound like I ain't push the culture like several vultures ain't come after me. Like several vultures ain't come after me. Still I keep a P. Yeah, we still digress. And I'm playing checkers. I ain't playing chess. Cause I don't go around on big old. I'll show you. I'm personally nothing like you. Plus I never liked you. I'm rich as hell. I'll never find you. I'll have somebody stop you. My doggy lucky on the edge. Holding on by a thread. Just like a kite. It wouldn't cost a price. And even if it did, it always be right. It's like I'm Bob Barker. When I speak, pay attention. Go over my words like highlight markers. My only celebrity crush is Nikki Parker. They said I got a type. Said all my they look the same. They said they look too light. Be my cup. Bet you couldn't tell that it was Sprite. I give a. I'm out of face. She walking with a nasty. I'm a straight. Yeah. I'm a straight. Sauce. I'm a straight. Holy Yachty, coming for their respect. Come and pay your debt, just like a travel pillar. We had to thank for the way you slept. It's nuance, but I see hella influence in the way you dress, the way you sound, the way you try to move. Try to stay abreast on all the latest flows and latest tones from Generation Next. Y'all chasing relevance, it's evidenced by the way you step. As for me, I cook so masterfully, ain't gotta pay a chef. I'm older now, but still I'm cutting edge. I'm like a bayonet from out the veil. We OSHA certified. You gotta wear your vest. Too many homicides, a lot of sliding. They good at making decks. Thanks to God, I made it out the city. Most would say I'm blessed. My greatest flex is that I made a million. Feel like I'm Bangladesh. I hate the press, refusing interviews whenever they request. It's fake, progressive, and woke. I started saying less. I had to stop it. Peep how they profit off of racial stress. Some activists got so rich they probably wish we stay oppressed. Studio steppers moving extra on songs fake and rep. Only breaking bad in the lab. Thought y'all was making threats and I laugh. That's cause you ain't a threat. Don't ask how I feel about no rappers. They okay, I guess. Incoming call, press the button. No one to say accept. He FaceTime to ask for a feature and saw the face of death. I'm on your song, your streams going up. Not quite the Drake effect, but don't complain. Take what you get and cut the label check. My table set, I dine on your favorite. One verse to take his breath. I probably put one this on pause. The Cam and Mason Beth. My agent get a whole lot of calls. It's like he paid the rep. He's out here looking like Steph on the late contest.
That guy is a wanker, isn't he? I mean, he's a rapper, right? He's a rapper. He's rapping away, and he's shit. He's fucking rubbish. You know what I mean?
The greatest yet.
That's music from J. Cole and Lil Yachty. And I must mention we open once again with one of the most timely and beautiful songs of this year by Mustafa called Name of God, forthcoming on his brand new album for 2023. Can't wait for that. And we have an EP in full, came out on Friday, from the one called Almeen. Check this out.
And now in the day we brought in the court of ages. Hold the ground to sustain a belief. Standing here on the dock, like the past is a law. And what is it for? Caught a man by the door, keeps his eyes on the law, but the law is gone away. Now I bet you, and the laws of love and faith. Now I bet you. Heard a song that my mother sang, freeing the birds of Asia, as they flew for the sake of the wind. It's a natural law. As a lion would roar, I was made for your love. Corner man, listen close. And life takes its course. And the law is away. Now I'm met. And the laws of love fade. Now I'm met. Only when the Lord's gone could I hold you back, embrace you back, hold you down one more. The Lord's gone, to my lover, the Lord's gone, to my closest friend, the Lord's gone. But the world don't back. Oh, 'cause the Lord's gone away. Now I'm met. And the laws of love are fake. Now I'm met you. Oh, 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 oh,
One.
Son of Radio 1 Wednesday night. So grateful for music. And I'm grateful for you joining me for this weekly musical mixtape every Wednesday night, Radio 1, 11 p.m. And yeah, thanks again to everyone that responded. Overwhelming response in the mailroom, or the mailbox, I should say, for last week's show featuring singer, songwriter, producer, amazing artist Sam Farr, who joined me for an extended album mode feature ahead of his second studio album, The High. Gave us a couple of exclusives to play as well. And of course, that was released last weekend. If you haven't had a chance to check out and digest that album, I highly recommend you do so, but don't do that just yet. Do it in your own time this week because we've got plenty to get through this evening. I'm very happy to say that I'm joined by Theo Croker, who's on his European tour right now. He took a break to sit down and deliver us his In 3 record selection. That's coming up tonight, Theo Croker In 3. And we have Black Rave Culture joining us on the 8-part intro tonight. Looking forward to sharing more about that very soon. Into this, more music from The Alchemist and Earl from their brand new album. This one's called Vin Scully.
Big grip, get flip, hand over fist, that's quick. Snake oil salesman with the pitch, that's slick. Ain't no telling when it ends. No matter the spin, I know when I gotta hit, that's it.
You gotta hit, that's it. Because you're a wanker. You're a wanker. That's what you are, you motherfucker.
I don't know what it is. I remember the ghost inside the crib, posing down a problem with gin and tonic. How to stay afloat in the bottomless pit. The trick is to stop falling. Only option to start with a step. Bet, sun, father, and death. Big Papa with the vision of sorrow, now I know why they wet. I watched the groom do a quarrel on them just with a bet. Now we having like Louis Cox out in his head. I had to unify all the plurals and pairs. I promise you I'm truly one of the parts of this shit.
I can't understand what you're saying. You're like a wanker. You can't speak. You sound like a wanker.
Salesman with the pitch. Ain't no telling when it ends. No matter the spin, I know when I gotta hit.
That's it. You gotta hit. Because you're on drugs. You're a wanker. Yeah, that's it.
I know what it is.
Everybody has their different ways of dealing with it.
I do more for the cheese, more for your reason. Determined out of deep, niggas settled by people. Too much of the team, we can leave. I need a limousine or a piece.
He needs a limousine. I can get you a limousine. Yeah, I can. I've been sectioned for 18 years, you motherfucker. What are you going to do, you motherfucker? There's one thing I can't stand, it's black rappers. Black rappers. Oh my God, they sound so shit. What the fuck? Yeah, I don't like football, right? I don't like brown doctors, right? And I don't like black rappers. You're a black motherfucker and you're pissing me off.
11 p.m. to 1 a.m. and whenever and wherever you like on BBC Sounds.
If you're black or brown, right, I'll buy you a latte in town. Seriously, I will, right? But don't run the country because you ain't got a fucking right to do that, right? I'll deport you in seconds. I'll fuck you right off out of the country. No worries, mate. I'm telling you, all right? I'm telling you.
for that one. A track called Windows of My Mind, reissued by the good people at Athens of the North Recordings. Highly recommended record label, and they always come through with gems like that. And guess what I received this week? A brand new album by Fish Cody. Yeah, that's right. Gonna get into something from that right now. It's called I Float in the Clouds. Play this one for Jeffrey Locke, for Alessio Chiappa. Thanks for your messages. Wow. Listening in Guernsey tonight. Been listening since 2009. Can't even talk this in. Shout out to everyone locked in Guernsey. Pick up Alessio. Shout out to Desney tonight. Loving the Sanford show.
Shout goes out to my man in Brazil. In Brazil, can you believe that? Yeah, he's a good man.
And says Sanford is simply astonishing. Well, you know we couldn't agree more. One of those artists whose music really does transcend boundaries. And
shout goes out to the lovely lady in Germany. In Germany, oh my God, yes, she's lovely.
He dropped by the studio last week. And that higher consciousness.
And not forgetting Cogs. Cogs in New York. Oh my God. He's a cool dude. He's amazing. He's awesome. Oh my God.
With you last week, and if you missed it, you know what to do. It's available on BBC Sounds. Head there whenever you like. You can listen to it for up to 4 weeks after broadcast last week. A very special show featuring Sampha going through his new record La High in album mode. And don't forget, tonight we have the amazing trumpeter, composer, and musician Theo Croker in 3 records. And we're joined by Black Rave Culture in the 8-part intro as well.
I'm not interested in the Black Rave culture. The Black Rave culture. Well, let me tell you something, right? I've got 2 shoeboxes filled up with hard house. Oh my God. Yes. Yes, 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 yes. Good shit. Honestly, it's amazing. How I scout her and all that. Oh yeah, here we go one time. You know what I mean? Better than the black people. 100%. Much better.
Benji B on BBC Radio 1.
Back into reality. Oh my God. Don't be sad. Don't be sad. I treat to defeat anxiety and upset. That's what I do. All right. You're going to be smiling. I can guarantee it.
Whenever and wherever you like on BBC Sounds.
To be as you wish to be. Just to be as you wish to be. It's so easy. It's so easy. You know what I mean?
That's music by Alex Natal from Paris, France, a tune called Untwisted Delights. Got this one for Diana in Amsterdam, locked in right now, and everyone that had a good time at ADE this weekend just gone. Shout out to Tiffany Cow, who did a show from there as well. You can check that out on BBC Sounds. And much love to Seiko from Japan. Benji B at bbc.co.uk. If you want to drop me a line, you can do so tonight or anytime throughout the week. Or you can find me on Instagram. Just drop me a line. Let me know how you're doing. Let's stay connected. The return. Now, if you're regular to this show for a long time, you will remember the name Domu. Yeah, that's right. Domu is back. Brand new EP on Neroli. Out of retirement. One of our favourite producers from a long time back. Making music once again. Very happy to be able to announce that. And it's a very warm welcome back into the record box. This one's called You're Not Gonna Get It by Domu. Forthcoming on Neroli. Shout out to Enrico, shout out to Domu tonight. Big up all the regulars locked in. You know who you are. Much love, one and all.
Yeah.
a new one from Foremost Poets. Been making music for a long time. Always do those amazing acapellas on the 12 inches, and yeah, this is a whole new EP. This tune is called Don't Shut Your Eyes. It's by Foremost Poets. And I'm happy to say that up next I'm welcoming Black Rave Culture onto the show. Amal, James Bangura, and Native Son. And I was lucky enough to connect with Native Son in DC. And I say shout out to the whole collective. I had such a good time in Washington DC this year. And they're doing important stuff. They're all, of course, established and critically acclaimed dance music producers in their own right, and friends and long-term collaborators who, as you will hear, came together during the sort of COVID lockdown era. And they've been very busy ever since. They've released 3 albums via Bandcamp in the last 3 years, and we've been playing music from it. Especially from this last one, Black Rave Culture Volume 3, it dropped in September. I'm going to hear a tune from that next, getting us in the zone to find out more about Black Rave Culture via the 8-bar intro. That's next.
I think it's time for a cup of tea.
I'm not alone. Welcome to our world. Let me show you my lair. Join me on board with some of my famous friends.
There's nothing wrong with a man playing with his toy.
On the first class voyage of discovery.
Let's go, Bill. Let's go, mate.
As we share tips and tricks.
Because it's going to make you really happy.
And I'll try to keep you huge impression, dude.
There's no way I can do 75 feet like Not that heavy. Trains would be sad.
A brand new series of little trains and big names with Pete Wilson on More 4. Stream or watch live Thursday at 9.
Next week on Film 4. Your films at 9.
This game is rigged. And it does not reward
man.
you to play by the rules.
I got lucky. It's a game or a test.
Could be a bit of both.
And what do we have to do?
Everything that we've worked hard is the same.
So, are you in?
Your films at 9. Watch live next week on Film 4.
Join me, Matt Baker, taking my mum and dad on more epic adventures.
Back on the road.
Exploring England's glorious north.
Gorgeous.
Unveiling our great British history.
Beautiful, isn't it? Jesus was your great uncle.
Yes, we've gone downhill ever since.
And creating precious memories along the way.
A new series of Matt Baker. Travel with Mum and Dad on More 4. Stream or watch live from Monday at 9.
Scores, keeping Channel 4 comedy fresh.
Welcome back to the second part of the show. Yes, I'm clean, I'm mean, I'm trim, was pronounced she. Next up, and Julian.
Oh no. Is this something that excites a heterosexual?
I'm sorry.
You still have nails from one? Unless I'm really hot.
Hot nails.
Yeah.
Right, yeah. Right, go out. You're touching nails.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just like in the old country. What about that?
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Underarm or overarm? That's the only question.
You're not looking at the balloon.
I'm just going to close my eyes.
Okay.
Oh my God! How much time?
A minute and a half.
Alright, I'm going to throw. Yeah, it's like me to get up near the edge of the house.
No, it's just there, man.
Hopefully I'll land on the ball. Fuck, that sucked.
I think this might come across quite judgmental, but when I heard such as it was, my first instinct told me this man is not a natural.
I mean, to be honest, it was very, very cold that day, and I wanted to get
When I saw you throw it, I thought, no one could throw a balloon as short a distance like that. You put the arrow again, you threw it largely up.
And everyone's running away.
Oh, it did.
By the time it landed, he was 564 aspens away. Julian, 292. Okay, there's one person left to see. It's Sue Perkins.
What I'm going to try and do is truss it up like a haggis and then pull it off.
I wasn't expecting a haggis reference.
No, but it's very Hey Guy-like. What's that? Can I just get that tea in?
Only a few minutes left, Sue.
Well, I mean, it's win-win. Either it works, or, you know.
Or you lose.
Hey, is it looking taut from your end?
It's very taut, Sue.
Very taut?
Oh, yeah.
I'm trying to work out what level yank I go for.
That's up to you.
I think mid-yank.
Good luck. You can come and have a look.
If I did nothing else in this life, that was worth it.
Back to base.
It really was joyous. You must be
I was
thrilled.
so elated. I was buzzing
You
after
can
that.
see because you ran like a 5-year-old.
So many aspects. I think you'll have to shift your system like that. I don't have to know, but it is a lot. It's 2,459 aspirins. Imagine that.
I love aspirins.
Yeah, you're not allowed to buy that much in one day.
No.
Incredible. Points wise, it's 1 to you, Lucy, 2 to Susan, 3 to Julian, 4 to Sam, 5 points to Sue Perkins. Have a look at the scoreboard. Unfortunately, Lucy, you're still rock bottom with 3 points. At the top, it is Sue Perkins with 8 points.
Very good. I'll let you know the facts, please.
Well, in that case, here is a fun task based on organised groups of criminals. Come in.
Wow. What is this? It's actually making me feel a bit itchy.
Aren't they sweet?
Give me a while.
You know how to enjoy yourself, don't you?
Any sign of any tasks around the house?
Oh, I can tell you. I mean, you know that, right?
I just heard a rumour that sometimes Greg finds secret tasks around the house.
Yeah, there is that rumor. Yeah, well, I've got a lot of do lists to do that, so I don't have time for secret.
Make the most cool but scary gang using these eyes.
You have 15 minutes. Your time starts now. So once I've got my gang, what do we like? How do we do? Like, do we have to get someone or something? Maybe you'll be the person who we get.
The big ones, the small ones.
What is our cover that?
Yes.
Thanks very much.
So every scary gang needs a cool one.
I think I can make myself cool.
What sort of cool things do you want?
I love a scary bird. A big rude one.
So, what do you say? Yeah, I'm just going to ground it and that's what we have to do.
More about his gang.
What can we do? Those agents. Oh, that skateboard didn't.
The first gang makers we're going to see are Julian and Sue.
Right, so every gang needs a leader, right?
It's going to be a gang of teapots, which has a sort of gay undercurrent. Do you know what I'm saying?
It's a pretty deal. That might need to nail gun that on.
I used to be called a teapot at school. Didn't you know I'm homosexual?
Oh, congratulations.
Once you start looking, this is a mob, not a gang, isn't it?
I don't love an embrace on that. I'm going to go brains the operation. Doesn't do very much. It's only going to give me a chase. This one has a massive eye bollock. It's just massive. Listen to the noise of that.
That's funny.
Why is a flamingo no good at a chase?
They're often one-legged with a stand. When they're at rest, they're on one leg, so they're not the best start in a chase. The cool thing about the game that I created
Here we go. This will be interesting.
is that wherever you are, there's somebody on watching you. So if you're low down, the beaver's eye bollock will see you.
Yeah.
To the side, old one-legged flamingo got you in his scope.
Okay. What do you think you see that? One word.
Nearly said it was what this was.
Do you know what it's like?
I think it's poor.
I just realised how sick I am with reality.
So if you look at that, then we'll compare it to Julian's, who just use teapots.
Come on.
I'm beaver with an eye bollock.
Julian, are you pleased with your gang?
Yes, they're cool because they're an oppressed minority who found their voice and their strength.
I do think that your oppressed minority are really cool. Are they scary?
Yes, there's so many of them, and now they've got strength in numbers. They can pour you to death. Yes, it was a penny. You like this one, didn't you?
Lovely. Yeah, I
Put
really like
that in for you, wherever you are.
Very good. Who's next?
Okay, next to gang up is Lucy.
Well, I'm certainly scared.
Exactly. I was underneath that. That was me.
No way. I guess I'll ask some basic questions. Lucy, do you know what a gang is?
Yeah. Well, I was in the gang, but they couldn't come out. Clear that. Yeah.
So I'm just left with a terrifying gang leader.
Oh, I'm not the gang leader.
So who was that character?
Big bollock.
Big Baller.
Yeah. Now we're going to fight in the hands.
Jesus Christ. Okay, can't be bedtime for kids now, isn't it? Why are they still up? You think this program's educational? Pull yourself together! They're falling behind in school and it's your fault!
Course, keeping Channel 4 comedy fresh.
Seven well-known faces are going to find out if prison works. Sharing cells with reformed criminals. Recreating life on the inside.
We're in prison now, this is an
Ugh.
Take your hands off. Now swap. Grab that, grab that.
People write that I should go to prison every day, but Tory MP.
Well, I've been running with our back.
It is a hell of a thing to do. So it is.
Look on the statistics! It's not working! Wake up, government! You're now.
Hangs up on Channel 4, stream weekly or watch live Tuesday at 9:15.
I need a cup of tea.
Listen carefully and do exactly as I say.
Let's call him.
Right. Don't open that door.
It's death out.
Don't look back. Don't let your guard down. Don't ask any questions. And don't scream.
Why are you scared of me?
That's it. There's nothing to start coming up then.
Film Fear continues on Film 4. Stream or watch live throughout October.
Stand Up to Cancer is back. The fight continues. Yuma versus Yuma. Featuring a truly heavyweight lineup going toe-to-toe with the Big C. Plus, all-star tag team match. Incredible high-stakes shots. No holds barred comedy.
I think I've got a pot needle.
On Channel 4, a night of death-defying comedy. Friday, the 3rd of November.
I'm having a nightmare when you hit the wrong road.
Of course, keeping Channel 4 comedy fresh.
Join us for part 3 of Taskmaster, where we're intimidating the presence of the googly-eyed gangs.
We're basically a pair of Ross Kemps.
Susan Montgomery's gang.
Hello, please pick up on site.
I'm sorry. Familiar.
Out here, and I will kill you. Ian.
I like the gang.
Well, she's a classically trained actor as well.
I did like
Yeah.
and I did like photography. I didn't step on toes because it's a collaboration, but I knew what I was doing.
You didn't think at any point to make it really scary of getting a skateboard and a saxophone and just going
It didn't cross my mind, no.
Okay. Finally, it's Sam Gangle.
Oi! Oh. Look at here, fellas. A two-eyed bastard.
Two-eyed blokes. I stick a few gangs. I'm going to alert the police about you.
Yeah, good luck.
Excuse me, officer. I'd like to report a gang.
That's right. Our gang have infiltrated the police. Soon we will infiltrate the government.
See, I think it was genuinely creepy. Genuinely creepy. Talk me through the genesis of the gang, Sam.
So basically, we had so many eyes.
Yeah.
I'm thinking, let's definitely incorporate them. Have you seen this Thunder the Ape sort of thing? Basically, that's the number one in our world. And the human is. Yeah. So that's kind of similar to what I was up to.
Why don't you start from the bottom?
Okay. Worst gang.
Well, you say that's.
Oh, God.
As an act of entertainment, I thoroughly enjoyed it, but it was scary at one point. It was the super 2 points. Julian 3 points. Susan 4 points, but because it genuinely creeped me out.
Yes.
Yes. What an entrance.
I know.
Ooh. Who's blood jelly? Unset blood jelly. In my first band. Didn't go anywhere.
It's Red Horse.
You do know that's like not a thing. No, that's like anyway. I mean, I'm not going to fight you.
Any sign of any secret tasks anywhere, Julian?
You're being a bit tipsy. Tired of Get all the water in the vase.
If you spill any water from the plate, you are disqualified.
You may not leave the lab. Fastest wins.
Your time starts now.
You just have to get that in there.
All of it. And if you spill a single drop, Lucy, you'll be disqualified.
Okay.
You can just say the word yes. It feels like you're insulting.
It brings it out in me.
Yeah, people say I'm a bully, but I'm not. It's him, isn't it?
It is him.
Let's have a look. Well, first up in the lab, it's Julian Clary and Lucy Ann Beaumont. And fun fact, Lucy's initials spell out lab, but Julian's don't. So here we go. Any spillage, it's all under.
Yes, I understood the brief. Thank you.
There isn't time to reduce that heating it up, is there? Is it a red herring?
Oh no.
Oh no.
Oh. Oh, here we go. You can't get it up.
It's coming unstuck. There's a spillage. What a shame. Soiled your floor, Alex.
It's seen worse.
What's going on?
I mean, you just try to pour it straight into the fire. Not saying anything else positive. Come on.
We're back to now the others did it. You know, from them.
It is fastest wind, so.
Yeah. Did I do it?
No.
Oh, that's your mind.
I did say you were both quite quick, but it's irrelevant, unfortunately.
Right, we're off to a crushingly poor start. Who's next?
Next up, it's Susan.
I was thinking I'd drink that and spit it in there. The only reason why I'm not doing that immediately is because there's a second candle. What is that?
I say we have provided everything.
I would argue that you haven't. Fine. What's that got? What's that? What's that bit?
That's got me.
I'm gonna get the last bit in. Is that when a bloody candle starts growing in your fucking mouth and starts doing it for me? Sorry. Sorry, actually. I've had an outburst.
Be careful with the end.
Bye. Incredible. I've got some questions. Why did you light a match and then throw it into the water?
It's just one of those things where if there's something there, you've got no clue. Have an experiment, that's all right. And then, no, it's which makes so much more sense.
It did make sense.
Yes.
And it was fairly effective initially until you made yourself laugh.
Yeah.
That's a downfall, hubris.
We were in that lab for a long time. You were sucking the rose for 14 minutes.
All right, mate. Absolute monster. Susan failed, correct?
Yeah, there were drips.
There were drips. Right, 3 total failures and into break. The final part of the show, one lucky winner will head home with 5 total new discs. We're a modern show, guys. Get over it!
Can we have a pickup? It's on the way.
Coors, keeping Channel 4 comedy fresh.
Life doesn't wait.
It's showtime!
You can change expectations. Make a proper impact. That's what living is all about. Let's do it together. Life starts on Together TV.
Look, Morty! I'm a leg! A leg, Morty! Freaking Morty! We're back, baby! One sec.
How long does a society take to collapse?
Let's find out.
On a Thursday?
Well, that last one was just a shock value.
The brand new series of Rick and Morty exclusive on E4. Stream weekly, watch live Tuesday at 10.
There's a cultural phenomenon happening right about now. Yeah, that's old VW now hits the stream.
Carmad Tiny is on the hunt for the best of the bangers. Going head to head with Naomi Shift to discover which modern classic wins top spot.
There's no way she be.
Brand new bangers from Africa. Stream all episodes now. Watch live Tuesdays at 15.
That's it. Following. I saw a lapse of my own age murdered.
They have no idea there is the monster in their midst.
When you look at his eye, it's like there's nothing in there.
I didn't do it.
True Crime on Channel 4. Stream the collection free now. Brace yourselves for another dramatic week.
My character is attacked. That is not okay.
As a revelation rocks the groove.
Don't ruin my relationship if I could.
Brand new Married at First Sight UK on E4. Stream now, watch live tomorrow at 9.
Anyway, mate.
Coors, keeping Channel 4 comedy fresh.
Well, welcome back. Would you believe it's the final part of the show?
It certainly is. And you, sir, are our dream partner. The current task sees you trying to fill a vase full of water from a plate. They're down to the final 2 to try and fill, but not spill. It's Sam and Sue.
Initial thoughts? Could I drink this and then stand on that?
I don't think that's what we've asked us to do.
Hey, we see that's some straw. I don't understand why this is part of it. Oh, is that paint? Has it got invisible ink on it? Okay, well, can I light this up? What's this little badge? I see something. It says, candle.
Well, it's not going to take 7 days.
I'm just going to start doing stuff with the water and the thing. I can't really. Well, okay, let's do that. What could these be for?
Right, okay, there's a diagram here. There's a diagram of a vase as a plate.
You should too. Candle on. Oh, something over the candle. Put the paint in the vase. Oh, there is like a weird trap door. Is that good? Nothing happens. Now you made me look like a proper fool. That's useless. That's worse than useless. Unless it goes like that. Candle on plate. Vase on candle. There's something yellow. Oh, like the candle. Really? And then put that on there. What's that going to make the heat to go up? What? How does that work? Oh. Wow. Actually, how the hell does that happen? What have I created?
Right. I feel down.
Is there anything about me not being able to lick around the corners?
You can look around the corners.
You know you've got a good studio audience when they start cheering a rudimentary science experiment. Really, all I ever want to discuss ever again is Sue's decision to lick around the corner.
No, that's true, yeah. But yeah, look around the parameter. Yeah. No, you're right to be. You're right to be.
Incredibly thorough. Sam, your instinct was to ask whether you could dip the liquid and stand on the vase.
I wish I'd gone with that approach. Yeah, I did it right and I got the point, so let's move on.
No need for chatting.
Nothing else went down.
So I'm very keen that we move on.
Yeah, that's a hell of a task. And that was fantastic.
Why are you being like this?
No reason.
Watch them again if you want.
Oh.
Let's have a look then.
I put some on the table. I think it's just
So you'll just all find yourself.
if I put it like this.
Remember?
Well, I'm going to hope that wasn't seen. Okay. Can I keep going just to look at what it said?
Do whatever you want.
Like that. And then I'll do something. How would that do that?
They both bravely carried on, but we did spot this village.
Did anyone manage this task?
If in the Olympics there was a sport and yeah, no one can do it. Don't have it in the Olympics.
Okay, no points. The scores.
I can tell you the series. It's quite spicy. We have Sue got business 2. Little jump up to Sue on 70. Another jump up to Julie on 81 and Sam on 84 at this point. However, despite losing in the series at the moment, she's winning this episode. Susan in the lead with 11 points. Yay!
Please give me all my plugs for stage for final task of the show! Hello, my love.
What's your mate?
Who will be reading the task out, Alex?
Sam Campbell will be reading the task.
Samuel.
Sip your drink. You may only touch the loo roll and you may not reach over the line.
Fastest wins. You have one loo roll each. There's a red line here. I'm keeping an eye on that. No part of you and cross that one. We're going to have 3 rounds of this. All of you will do all 3 rounds, and we'll work out who's the best at sipping the drink quickest. You may now approach your loo rolls, and it's up to you if you're going to squat, kneel, sit, or stand. Okay, good luck everyone. On the whistle.
Toilet paper.
That's my daughter at Oxford.
Was won by Julian and Lucy came in second place. Failed to complete the time. Lovely. Round 1 over. Reset the drinks board. We have reset. If we have break, competitors, please take your positions. A slightly bigger drink this time, and there's Lucy standing up. Steady start, very steady start. I'm so sorry, Greg. We don't have footage yet. Unfortunately, his fingertips did cross the line and he said, no party.
I'm sorry I did that. I'm not really sorry.
So someone that one second again, the Sues have failed. It's the final round. It's non-alcoholic champagne round. Again, it's sip to win.
The champagne.
It is champagne. I'm going to take your positions. Good luck on the whistle. Not cross that line.
Oh, that's it.
Someone else is already been disqualified. Well done, Julie.
That might be one of the most heroic acts. Lost to person points. Here's to the journey.
I'm emotional at the end there because Sue completed the task and then put her hand over to help Julian before the task was over. So
Yeah.
I know, and she threw herself in front of a bullet for a friend.
That's the LGBT community for you.
Yeah.
Julian gets 5 points, Sam 4, Lucy 3, and joint fourth place. The Sues get 2 points each. And so we've got 12, 13, 14, 15, and the man with 15 points at the top of the leaderboard is Julian.
So, what have we learned today? We've learned that a new Olympic sport has been born. And won't it be exciting at Paris 24, when we see our very own Sue Perkins awarded the gold medal for being the best in the world and licking around the corners of a circle. And at the halfway point, the champion of the night is Julian Clary.
And they're back at it again with more Taskmaster tomorrow at 9. Now, how does an extra slice of bake-off with Joe Brand and Doti Mabuse sound? Stream the series so far or watch live tomorrow at 8. And comedian Eddie Caddy's treating us to a trip to Ghana as part of our Black and Brown collection. My super rich holiday. Stream or watch live tomorrow at 10.
Cause, keeping Channel 4 comedy fresh.
Follow new and familiar brave Brits
You have no money left in the pot.
as they risk everything restoring abandoned ruins across Europe.
Cut the smile, you can do it.
The future is the hill, they'll stop behind us.
A new series of Help Weewater Village on Channel 4. Stream or watch live weekdays at 5.
Join me, taking my mum and dad on more epic adventures.
The old caravan back on the road.
Exploring England's glorious north.
Gorgeous.
And creating precious memories along the way.
I really enjoyed it, son.
A new series of Matt Baker travels with Mum and Dad on More 4. Stream or watch live from Monday at 9.
In an hour, we're dipping into our Black and Brown collection to explore the life of the true king of rock and roll, Little Richard. I Am Everything is coming up. But first, Channel 4 is standing up to cancer. Here's an Andy's real-life cancer story.
My dad's just a really happy, kind person. You can walk into a house and hear the laughter and know that, that's home.
And it's one of those ones that's a bit contagious.
He was very much a family man. Everything he did was for us. He used to work very, very hard. He'd go out early in the morning, get home pretty late at night, and still make sure that we're okay, come give us hugs. So when you feel like there's just someone that's just always going to be there. My dad started feeling unwell. We went to the hospital and they did the examination. It was just shocking. We as a family have just never been exposed to a journey like this before.
It's like, what next? How much time do we have? Will he get to see me get married? Will he get to see me have children?
Seeing someone that you love that is full of life, literally seeing it be sucked out of them is awful. I would, just wouldn't wish it on anybody. COVID restricted us physically being there. Can't hold his hands. The last time that I saw him, it was on video. He wasn't looking too good, and he kept saying it's an elevator and I need to call him. So we had to say goodnight to him. And I'm so thankful that we were able to all tell him how much we loved him. In hospital, we decided that we were going to do some years of that, just talking about himself and his life. And for me, it's just so special that we have those. Me, so I can still hear his voice.
Every time I read for my shoulder, I love her so much. She's the greatest gift of God. I'm so good.
We all go through our own grief journey. We just have to take it one day at a time and try and remember the happy times. I think cancer is like a huge earthquake, something that just really rocks you. You know, having that empty chair damages that family unit. Cancer really just takes everything. It took away just a really good person.
One in two of us will get cancer in our lifetime. Help us fight back. To give 40, 30, 20 or £10 to support Stand Up to Cancer, text 40, 30, 20 or 10 to 70404. Or to donate any amount online, go to channel4.com/FCTC. 100% of the money you give will fund life-saving cancer research.
Stand Up to Cancer is back. The fight continues. Yuma versus Yuma. Featuring a truly heavyweight lineup going toe-to-toe with the Big C. Plus, their star tag team has incredible high-stakes stars. No holds barred comedy roast. Stand Up to Cancer on Channel 4, a night of death-defying comedy. Friday, the 3rd of November.
At Channel 4, we want to know what you're thinking about our shows, talent, what you'll have for dinner, all of it. But we want you to be able to do this and get a response in the same way you reached out. So if you're a VSL user, you can contact us in real time through our website or the signed video app.
Our sponsors, Inspired Living on Forge.
Wood, glorious wood. It can be anything you want it to be.
Wow, look at this!
Fantastic.
In this copse on the edge of the Welsh Valleys, a group of enthusiasts are competing to be named the best new woodworker.
This is the quiet before the storm.
Get the game face on.
They will be tested with a big build challenge
If not right.
and an on-the-spot skills test.
I hate fake runs.
But
That joinery, it's incredible.
who will impress the judges?
It's fabulous. Put my fingers together.
Slightly gynecological.
I'm having a moment.
Come on, I'm German. We walk on the field to win.
Woodworkers, lights, camera, action.
There's very much a terrified face going on. That's to the left, that's to the right.
Sweet Blue, I'm very excited to get back to the workshop. I have to live the greatness. That's what I'm here for. Would have to put it on the right way around.
I definitely feel like I'm the underdog. Every single week I just walk in and I'm like, wow, I'm the scrappy little fighter. But we've all watched the films where the underdog is the one that comes through at the end.
I feel like I'm learning and growing so much as a woodworker. Oh, I'm just having the best time. I really am.
You got some beautiful ripples on your here. Having one that would work out so we have fire in the belly. I'm ready to go.
Why?
Good morning.
Right, woodworkers, let's have a handmade huddle. Come on. Lovely formation, like Pan's people. We've had a lovely couple of weeks, haven't we? A little bit too lovely, I feel. I want to see a bit more. Whoa! Give me a come on. Now, judging department, what have you got for the woodworkers for their big build challenge this week?
This time we would like you to make the focal point of any living room. It's the coffee table.
So whether it's a dramatic shape or eye-catching legs, this coffee table has to have impact. And we also want a complementary ornament that is still in keeping with the piece.
Okay, You've got 2 days on your big build challenge. Big breath, tools up, get woodworking.
Good luck, everyone. Let's get to it.
How big's a coffee table? And
I didn't drink coffee, so I call it a tea table because I love a good cup of tea.
coffee table is one of my favourite pieces of furniture. There's so much scope with this. Big, bold sheets, dramatic tabletop, sculptural legs, loads of intricate details.
Sweating already, we've only just started. A coffee table done well should really be a centerpiece of the living room. It should draw the eye. But also when you get up close, it should have that beautiful finish too.
Do I get excited about a nice piece of wood? Yes, I do. This will be made into a fruit bowl.
I think the way to win this week is to be better than everybody else.
The woodworkers have pre-designed their statement coffee tables in advance. The judges have asked for an eye-catching top and unique, stable legs. They must demonstrate decorative skill, tying their table in with that ornament, and show off some artistry.
Yeah, just watch yourself there, fella.
You just do a bit of cleaning. It looks like you know what you did.
It's all nubbly. I have a weird fascination with collecting interesting sticks.
Veterinary nurse Caroline from Time and Weird lives and breathes wood.
My favourite place to be is my woodland, to have a small area of woodland in the northeast, and it is my happy place. That's better. My style is using as much naturally shaped wood as I can, and sometimes the bit of wood will tell you what to make with it.
These branches must be telling Caroline to turn them into legs. A forest of forest wood underneath the contrasting sleek ash tabletop.
So instead of 4 legs, I've gone for about 15 legs.
So all of these are going to be used.
All of them are going to be used.
Wow.
Yeah. It's a lot of work.
I'm really excited to see this. We will be bringing our coffee cups up.
My paper break magazine.
I'm just putting tenons into the ends of these sticks.
Every branch end must be shaped into a tenon, a peg to fit into a mortise hole.
It's really tricky.
She needs to cut each one of those tenons perfectly.
They're all strange angles.
If you still get all of those legs done though, it seems like an awful lot of work.
I hope this looks good.
That's the way it is. Yeah, I think this will definitely show off my skills as an artist. It's definitely something different.
26-year-old Claire from Glasgow works as an all-round handywoman.
I spend a lot of time working in fancy elements, so nothing's ever square or straight, but every job's a learning opportunity.
In her spare time, Claire keeps things quirky.
I've got a background in theatre and I'm really into making art that isn't recognisable maybe as sort of it's supposed to be. So I'm so intrigued as to why they're destroying a sandwich on your workbench. My table is going to look like a really big BLT sandwich. Oh,
Claire's pop art style sandwich will include bread made from laminated ash, carved walnut for bacon, lettuce and tomato, and a turned jar of mayo as an ornament.
You've got the purchase of the bacon, you've got the lovely liquidy tomato, you've got the crunchy lettuce, sandwiched together with lovely taste.
Yeah, we'll definitely make a statement, and that's what we've asked for. Yeah, so can't wait to see what you do with this one. You too.
So right now I'm dominoing the bread together. I love Claire's design.
The design concept's really clever. I love the kind of inspiration from pop art.
Yeah, it's fine line between Venus and Insanity, I suppose, but
Claire's taken quite a risk with this design. It's such a fine balance. We need to see the carved details. It needs to look like a sandwich.
That will be the bread for the sandwich.
Claire's bread will be her all-important tabletop.
I've got to get all the tabletop pieces put to size.
This is going to be my final tabletop. It's going to look ace.
If I rush it, there's so many boards that'll go woo.
I've got a big slab of those. I want to try and maintain as much of the character in the edge as I can.
To decorate his tabletop,
no time to lose with any of this.
David's taking on the tricky technique of liquid resin, a synthetic fluid that dries hard.
I'm terrified this week. I'm pretty sure my knees are knocking.
Really need to just keep going and not stopping.
So much less on the resin for getting that set. My finish needs to be perfect this week.
Still going.
The liquid resin will create a river running through his solid oak tabletop. The edges will retain a natural or veiny edge and will be cut and angled on one end, like a waterfall.
So you're going to create a resin river? Yeah. There's going to be some seashells and things that me and the kids have foraged from the beach. All sorts of magical
Brian May,
things.
I know.
Have you used resin before? I've done breadboards and coasters and very smaller things. But in essence, it's just like an enormous breadboard, which is really like toast.
We have many reasons to be cheerful for this big build.
My biggest concern with David is he's never worked with resin to scale before. It needs at least 24 hours to set.
We're about to make the first cut for the river. This is make or break for my baby. It all basically rests really on the dazzling tabletop. These shells and bits of food, it has to be perfect.
I don't know whether I'm sweating more because of the heat or because of the stress of digging into something so beautiful.
You've got a spider on you. I think it's a nice little hanging on.
Alright, we got one.
That's good luck.
Yeah.
Thank you, guys.
I've always wanted to build a coffee table like this, and now I get the chance to do it.
Last week's Woodworker of the Week, Wolfgang, is on a roll.
Is round here, there will be one massive ring of earth, so that will be a substantial glue up.
It just has to be followed, otherwise it will not work. Come on, I'm German. We walk on the field to win.
Good morning. Well, Mr. Woodworker of the Week, you delivered near to perfection. How confident are you feeling this time round?
I'm hoping to get closer.
To continue his winning streak, Wolfgang designed a sleek, oval-shaped coffee table from ash, with turned feet and complex curved sideboards.
These two segmented semicircles. That's quite difficult to get right.
Wow. Wow.
If you were intent on dancing on
Wow.
that might not end up well.
It is.
The force of my dancing
Whoa.
is intense.
The worst thing that can happen here is that my glue joints fail. That would be quite catastrophic. Wolfgang always does things that kind of refined design. Jump through going on. And he's gone through it again. Struggling a bit with the angles here.
He's got to cut 72 different pieces and laminate them all together, turn them, and let them go wrong in it.
You see that here, that gap? That's not great.
While Wolfgang's were at his sides,
I don't know who's going to have serious legs.
others are doing some legwork.
Standing on the lathe really nice, it's basically does all the work for you.
I thought these legs would be done really quickly, but they're all slightly different.
Can I lift this myself? Probably not.
Design technology teacher Jen
I need to get these laminated and pumped up as quickly as possible.
is planning to turn a big, bold lathe for her table.
The bit of turning that I intend on doing this week is Mahusa. We'll get a big circle from that. I've never worked this big before, so that's a bit scary.
Hey, Jen.
Hello.
Tell us about your coffee table.
I guess this kind of quick Bauhaus inspired.
German design school Bauhaus was all about geometry. So Jen's coffee tabletop will sit on shaped legs, including an intricately detailed cylinder.
So what will you be turning the leg out of?
Ash, big, chunky. So it'll be a big jump up in my turning abilities. I can pull it off. So you can turn it that size, and this will be about that size.
Go down, Jen.
I'm pretty big now.
Come on.
Bauhaus was very often about how to put together geometric shapes in 3 dimensions, which has really got the spirit of Bauhaus in that design.
I was taking all the class.
This table's going to be huge, though. I mean, the tabletop is going to be 1.2 meters.
Oh my life, it's going to need an army to move it around.
Next step.
Next step, resin. Yeah.
With shells added to his channel,
So there's absolutely no turning back.
David must mix the resin with colour for his river.
Because if you rush it, you put loads of bubbles in it. It can cause weakness in the texture if there's bubbles in it. Plus, it just doesn't look particularly pleasant. There's very much a terrified face going on. 3, 2, 1. Never concentrated so much in my life. That's just frozen. Yeah.
Once poured, he stirs in blue ink.
The blue will be like a bit of a sweeping pattern through it, so you can still see the things in the resin underneath it.
However, moments later,
Oh god, yeah.
his river's sprung a leak.
There's a crack underneath. I can see it. Right there. It's just gone all the way through. What should I do?
Inspired Living on 4.
I'm Pete Waterman and I love trains. Amazing, especially little ones. It looks great from here, and I'm not alone. Welcome to our world. Let me show you my lair. Join me on board with some of my famous friends.
There's nothing wrong with a man playing with his toy.
On a first voyage of discovery.
That's so mad.
We share tips and tricks.
The biggest room possible because it can make you really happy.
And I try to keep a huge exhibition build on track.
There's no way I can do 75 feet like this. It's impossible.
Not that many people come up and play the trains with me, sir. A brand new series of little trains and big names with Pete Waterman on More 4. Stream or watch live Thursday at 9.
Next week on Film 4. Your films at 9.
This game is rigged. And it does not reward people who play by the rules.
I got lucky.
It's a game or a test.
Could be a bit of both.
So what do we have to do? Everything that we've worked hard is the same. We're going to
So, are you in?
Your films at 9. Watch live next week on Film 4.
Times are changing for our competitive B&B owners.
Fresh biscuits.
I know. Let's hope they're ready for the revamp. Now airing weekdays at 6.
Oh, I see.
What's it called?
There's no TV, nothing. 4 in a Bed on Channel 4. Stream or watch live weekdays at 6.
That's it, in the tree. Follow it.
I'm sorry. Of my own age.
I have no idea. Here is the story in your midst.
When you look at his eye, it's like there's nothing in there.
True Crime on Channel 4. Stream the collection free now.
Our sponsors, Inspired Living on 4.
David's resin river has burst its banks.
A bit of time to see if we can block it. It's not something I've particularly experienced before. Hi.
My arms. My hands.
A few hours into their coffee table builds,
Lovely super.
This is the first ever giant loaf of bread I've ever sketched in my life.
most woodworkers are focusing on key elements.
Only another 68 of these to do.
It will be a group of. You'll see.
But Wolfgang
This is some fruit in the making, some wooden fruit.
is prioritizing his ornaments.
I'm hoping this will be a part of the fun. Cherry on top of the cake, you know.
I'm obsessed with this. The hole is very the hole is very hot. I've just filled it with string underneath. Hard to not put your finger.
This is going to be the piece that sits above the coffee table.
35-year-old Nate
You this picture as my reference before I start cutting it out.
is replicating a whole country for a personal coffee table.
My dad's from Barbados. It's a tribute piece to him. I started woodworking with my father when I was younger. When I started doing work at home with my dad, I didn't see it as training, I didn't see it as woodworking.
Recently losing his father has inspired Nate to keep the tradition going.
I would love to leave the same impression my father left on me and my two boys, and I can see when I'm doing my woodworking at home, they're kind of taking things in. That's exciting.
Nate's designed a simple circular oak table with a cut-out map of Barbados attached on top. He also plans Bajan rock shot glass accessories.
My father taught me carpentry, so I decided to make this new honor.
That's a lovely sentiment.
Nate, how are you going to bring decoration into your coffee table?
So the decoration is going to be the outline of Barbados standing on top, which will be finished in a different oil.
Are you going to do the major roads?
Oh, no.
Mountains?
No.
It's not an ordnance survey map. We don't need every photo. See you later.
There's sun out there. Put some suntan lotion on.
Having fixed his tabletop with domino joints, Nate cuts it into a circle.
No.
Revealing more than he intended.
The domino is not meant to be showing. I didn't think about when I made the joint where the cut would be and if it would cut into a domino.
For making a practice tabletop, it needs to be very busy underneath like woodland.
It's the biggest thing I'll ever turn if I manage. My hands are getting a bit sweaty already.
That is a big old cup, yes. That's a fair amount of work for anybody.
I don't know what it needs.
It's a nervous moment for Caroline as well.
The crisis of faith, I think. I don't know if it needs more wood or less wood. I can't see it as something other than a pile of sticks. Can I just have a minute?
I'm conscious of the fact I've got a lot of work to do, but if I pull this one off, I think it'll look spectacular later.
Leo's pinning his hopes of success on a repetitive end-grain checkerboard pattern for his tabletop, cutting and gluing together different types of wood in a process called lamination.
You've got to laminate all the pieces together,
Oh,
chop them up, stick them back together again. How many times are you going to have to do that?
I think in total is about 48. We're going to go for a kind of nice checkered alternate. Pretty good.
Leo's giving himself quite a laborious challenge with his end grain coffee table.
Every other strip of end grain has been alternated to create the pattern.
The overall shape of Leo's table is very, very, very sleek. It has to be done to perfection.
Looks easy, doesn't it? Until you get into the mechanics of it, like so.
Also getting stuck into lamination, Nathaniel.
It's massively time consuming. The biggest problem is waiting for the glue to dry, but we'll see what happens.
Like Leo, Nathaniel is gluing end grain of different woods together to create a pattern. But his will be a far more complex design.
When you laminate in this way, you need to have a perfect finish.
Yeah, I'm going to get it really polished. It's going to be like reflective almost, which is going to be really good.
It's a lot of work to do.
A massive amount of work.
You're going to have to be like a train timetable, not a British one, a Swiss one.
Yeah.
Seriously.
Nathaniel's build process is incredibly complex. There are lots of different steps. So this has been glued and cut 3 times so far. I'm going to do one more after this.
Everything relies on that tabletop. It needs to look slick.
It's everywhere. I won't be shaking hands at the angle. I'll shake hands with you and that's it. We're stuck together.
Outside, having stemmed his river flow,
Just put the world supply seal on underneath. Seems to have stopped it.
David's next step is to top up his resin.
I'm confident there's enough ink already in the first pour, so I'm not going to add any more to the second, because what I don't want to do is overcloud it.
Not long ago, I seemed to have all the time, and now I'm getting into a bit of a rush.
Wolfgang's finally turning his side panels,
This is not good.
but there's an issue.
The unevenness there results in the whole thing shaking.
The irregular lamination is causing problems.
I have, by sheer accident, aligned all the sort of thinner ends on one side and the thicker ends on the other side, and then you
with that sort of wobble here. I might have to change plan completely and abort this idea, which is not what I want.
Oh, even more like a smart with bread.
It's the midway stage.
I'm a bit sick of laminating, but it's got to be done.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Oh, I love that. It's so tomatoey.
Some woodworkers are on course for a coffee break.
Oh my word! Finished. I'm pleased with that.
While others are behind.
You know I don't panic in the workshop. The more you panic, the less you do.
I'll be over the moon if I manage to get immunity this time round.
I want to know what to prioritise, stability or beauty. You know what I need this week? Unity.
Would be nice to have immunity today.
Woodworkers, think of me as Cliff Richard. We are going on a little summer holiday away from the workshop to the land of the Skills Challenge. Get away from home, pack your bags. Excitement levels are tangible.
Come on, team. Chop, chop.
Judges, what would you like the woodworkers to do, if you please?
We want you to make as many perfectly formed dice as possible in 90 minutes.
This challenge is not just about volume, we're also expecting exact replication.
The die is cast, tools up, get woodworking.
I'm not entirely convinced that accuracy is my greatest strength.
There are some mathematical minds here that I think this suits very much.
I've never made that before. Fresh. This is a challenge for me.
With just one block of oak,
This is so tough.
the woodworkers must have a game plan.
Everyone can cut squares, but who can do it quickest and who can do it the best?
The judges want replicas of 20mm squared dice, with rounded edges and indented, then painted dots.
This piece of wood is 60 millimeters wide. You're not going to get 3 strips out. So 2 strips is all I'm going to do. This is the center strip, which is right.
Straight lines. I hate straight lines. Being rapid. I reckon that's the name of the game, right?
I just have to take my time and produce some quality dice.
This is a really devilish challenge because we're testing the capacity to create things in volume, but also communication skills.
Precision is probably very important in this challenge.
You want to make sure that you get that quality, and if you rush ahead, you won't get that.
Wonder how many of them will realise that.
Volume, volume, volume.
Just trying to stop the table rocking.
She needs some balance. I've got some good Lithuanian DVDs. Come on, mate. Call on these little badgers.
This is way more challenging than I anticipated.
Okay, woodworkers, 45 minutes left. 45 minutes already on the clock.
That went fast. Jen has a million dice.
With cubes shaped.
I've never used a hand drill before. I don't know which way it goes.
Next job, drilling dots.
Which way around does it go?
Halfway centered in the middle.
With opposing faces adding up to 7.
I can't add up to 7. Oh, it's intense, isn't it? I haven't got time to turn around and look.
Turn around.
Don't tell me what they're doing.
They're all in the nude.
I'm dripping in sweat.
Oh, I've built number 5 into number 6. As it stands right now, I have finished 2 dice.
Around 20. Woodworkers, you need to get painting if you haven't already. You've got 5 minutes left on the clock. I'm tense.
I cannot stop my hands from shaking.
I'm not going to paint them because paint is messy.
This is killing me.
My numbers are not very evenly distributed.
I need to get some finish.
Rustic charm.
This is as many as I'm going to get.
The last roll of the dice, woodworkers. Your challenge is over.
That was intense.
This did not go very well.
So remember, if you win and you go straight through to next week.
Yeah, going for quantity was absolutely not the correct choice.
If they really want perfectly shaped, then I reckon I get a score of 0.
Bosch sponsors Inspired Living on 4.
7 well-known faces are going to find out if prison works. Sharing cells with reformed criminals. Recreating life on the inside.
We're in prison now. This is a new life. This is the jungle. Take your pants off. Now what? Grab that.
People write about scared prison every day, but Tory MP.
Well, I didn't run on the bike.
It is a hell of a thing to do. Sorry to get emotional.
Look on the statistics. It's not working. Wake up, government.
Bangs Up on Channel 4. Stream weekly or watch live Tuesday at 9:15.
Stand Up to Cancer is back. The fight continues. Yuma versus Yuma. Featuring a truly heavyweight lineup going toe-to-toe with the big Lots all-star tag team match. Incredible high-stakes fights. No holds barred. On Channel 4, a night of death-defying comedy. Friday the 3rd of November. Hey look, Morty! I'm a leg! A leg, Morty! Freaking Morty, we're back, baby! One sec.
How long does a society take to collapse?
Let's find out. Have you been drinking on a Thursday?
Well, that last one was just for shock value.
The brand new series of Rick and Morty exclusive on E4. Stream weekly, watch live Tuesday at 10.
Bosch sponsors Inspired Living on 4.
Our 8 woodworkers have replicated as many doors as possible in 90 minutes.
Okay, woodworkers, judgment time is upon us.
But everyone must be perfect to count towards their final tally, with the winner gaining immunity.
Claire, please bring your little dice up.
Solid number 8. Unfortunately, with these ones, they've all got saw marks on them. It's such a shame. They've all got stones in.
These three, though. They're uniform inside, they've got good drill holes, and pretty good painting as well.
Well done, Claire. Thank you.
Tension rising.
David!
Wow.
42?
I went for quantity over quality.
Not seeing the replication. I'm really sorry, David. I think they've all got to go in the bin.
Bin's big enough. You can see there's a lot of inconsistency there.
David, thanks. So they're going in the bin.
No, not surprised.
Such a shame that he's not drilled the holes in that one. Well, I've got to say, this one that is left.
Nathaniel, please bring your dice up.
So,
These three have got quite messy paint.
got these last four, they're pretty decent. Wow, 20, a really good number. And it's a nice uniformity amongst them.
So what happened? Where's the paint? It's so nasty.
No paint. They're all going to go in the bin.
I'll shove them department.
I'm so genuinely proud of them, but never mind.
The quality control, yeah, and like that. They've got 3. That is more than I expected.
Kara, bring up those dice, please.
Okay, I've got neat drill holes, You've managed to get all the paint so neat as well.
This one's got a claw mark on it. That one has to go in the steam.
So overall, Caroline, you've got 6 incredibly consistent dice here. You've done a brilliant job. Well done. So for their precision and accuracy, the winner is Caroline. And won it for immunity. I'm so glad. So glad.
Wow, I really want to prove that I deserve to be here.
How is it about the goal tomorrow?
I'm a little nervous. Immunity would have come in very, very handy today, but I haven't got it, so I'm going to have to come up with a plan.
It's the final day.
Let's do it. I am kind of behind. Standing, boiling, attaching. That's where I am today.
Cautiously optimistic is the way I'm doing this. 6% optimism, 93% terror, and 1% fear.
I'm feeling a bit nervous. I'm going to just end at the last minute. I'm going to talk to the best.
At the end of today,
These 2 legs are going to become the bacon.
the judges are expecting to see 8 spectacular coffee tables.
I could never have imagined that I would be the Welsh countryside meeting bacon.
I ran into some trouble yesterday, and now I'm paying the price.
Overnight, Wolfgang has made a major decision.
So this one's going in the bin. And this is plan B. So starting with those 2 half rings on the outside and putting support struts in here in this shape. This is going to be a race. This is going to be a race. Yes.
Such a bold move at this stage in the game. He focused on the ornament rather than getting a table done. Freaking nightmare.
Magic! That will cost him dear, I think.
Alright, this is the test.
It's the moment of truth for David's Resin River.
Yeah.
Dry.
There you go. Ready for the mitre.
He can cut an edge for the waterfall side panel.
They're like creatures from the blue lagoon, kind of coming out of the murk. Are you pleased with how this has turned out?
It's not perfect, but I think the resin gods are definitely looking after me a little bit.
The resin is finally set. Happy with it.
I'm not. I'm expecting more in a crystal clear Greek Aegean waters that
This is the final stage before I start gluing things in place.
There we go.
With his checkerboard top dry,
I'm going to get a bit of belt sander on this. Get it cut to size.
Leo must cut each end at perfect 45-degree angles for a mitre joint.
Nice and steady. Looking really good.
It's like sort of white but in wood.
I really like it.
Oh, I'm obsessed with it.
For Nathaniel, little concern.
So it's a pretty small table, but coffee tables don't need to be massive. I'm really happy with the way it looks so far.
Wolfgang, what you've done there is you made a cricket table.
A cricket table?
This is the bit that goes on the stumps and your cricket ball.
I never thought of it like that.
Sell it to the judges though, it's a design concept.
As Wolfgang's redesign takes shape,
Just trying to domino my table together. Start to see what it's going to look like. Let's get it flipped.
others are also onto construction.
Oh, the spirit level. Oh, you're allowed a little bit of wobble because it's nature's table. Yeah?
Putting angled table legs is quite complicated.
But more details are going awry for Nate.
It's not going to fit in there, is it? Just stay calm.
I am oiling the bacon, streaky and crispy. Lots of different parts, so they all need to gel well together.
Like any good sandwich maker, she's got all her ingredients. The result's either going to knock us out of the water or it's going to be a disaster.
Yeah, it's a really fine balance. Claire's taking quite a risk with this design. Oh my god.
Okay,
Let's go for that, Fat. Just a little bit of a gap on this side.
Going into meetings, I think just going in, taking your time.
To shape his legs, Nate's turning for the first time.
I'm finding the process very therapeutic. It's nice.
But it's slow going.
Right, what are you on your list?
Let's see. So we only got a few more, yeah.
You've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. One of which is tail ornaments.
Yes.
I'm just gonna start turning my bulb.
With attention turning to ornaments,
So it's going to be candle holder. See if we get joined together.
Jen's making a matching mancala, an ancient Egyptian board game played with pebbles.
Ooh, that's gonna be the game board. I collected loads of little stones this morning.
Oh, they look like my gold stones. It's going to be beautiful candle holders.
If it's got a bad finish, then it just ruins the whole project.
Oh my days. The mayo.
The mayo.
David's behind her.
These are got to be at least one coaster. If I got time, I'll do more than one.
Okay, woodworkers, the hour cometh, and cometh the coffee table. 1 hour left on your coffee table.
Oh, this is not good for me. Not even slightly. That is the last mitre joint I will ever do in my life.
I don't know if I'll be able to turn 3 legs.
I'm gonna cut the letters at 45 degree angle to make sure it looks good. That's heavy.
Jen was perfectly align her huge leg around the top,
No, I'm gonna drill that one slightly further over.
while Nate's making concessions.
So out of my 3 legs, 1 will be turned and the other 2 will be done by the belt time.
I'm salivating.
I don't think there will be any oil or any finish on this because I don't think I'll have the time for that.
That was pretty good.
These are my shot glasses.
I'm not going to lie, Nate. I'm getting loo roll.
I thought it was gonna be fairly straightforward towards the end. 10 minutes to go.
Come on. I'm ready for my decaf fluffy mochaccino full fat cream on top.
Yes.
Care for a little snack?
This is a combination of hard wax oil, white spirit, and sweat.
Is that flush on your side?
Magic glue. Not exactly the table that I wanted, but it's a table.
That's as good as it's gonna get.
Okay, woodworkers. That is time. Coffee time. The big wheel challenge is over. Well done, guys. Oh my days.
2 days hard work and 8 striking coffee tables.
It's difficult to not look at it and see the things that you wish you'd done differently.
My dad was not a drinker, but I think if you saw this coffee table, he'd have a shot.
A bit of gossip humor, I suppose. It's better than like any other people I've ever seen.
Our sponsors, Inspired Living, on 4.
Delicious recipes with just 5 ingredients.
Easy and great value.
Jamie's 5 ingredient meals on Channel 4. Stream weekly or watch live Monday at 8. How's the treat, guys? Brace yourselves for another dramatic week. I really don't think that he's what you want.
Speak to you like you're a child or have a head. That is my opinion. Right, well, shut up then. Why do you have to get angry? Why do you shut up?
A shockwave drops the groove.
Oh my god.
And Denver's flair at the dinner party. My character was attacked. That is not okay. So why am I saying that? This is a treat. Let's be
Don't ruin my relationship with your crew.
Brand new Married at First Sight UK on E4. Stream now on live tomorrow at 9.
I'll see you in the tree.
Follow. I saw a lad of my own age murdered.
I have no idea. There is a smart stream in this.
When you look at his eye, it's like there's nothing in there.
I didn't do it.
True Crime on Channel 4. Stream the collection free now.
Listen carefully and do exactly as I say.
Let's go.
Don't open that door.
It's just out there.
Don't look back. Don't let your guard down. Don't ask stupid questions. Don't scream.
Why are you scared of me?
Let's hope there's nothing to start shining coming up then.
Film Fear continues on Film 4. Stream or watch live throughout October.
We drifted, baby, we drifted!
Carmad Tiny is on the hunt for the best modern classic. Brand new bangers, Mad for Cars on Channel 4. Stream all episodes now. Watch live Tuesday at 10:15.
Bosch sponsors Inspired Living on 4.
Two days' worth of hard graft on their statement coffee tables is over. Now it's down to the judges to decide who's the creme de la creme and who's in for a roasting. Jen's Bauhaus-inspired design features bold geometric shapes, including an enormous turned leg over a vast ash tabletop and matching Mancala board game.
Jen, hi. Wow, it's such an impact. I just love that leg. It looks amazing. Thanks.
When you want a whiff of Bauhaus, you've got a whiff of Bauhaus. It's like a piece of abstract art. We look into it and we see whatever we want to see.
I'm seeing the Fixed Power Station, the cooling tower.
You've got a great eye for design. Now we're talking about details.
Yeah.
The gapping in the side there, so that's the level we're at now.
Yeah, I get that. But overall, you've done a good job.
Leo's lamination of end-grain cherry, oak and maple has created a checkerboard effect across the top. Mitre-jointed side panels and even ornamental candle holder.
Look at this lamination. What an impact your coffee table gives. It's incredible.
You've gone for a very simple design shape, which is probably the right decision because it doesn't really take your eyewear anywhere else apart from that incredible tabletop.
You've got the micro joint at each leg. There is a slight gap at that corner, but overall.
Immune from elimination, Caroline's variety of forage branches are each connected to her contrasting sleek ash tabletop, set off with a trio of rustic candle holders.
Really shows your personality. You brought the woods into the workshop, but I have noticed that you have put some wedges under those legs, and there is a slight bit of wobble in your table as well.
Some of the legs are dancing. They're doing a conga.
One thing that does seem like an afterthought, Caroline, is your ornament.
Obviously, there were some challenges with this as a coffee table. You know, you lost your vision, got lost in the woods.
Nathaniel's complex laminated pattern across the tabletop is made up of 6 different types of wood. He's also turned 3 supporting legs and a bowl.
Well, Nathaniel, it is small for a coffee table.
I think it's a perfectly sized side table.
But it's down to so much skill to get the intricacy of that design realised. Beggars belief.
Beautifully turned legs. You've got a really high shine polish on your tabletop.
Yeah.
The shirt gets lost in the bottom.
It's feeding back.
Nate's coffee table is a tribute to his late dad, with a raised map of Barbados in the centre of a simple circular structure, and one of his 3 legs turned.
I'm so pleased to see you finish table. I was worried at one point that you weren't going to get everything done, and Nate, you turned 1 leg. Didn't quite get there with all 3. That's such a shame.
I like its chunkiness. Look at that chunky feel. Of course, we can see all those little hooks and details that aren't quite right. It is making a statement. It's quite a subtle statement.
Yeah, you could have added in some gilding, some scorching to just really give it some drama.
But you haven't immortalised your dad.
Most definitely.
David's delivered a resin ribbon, complete with shells, running through his oak tabletop, with a waterfall effect on one side panel, and he managed one resin coaster.
The resin set!
Yeah, it did, yeah. but that was a trick. Crystal clear, watered up, perfectly see-through. But you haven't achieved that.
I feel like River Brent.
It looks quite a lot like the Leeds Liverpool Canal, if I'm honest.
I know that you ended up doing 2 pours because some leaked out from the first pour. So having those 2 layers of resin could have caused the murkiness. But we've got this nice joint here, and you've managed to get it fairly neat. And you're showing off the beauty of the wing edge as well.
When you start to touch this, you want to have a completely plain, smooth surface. So that's something to really build on.
I'm still seeing EastEnders. Claire's larger-than-life pop art style BLT sandwich has individual layers of bread, bacon, lettuce, and tomato, topped off with a jar of mayonnaise.
I was super worried about this. I mean, it could have gone either way. But it's a triumph. A complete triumph.
Thank you very much.
Obviously, it's completely crazy. It's completely unhealthy. When I would come up with, a BLT for a coffee table, you have done it, you've realised it.
You've absolutely nailed it. It looks like a BLT. I mean, that is a solid table. That's not going anywhere.
It's a Scooby snack to end all Scooby snacks. I wish it was real.
After ditching his original plan, Wolfgang went with the traditional style, with 2 rectangular pieces of wood separated by 4 turned legs, sitting on circular feet.
You pull back from the brink of disaster. But I think the ghost of the original design sort of haunts this one, doesn't it?
I mean, we asked for an impactful coffee table, and I think you had that with your original design, but I'm underwhelmed by the legs on this one, to be honest.
So am I.
The ornaments, they're incredibly beautiful.
Returning food that's basically bread and butter for me. And in fact, I have another one. Yeah, but I'm afraid it's going to be pear-shaped.
Oh, come on.
Just like the whole project.
Judges, who's up there swinging in the trees and who's struggling in the steps?
Jen's table was something else. She's got a great sense of style and design.
She turned off that incredible leg. What a skill. Who's up there with her?
I mean, this is going to combine opinions, but Claire's table is.
She wanted to be a bit pop-arty, and I think she managed it.
Who do you think might have been struggling in the workshop this week?
I would have said Caroline, but she's got immunity. Quite lucky.
I think David's got to be down there, unfortunately. The woodworkers have improved further.
Wolfgang had a nightmare this week in the workshop.
Woodworker of the week last week, he's really dropped down the rankings this time.
Nate has given us some new skills this week, but the decoration just wasn't there.
Judges, this week feels like it's going to be quite tough.
I've made some fundamental mistakes, but yeah, we will see what the judges think. Yeah.
There's a lot of amazing woodwork today, so I'm going to have to just keep my fingers crossed at this point.
The comments they made were valid. A few cosmetic issues, so we'll see.
Woodworkers, at the beginning of this big build, I asked you to bring some into the workshop, and boy, did you bring it in truckloads. One of you not only bought the, you also bought the, our Woodworker of the Week is Claire. Well done, Claire. Superb. Caroline, well done to you. You won that skills challenge, which means you go straight through to next week. But we all know that we can't take everybody through to next week. So I'm really sorry to say that the woodworker who will not be joining us next week is David. I'm so sorry, David.
I've had the best experience. I'm going to take home a little bit more confidence. I'm looking forward to getting home and getting into my workshop and putting together some of the things that I've learned here.
It's really tough to send David home this time. I think all the woodworkers stepped up a gear and improved, David included. But somebody had to go.
Oh, you did well. In my head, this voice was going around. No, look at those right name. And then she didn't. And yeah, there was this huge relief.
It feels amazing to be Woodworker of the Week. I'm so excited.
Thank you.
For the first couple of weeks, I wasn't sure if I had enough experience to be here, and now I feel like no, I do belong in this competition.
Next time,
What the hell am I doing here?
the woodworkers go big with bookshelves.
Oh, I'm not here to play it safe, you know?
But whose build will stack up?
Is it wrong to love these bits? You love to stick your finger in a wooden hole.
And who will be left on the shelf?
Now, you had a really strong design concept, but I don't think it's translated into the build product.
Our sponsors, Inspired Living on 4.
7 well-known faces are going to find out if prison works. Sharing cells with reformed criminals. Recreating life on the inside.
We're in prison now. This is a new life. This is the jungle. Take your pants off. Now squat. Grab that.
People ride a bus to go to prison every day. I'm a Tory MP.
You're up and running with our bike.
It is a hell of a thing to do. Sorry to get emotional.
Look on the statistic. It's not working. Wake up, government. Banged Up on Channel 4. Stream weekly or watch live Tuesday at 9:15.
Now on Channel 4, as part of our Black and Proud collection, we're looking into the life of the icon that is Little Richard. I Am Everything, which includes strong language, some of which may offend.
Transform your world with Channel 4 Film. Sponsored by Hyundai.
Little Richard, it's now 16 years since you had your first hits. Do you realise that, well, you must realise that at your performances, now there are people who weren't even alive when you first began.
Yes, but I have woken up now. Everybody that wasn't alive when I started and was gone, I have brought the spirit and put it on. No, I'm not. A lot of people say I'm shy. I let it all hang out. Every bit, the love, the gentleness, the tenderness, the kindness. You ain't supposed to hide them. You got it. God gave it. Show it to the world. I need to follow if you will. clothes off. It's just a piano get on it. He's everything. He spit on every rule there was in music.
He created the template for the rock and roll icon.
Sorry, y'all. It wasn't Elvis.
He was like a meteor arriving.
The comet.
Quasar.
His DNA is everywhere.
Oh.
It's like, how do you refer to the air?
Oh.
How do you refer to the sky?
I'm the emancipator. I'm the architect. I'm the one that started it all.
Let it all hang out! With the beautiful little Richard from down in Macon, Georgia. I want you all to know that I am the Prince Liberace. Shut up!
Typically, we speak of legacy in the laudatory. The legacy of Little Richard is complex.
Please,
Watching his interviews over the decades, you can see the various different versions.
I'm not conceding. I'm convinced.
You can see him crafting his legacy, presenting his story over and over again in different ways.
Obviously, all my life, I believe I was one of the first gay people to come out. But God let me know that He made Adam and Eve with Eve, not Steve.
What was his life that he experienced such delight and such terror at the same time?
You know, I would get up on the noise and go pick up my Bible.
It's almost like having a split personality.
He's too much. He's too much for everyone. People wanted to be a thing. Richard really didn't have a thing.
As the progeny, we must understand what kind of spirit he was and how this thing tore him asunder sometimes.
He opened up the weapon. The opening that says something like, we can get to this place, but I may not get there with you.
I'm from a little country town. In Georgia.
Everybody was wondering what was I, who was I, where was I going, but I knew I was there.
I wanted to be a star. When I was a little boy, it wasn't in rock and roll.
Hey, you know, hey, everybody, you know, that was that old thing. Now, I thought that was the best thing I ever heard in my life.
My mother would be in the backyard washing her clothes on what you call a rub roller. There was a lot of blues. Walking down the streets, you would see blacks singing on the guitar. My mother had 12 children. We had small pallets on the floor, and my mother had cooked beans every day, but we could get around. It was 12 kids, you know, a big old pot of rice and collard greens.
My mother was she was so sweet to me. My granddaddy had an old piano, but I couldn't play. I just hit every key, and everybody be back saying, "Oh!"
He was always banging on the piano. Anytime you see him, we would always sneak down there and be looking in the kitchen wondering.
I used to hang out with big brothers, the younger ones, and sisters. His daddy, Charles Bud, was very strict on him. Very strict. He was a minister who owned a small black club and had a bootleg house at the same time.
And people called it black. The black people called it white. So you know, pay for rent.
You didn't want Richard shouting out loud some of the gospel stuff. He wanted him to sing soft.
I wanted to be a minister when I was a little boy.
Macon is known for its churches. It's the conservative religious town. Sundays, his mother would get him up and he'd attend the Baptist church with her at New Hope.
If you sit in the Baptist church, you don't move at all.
And then it would be time for him to go to the AME church with his father.
You sit in the Holy Roller, they don't sit down at all.
All the children would go to this church. I would get there and I would sing. But they wouldn't let me sing that much because I wouldn't stop. And then people started hearing little turns and things in my voice and started to question me. People used to come to me when I was a little boy for me to pray for them. And my mother used to say that you're crazy.
I will say this 100,000 times. The South is the home of all things queer, of the different, of the non-normative, of the other side, of the gothic, of the grotesque. Note that queerness is not just about sexuality, but about a presence in a space that is different from what we require or expect, different from the norm.
You know that connected with Sunday clothes. And so I was taking my mother's Sunday pins, the little chicken things, and put them on my Monday jacket and my Tuesday shirt. I wore my mother's curtain, the sheets, put on some makeup on my face. My dad like killed me.
They called him a sissy, a punk, a faggot.
When he came to town, whites were exposed to him. It was kind of a shock.
My dad didn't like my actions and my ways. I was born deformed from a child. One of my legs was long, one of them was small. And this is my long arm, this is my short arm. It was just, I never did nothing good. He told me to get out of the house, that he didn't want me there no more, that he hated me. And he says that I wanted 7 boys and you're messing it up because I was gay. He put me out.
I can only imagine. I've lived through my versions of that. It's debilitating. It's soul crushing. And it can be deadly.
And her husband actually took Richard in. Let him stay upstairs.
A white club in my hometown called Ann's TikTok.
You know, people think of it as a gay club. It was kind of like the speakeasy. You had to know where to go and how to get in.
I used to play there, and I was singing blues and I was singing gospel.
All in my room. You can get down.
My favorite singer is Sister Roseanne Clark. This black woman could play.
The mother of rock and roll.
There is no other mother. Sister Rosetta Tharpe shifted a lot of what we thought was possible for Black sound outside of Detroit. Is to drum on the piano or on the until you get to the mountaintop. Until you reach the static space. When the spirit comes, it's the rocking and the roll.
One night, Sister Rosetta Tharpe came through. Auditorium, if any of the many people played at the height of their careers. When she worked there, now we're backstage. And I was Sister Rosetta Tharpe song called Strange Things Happen Every Day. And Sister Tharpe said, I have a little boy, he said he could beat me sing. And she brought me out there, my mom said, that's the first time I ever was on stage. And I was out there just screaming and singing.
I had a big carton of milk with a bit of milk in it, and it went off, and I was like, oh god. You know when you pour it and it's like lumps of milk everywhere. Fucking.
I had to get out of there. Because I was ready to shine.
I threw it away and made another cup of tea.
I remember Dr. Hudson medicine check. He was got a snake oil. I was putting the piano.
Well, wait, I can't believe it. I was asleep. I must have been, I think I was dreaming. It was crazy. Yeah.
There is this touring circuit in place. We call it the chicken circuit, where you have very queer Black women traveling through gold-plated seats, singing dirty blues and death buckets.
I should have smashed my face. I'm kind of hot. You know what I mean? I'm like, oh my god.
Her stuff should make me blush today.
I'm on fire.
Not be surprised that Little Richard as Princess Lavona is possible and happens at that point in time.
I mean, this is something that is a fact, but it's often not remembered at that time. There would be and Little Richard not only sang and performed in shows, he also performed in drag.
Sugar put Sam from Alabama.
We had a stage persona called Princess Lavon. Is it Lavon? And so he would put on makeup, wear a dress, and he would perform as a woman.
Homosexuality is illegal. Cross-dressing is illegal.
It was seen as acceptable only because of the context.
You know, this is happening late at night. People are drinking, and it allows for the lines of reality to become soft and for people to imagine and to conjure.
So this traveling world was crucial, particularly for any gender non-conforming queer performer who maybe didn't really feel welcome in their home or home community.
I was working in Atlanta, Georgia at the Royal Peacock. And I met a singer named Billy Wright. He wore green shoes, green and gold shoes. I never seen a man dressed like that. I idolized him. It wasn't his voice that got me. I liked the way he looked.
Billy Wright. He had the high pompadour,
The pancake makeup.
the mascara, the little pencil mustache. he was also openly gay.
I had already started wearing the hair, but when I saw him, I started sweeping it back on the side.
And then Penny helped Richard get his first record deal.
They recorded me in the lobby of the radio station.
I used to have a flat top. My mum would get us all sorted out with short back and sides. But actually, when I used to go get my hair sorted, it was a flat top.
Richard said for the first time in his life, his father was proud of him. And Buck Benjamin actually welcomes Richard back into the family home.
One night I was sitting all night and watch people get off the bus, you understand. And he got off. I said, oh, boy. He said, I play piano. I said, I sing. So we got together.
He had a flamboyant, wild child style. He would stand up while playing piano.
You used to play piano, really.
Taught him how to play piano.
He's a hard guy to get along with, but he taught me how to play.
You don't know how mad that is to be a piano man. I mean,
I think when people talk about Billy Wright or Escarita's influence, they're like, oh, well, Richard just stole his whole swag.
I could never play a piano, but I'd put a piano everywhere. All over Somerset and London, pianos everywhere.
The mirrors that come into your life to show you who you really are.
Sounds so sad. Ain't that sad?
Dun, 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 dun.
Make me cry. That was my daddy's favorite song. It's called Chain of Love.
Richard told his father he could help take care of the family financially, but he didn't have a way to get around.
I used to love watching not watching, listening to the customers when they're playing the piano.
Richard's best friend, Sean.
Some of the customers were amazing, really cool.
In order to help support his family, he's a dishwasher at a Greyhound bus station.
I was making $15 a week. And couldn't eat in the restaurant while I was fixing the stuff.
I had Graham when I was looking after that family. That family, right? Kim Dayton, she got 2 puppies, little tiny Grahams, right? And we had 1 each. And but when she couldn't handle my mum, and she got moved to Millbrook. And I was walking down to her house in Millbrook, and she goes, "Oh, your dog died, cancer, and we had it put down." I goes, "Really?" And she goes, "Yeah." And I goes, "Oh well." But I helped them until they moved to Millbrook, and then I didn't bother anymore. I did walk down to Millbrook to see if they're okay and all that, and they was okay and all that.
I said, Richard, let me tell you one thing. I got holes in my shoes. I'm about 2 weeks behind. Hotel room. We had a decent deal in weeks. He said, "Oh, that's okay, honey. I'll take care of it." That was like magic to me. You got my drum out pawn shop. Villas and Boulder Bag to Macon, Georgia. The first $5 a day for Little Richard. We'll be $15 a night. The guarantee us.
Little Richard and his upstairs.
I was in Augusta, Georgia, and Richard came over with all his makeup and his loud suit.
I'd never seen anybody like Richard. He had run into Lloyd Price. Big hit record with Lloyd was Claudia.
7-inch singles.
He said, "I want a car just like that. I want to get out of Georgia. You got to help me." He says, "Make a demo and send it to Art Roof at Specialty Records." Of course, the rest of it is history.
There's a piano.
Ladies and gentlemen, good evening. Mr. Ali, you're now going to hear Little Richard and his family.
I've been in pubs, clubs, churches.
Art Roof and his sweetheart, Rose Blackwell.
Oh.
Listened to Little Richard's demo. Didn't think much of him. But Richard was constantly pestering the secretaries and and the persistence paid off. Ruth said, okay, meet him down in New Orleans. He's playing down there. Do a session at Cosimo's with him.
New Orleans.
Went back to the furniture store in Ramparts. That's where we were.
I gotta tell you the way it was. Yeah, I gotta tell you.
I was beautiful. It wasn't used to being around no young, good-looking guy like me.
God damn. You was black. He says, yeah, I'm black. And then them days it was alright actually. He was pretty cool.
They wanted me to sound like Ray Charles and B.B. King. I'm all alone. I'm all alone.
I'm not really. I'm not a horrible man. I'm not racist or nothing. But I do get pissed off, you know, like because sometimes it's like fucking hell. And it was terrible to be sectioned so much all them years.
So they take a lunch break. They go over the Dewdrop Inn.
My freedom was gone. It was crazy.
Hanging around. There was a piano. And that was when I began.
And there was a piano because I put it there. Yeah. No, not really. But I did put a lot of pianos in a lot of places. I mean, it's crazy.
They didn't know that I play piano. So I started.
They're going to play the piano. That's great.
But the lyrics to Tutti Frutti are about anal sex. They're about penetration.
Mom's ears prick up. He says, that sounds like it could be a hit. But the lyrics
Pianos are amazing.
they never get airplay on the radio. So he spots Dorothy across the room.
It was a national curriculum. Schools, you know, they have pianos and all that, and they tell the families to actually get a piano at home. And we'd get calls, and it was crazy. We were busy all the time.
Channel 4 film. Sponsored by Hyundai.
Channel 4, yeah.
A leg, Morty! Rick and Morty, we're back, baby!
One sec. How long does a society take to collapse?
Let's find out.
I said to Headway, the man that come and took me out Tuesday, I think it was, to Poppins restaurant, and he had dinner and I had dinner. And I said, you know Jamie Black, a black man, right? And he goes, yeah, I kind of know him, yeah, sort of. I thought that's great, because I've not seen him for a while.
10 talented carpenters will chisel it out to be crowned Britain's ultimate woodworker.
Oh my god, I thought that was a takeaway.
He'd go and see Kim next door to my mum's. He was a social worker. And he wouldn't do nothing. He'd just turn up.
Join me, Joe Brown, Tom Allen, and our host.
I used to go to Shirley to get some pennies out of the NHS. Not the NHS, social services. I'd go into the office and ask for petrol money. When I was looking after the family. They wouldn't give me much money, really.
Competitive B&B owners. I know. Let's hope they're ready for the revamp. Now airing weekdays at 6. Oh, I see. There's no TV, madam. 4 Red on Channel 4. Stream or watch live weekdays at 6.
I saw my own age.
I got a pot of noodle.
Is this monster?
Yes.
you look at his eye, it's like there's nothing in there.
True Crime on Channel 4. Stream the collection free
I'm
now.
burning up. I'm really hot already. I'm not really hot. Oh my God.
Sponsored by Hyundai.
So they go back to
Oh.
the session in the afternoon. Richard on the piano.
I knew right off the bat it was different. When he said, "Wop, bop, loop, bop, bam," I said, "What?"
Wop, bop, loop, bop.
And they did a couple of takes. He sends it back to Roop, and Roop said, "Yeah, this is different, man."
But nothing not like it, and I was scared because they nobody sound like that. I said, man, they gonna laugh at me.
Put it out, and it.
One night I was sitting at the house in Macon, Georgia, my mom and them, at WLAC from Nashville, Tennessee, Gene Noble. He said, we got a new record by a guy called Little Richard, and it's taking this country by storm. He says, it's the most requested record we ever had. I said, no, that's me. They didn't know I was Little Richard. I said, that's me, bud. I said, I'm a star. She said, shut your mouth, boy. I said, oh, I'm a star. This black music was so intense. It was so full of power and rhythm. It was so full of fervency.
That's a piano playing. It's crazy.
So like the Big Bang, a shot out of a cannon. It's so explosive. It's so ferocious. It just sounds like nothing else.
When I was in all these section units, I was all right because I had all these piano days in my head. All the people playing pianos all over the country in my head.
All of this
It was great. I mean, I'm glad I had all that in my head. It was crazy.
desire to be erotically free, put it into a musical form that people could feel.
NHS, they treated me terrible. They really treated me bad.
There is music, and then there's black music. When black people make music, it's pejoratively characterized and classified as race music.
Black people still getting played on white stations even at that time.
Yeah, but you know what? The kids found it.
We're going to hit you with one of the top vocal groups in the nation.
Part of that change has to do with the rise of independent DJs, of transistor radios, which are in cars. And so you have white kids driving in cars with new transistor radios, listening to DJs who are playing black music, which has previously been underground.
There's a horror company in Northern, and we used to have their Transit Lutons, Ford Transit Lutons, and I said to them, I said, right, this is it. You got to get me radios. I want radios in all these vans. And I made sure we had all the vans, we had them all fitted with radios. And
Listened and loved all black music in teenage Baltimore.
We haven't always had teenagers.
yeah.
The concept of the teenager really didn't exist per se in the way that we know it now.
This music is kids. There's a freedom being a teenager. You should experiment. You should be different. And then you're supposed to grow up and get back into the normative box. But Little Richard is the icon for that next generation of teens who's like, oh, we're not getting in the box.
Imagine if I want dealing with pianos, right? There'd be loads of pianists not playing the piano.
Looking to sign artists who can speak to this underground black music that is becoming popular with white kids.
They didn't want that black image over their kids. They didn't want the white kids to look at this big old green black guy singing and screaming and beating and screaming. They said, no, no, no. And so what they did was they said, go put the blacks on it.
I had a customer and he asked me, he goes to me, what are you going to do when you finish buying and selling pianos? And I said, I don't know. I ain't got a clue. I didn't realise I was going to be sectioned for 18 years.
No contest there, no matter what race you are. This was a common practice, and it says something profound about American culture that I think is still true. That black music is the wellspring of American popular music, but at the same time, these are industries and societies that very often do not value black creators or want the blackness toned down.
I was very disgusted because I was just coming on the scene and all the white girls were screaming over me, and the system didn't like it. I was not supposed to be the hero for that kid.
And here the feeling person is the man who made it ahead.
Did you know that Elvis Presley and Pat Boone sold more of Tutti Frutti than I did?
Don't forget, Bumps and Richard were going to sell a million or 1.5 million records if Pat Boone recorded that song, for which they would be paid as songwriters.
I was getting a 0.5% a record, which was very low.
There were lots of shenanigans at that time with royalty payment.
I didn't understand the concept. All I wanted to see was Little Richard when I saw that record. I got a contract. I didn't read nothing more. That's my house right down the left side. That's the first house I ever bought right there. Especially records gave me the best. My mother and my brothers and sisters, so we in South California. It was just beautiful to have an opportunity to live in a home like this. It was a joy to give them something that I never had before.
That's where I met Richard.
Because of me, there was loads of pianists, people playing pianos. It was
We
crazy.
don't terrorize. I look like a girl. And he was just
There wasn't just me. There was a few of us, a couple of us. Actually, I can't remember what their names are now.
came out in a big cake. I would drop their cake to the
Oh.
I was shaped a certain way. And they had some
But I'll be up and I'll be down the warehouse at 10 o'clock.
turned out like that. Me and you would have kicked it a long time.
And I'll be out selling pianos.
I went to his house and I met his mother. And that
Oh.
delighted me. She was such a beautiful
Oh.
person. She knew who he was and what he was. And she loved him in spite of it.
She loved him. Well, they loved me as well.
Richard was back in New Orleans for a recording session, and he insisted upon using his road band instead of these creme de la creme musicians in New Orleans.
We got the work going so fast that Pat Boone couldn't get his mouth together to do it. He couldn't get that rhythm right. So
I'm going to be dead one day.
Bonjour Sally became
I'm going to be gone.
and it actually became a gold record, sold 1 million copies.
Little Richard has an incredible string of hits.
Tutti Frutti, Good Golly Miss Molly, Long Tall Sally, Sipping on Cider, Jenny,
I'm listening to the piano play. Lose you.
The first songs that you love that your parents hate is the beginning of the soundtrack of your life. And in my case,
Now, how would they be if they never had a piano? That'd be crazy, wouldn't it?
fuel to rebel.
They wouldn't be able to sing, would they? I mean,
Definitely stole some Little Richard records. I can't remember which because I stole lots of records.
Just on the level of piano alone, Little Richard is doing something that's really innovative and really fascinating. He's
Little Richard playing the piano.
Right on his right hand.
On his right hand.
Was influenced by hearing the piano playing of Ike Turner.
I wish I could play the piano.
Ike Turner played on one of the most defining tracks of early rock and roll music, Jackie Brenston's Rocket 88. Ike Turner's.
I could never play the piano. I did try, but it's impossible.
Little Richard was really inspired and said, I want to do that. But he's doing it in this raucous tempo. The percussion actually had to try to keep up with his right hand.
What time I believe the joy? So went to the train station, Richard. They said the train pulled off.
Little Richard, don't you?
No drummer but playing that kind of beat before.
Of course, on top of all of this is Little Richard's incredible voice, right? That sort of preacher, gravelly, hardcore sound. You can hear Brother Joe May, who Little Richard was deeply influenced by.
You can hear Clara Ward as well as Marion Williams. But he isn't only the amalgam of these different references. He isn't just a collection of things. There is something that he does that makes this gumbo musical experience as uniquely his own.
I was unique.
When I played my first date, they had me on this tour called the Top 10.
I was the piano man on your doorstep.
Laverne Baker, but all of the bottom sounds added attractions. And in the tour was
If you want that piano upstairs, I'll put it upstairs. Wherever you want it, I'll put it.
Nobody could follow him, so he had to close the shows everywhere he played.
Everybody was afraid of me. I was unpredictable. They didn't know what I was going to do. I would go up in the balcony of the auditorium and I would hide. And when they would say, "Go, Richard," I would jump out the balcony and the promoter would go, "Oh!" And everybody would be hollering and screaming.
Man, playing with Little Richard heaven on earth. And he was so hot. We played something like 5 nights a week, 2 or 3 shows a day.
Remember, in the 1950s, there's legal segregation. Black kids are not able to listen to music in the same spaces as white kids.
Black and white musicians weren't allowed to play together.
They had one night for white and the next night for African American. But the white kids would come to the black kids concert too, as spectators.
The white people started leaping over the balcony and they got down with the black. My music broke down the walls of segregation.
There's something about this music that made black and white kids want to be together.
There are artists before Little Richard who are able to cross over. Fats Domino, somebody who's also very much responsible for the early rock and roll, who was not threatening to a lot of young white kids. But Little Richard was danger. Little Richard is somebody who represented a complete upheaval of the existing social system. He was singing about sex, and he was singing about graphic sex. At the time, you weren't allowed to talk about graphic sex in the way that we are today in popular music, and so you had to code it.
I mean, good golly, Miss Molly, you sure like the ball. I mean, I don't know what anybody else thinks it means, but I knew what it meant. He could project sex without being threatening.
All my band boys had a makeup kit.
Oh.
They makeup. He said, you didn't have to wear your hair all curl if you didn't want to. The option. I did it. He said in the beauty shop. I was with my leg caught, but I got a cigarette on my mouth. Really? We wasn't together. Richard was on gay.
Everybody was looking beautiful. Everybody was glamorous. They looked good.
early 20th century where it was chic. If you were chic, you had like really good hair, good skin, good makeup, you know, eyelashes, whatever. Like the girls went crazy.
I used to go to the hairdressers, right, in Sholing. I used to go to the hairdresser and say, how do I look? Do I look okay? Do you need to cut my hair? Do you need to do anything? And they would look and see if my hair was okay. And then I'd go and see all the customers.
And gay, and talented, and loud. But the one thing they wrote about you when you came on, you were absolutely 100% sure of yourself. Where did your confidence come from? See, it wasn't just a gay thing. What it was is to be black and to work for white girls, I had to look that way. If I didn't wear makeup and look feminine, I could work the white clubs. They would let me to the restaurant. You weren't a threat. Yes, I wore it all. From Wawa to Woo Woo. I had it all on me. Sometimes Woo Woo. It's a whole Richard. Ain't nothing to him. Ain't a thing to it. And when James back from there, so you better watch that boy.
You know, intuitively, it doesn't really quite make sense that the way that you would like, make yourself more safe in America that era is by exaggerating your queerness, right?
I said, Richard, aren't you afraid of people thinking that you're different? And he said, no, I don't give a damn what they think.
I know the evil feeling that you feel when you sing with the beat. That two-beat pattern is the music brought to the United States of America by the communist conspiracy to corrupt teenagers.
They means by which the white man and his children will be driven to the level with a nigger. It is our music.
That boy gonna come to town singing that black music and gonna run our children crazy.
We ran out of town. Couple of places.
I just heard the word nigger. What the fuck?
This is a radical time.
This is the same moment as Emmett Till.
Bunch of white guys will follow you hanging on the street.
So what's revolutionary about this black exuberance is this capacity to own the right to be in the world that gets Emmett Till murdered.
I remember doing shows where people would throw things at us on stage. You were driving a lot at night from one town to the next, and you wanted to stop for gas, but you were not welcome. Being run out of restaurants at gunpoint because you walked in the wrong door.
You could get thrown in jail for having long hair. It happened to Little Richard in Texas.
Richard was arrested many times.
I had the police to take me off stage in Augusta, Georgia, a few miles from my hometown, and beat me with black
I just read the newspapers, right, and it says Negro. Neegro. Negro. God damn.
Challenges, sometimes simply existing, is a revolutionary act.
We built a hell of a highway, and people are still driving on. That's right, and they ain't paying no toll. No.
This is before the height of the civil rights movement in the 1960s. They are concerned that the old order of the day, the relationships between black and white teenagers, is going to become something that they can no longer contain.
I sold pianos to black people and white people.
I used to go see all the rock and roll movies. The Girl Can't Help It was the very first time I actually saw him live singing. It made the music even 1,000 times better than it already was for me. He was gay, but I didn't really know that then. I didn't know it was different. He just became part of my identity. And Little Richard's mustache, I wear to this day for over 50 years in a twisted tribute to him. And so The Girl Can't Help It spread the word of rock and roll to places that it hadn't quite gotten to yet.
The film came to Britain, and it was so different from anything that I'd heard or seen. He was giving me more confidence that that's what I wanted to do. Because of the rock and roll films, Little Richard became one of the main characters in rock and roll. You know, there was Fats Domino, Chuck Berry, Elvis Presley, and Jerry Lee Lewis, and then, of course, Little Richard.
You know, it's like the big five. But Richard was
Elvis Presley, yeah.
Was there a lot of sex going on?
Oh, yes. Oh, night and day, all night.
I slept with over 1,400 women.
I had all these orgies going on. Somebody like to masturbate.
I didn't have time to sleep with all the women. I remember one woman, I was being upstairs and she was sat right next to me. It was crazy. She was so close, it was amazing.
I didn't refuse nothing. If you knocked on my door and I wanted more, for sure. Oh,
Well, I had one of my guys with us. He was in the van waiting to go and all that. And I was doing a receipt and everything. And the lady was right next to me who was mad. It was. I could have said, "Oh, right, give me an hour and I'll be upstairs with this lady."
He said, "I want you."
But I was so keen to get run to the next customer and just keep selling pianos. It was great.
She's a wonderful girl. You know, she's beautiful. She's loving. She's kind. But Angel is a girl. She just enjoys sex, and everybody does.
I said, "Oh, when you started screwing women?"
Well, he slept with me. And I guarantee I'm all woman.
No one's going to sleep with me with my stomach the way it is. It's terrible. My stomach is wrong. It's not right, you know.
And someone came over to me and told me, little Richard wants to meet you. My response was,
I blame Matt's Bakers and also the NHS section units with all the medication and all that shit.
I have to stand up. He asked me to marry him.
And Dr. Courtney, with his power, sitting there looking pretty fucked up.
First time I was on my own.
I got his picture and I say, "What? He's no one. He's a piece of shit." He was always shaking my hand all the time.
It was not going to come up now. It will come up eventually.
I was at home and he sent me a letter, and then they fucking loads of NHS turned around on my doorstep, fucking took me into Marbury Lodge. And they give me the depot injection.
Featuring a truly heavyweight lineup going toe-to-toe with the big
NHS owe me fucking loads of money. Little bastards. That's why I've got the family friend caps. Because I'm giving them to people, right? The Real Stone Raver caps, I'll give them free. I got Deliveroo and I was having food delivered to my home. And everybody was getting a free cap.
Life doesn't wait.
But because it's a family friend caps, it needs to go to people like social services or someone that's looking after a family. And they need to listen to my words, which is treat, defeat, anxiety, and upset. If you can say them words, you get a cap. And you can look after a family. Because you will treat them. You'll learn how to treat people well. It's what you do. It matters.
Well, let me show you my lair. Join me on board with some of my famous friends. Let's go make. And I was trying to keep a huge exhibition board on track. Not that many people come and play the trains with me, sir. A brand new series of little trains and big names with Pete Waterman on More 4. Stream or watch live Thursday at 9.
There's a cultural phenomenon happening right about now. Yeah, that's old VW that now hits the street.
Conrad Tiny is on the hunt for the best of the bangers. Going head to head with Naomi Schiff to discover which modern classic wins top spots.
There's no way she's here.
Brand new bangers map on Channel 4. Stream all episodes now. Watch live Tuesday at 10:15. Channel 4 film. Sponsored by Hyundai.
I had been a flash
All in.
for 2 years. In fact, you could just call me the living flame. I was at the height to make the big money. They had me on this tour going to Sydney, Australia. The engines of the plane that turned red, really red. To me, I thought the plane was on fire.
He feels and sees that angels are holding the plane up. He's overcome by this vision and he's overcome by fear.
Then, after arriving in Sydney, I was appearing there in the stadium. And this ball of fire came over the stadium. I've always told my little boy that the world was going to end. And it was frightening, you know. I just felt that God was speaking to me.
Later, they say this is Sputnik, but it doesn't matter. Little Richard said he saw a fireball after angels were holding up the plane, period. He's like, I gotta cut this tour short. I need to get out of here.
After these dates, I'm going to stop saying, I'm going with the Lord. One of the band boys said, if you're serious, throw your rings in the water. We got on the ferry and I threw them in the ocean.
We knew he was a rock and roll star. Why would he be coming to Oakwood? Word spread, he's not coming to give a concert. He's coming as a student.
Oakwood was the premier black Seventh-day Adventist school. Very conservative.
So I'll be a student.
I was a little boy. My mother was.
Yeah, I'll be a student.
I was old enough to know who he was, but we didn't have rock and roll on campus. It was a sin to listen to Richard's music.
1895.
He gave his testimony.
A student.
He said he saw himself in hell. He said he knew he wasn't ready to see the Lord. But what he was singing and how he was behaving, he called it devil music.
The Lord is coming soon, and I want to dedicate my life to God. And I want to study so I can help the other people that are doing wrong where they can be saved.
Oh, I'm so fat.
He actually said if you have any of his records, he would buy them back. And he was going to have a bonfire. He burned the records, cut his hair. We just accepted him as a normal student. Little Richard lived in a dorm. He always had on his
I'm so fat, I can't believe it.
and he had a big Bible that he carried with him. And if you saw him coming, you knew you might get stopped if you prayed with him. I liked it. He had a real burden for the salvation of souls. And he liked to tell his story.
He liked to tell his story. I like to tell my story.
This is the beginning of his period with gospel music.
Little Richard, don't you? I'll never walk alone. Oh.
His vocal performance is so dramatically different.
Nobody's written a book about me.
I'm like, you ain't
And I've not written a book about me.
like Sister Rosetta Tharpe doing. Maybe that was him trying to be silly.
He said that the Bible would be his only love. He was a caring, loving person, and I was very proud of that.
Even in this sphere of sacred music, he names an album the king of gospel singers, staking his claim for where his voice fits in the pantheon of gospel singers.
The king of the gospel singers.
Ernestine, and they got to be close as friends, and she wanted to marry him, and he married her.
We were married at Richard's home in Los Angeles.
I've never been married.
It was a very quiet, private service. I didn't know anything about Richard before I met him. I sneaked away and listened to some of his songs. Richard was the kind of husband that most women would want for a husband. Always positive, loving, and caring.
I think Little Richard wanted to do God's will, but he lived a high lifestyle. He had a nice home that he bought for his mother and his family, and church wasn't paying him. He wasn't an ordained minister. He needed money.
I need money.
I was in a band called Sounds Incorporation. We're told that we're going on the road and we're back in Little Richard. We're all saying, this is beyond belief. We all figured that he'd retired and we wouldn't hear of him again. All I can assume is Don Arden told Richard it was a gospel tour. There's a rehearsal called. He had a sweater on him. I didn't recognize him. So, we're not quite sure what to expect the first night. So the band's riffing. Now for America, ladies and gentlemen, we have Little Richard. And he's not on stage. He's not there. From the balcony, we hear, I am an Adam Mom. Eyes wide open and a cape. And he jumps off the balcony, ran up to the stage, and I was rocketed into the fifth dimension. I wasn't of this earth anymore. All of a sudden, Richard jumped off the piano, lay on the floor as if he was dead. Is there a doctor in the house? Is there a doctor in the house? Richard wake up all of a sudden.
He jumps off a piano and he's on the floor. Saying, is there a doctor? You should try NHS. They've got fucking loads of doctors.
Escalated into a full-blown riot in the theatre. People have wrecked the seats. The police dogs are called. I remember coming off of that and thinking, now this is rock and roll.
Brian Epstein brought me to Liverpool, and when I walked in, he said, Richard, I got 4 guys. Would you mind taking a picture with my group? And they was nervous. He said, I never met no one famous before.
Well, the last day of school, we used to bring our guitars and I used to stand on the desk and do Little Richard.
It's hard for people to imagine how thrilled the 4 of us were. We were just almost paralyzed.
The Beatles. I used to sing the Beatles.
I took them with me to Hamburg, Germany, to the Star Club.
That place was magical. Wildness, debauchery, if you wanted it. Richard just absolutely makes out. Leather pants, the male stripper gear he had.
Little Richard's organist was Billy Preston.
One night, George said, well, come on out here and play the organ with us, I said, no, because Bill Richard would get mad, because he's the star.
Hamburg, that was the real time we got to know Little Richard. We used to say, is it true you threw all your wings off the bridge? Well, of course it's true, child.
Paul McCartney.
Disciples in the dressing room.
I'd see Paul on the side of the stage more than the rest of the band.
All my screaming numbers were to do with him.
Paul was the one that wanted to do the house. I said, well, he would say, woo, 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 the next thing you know,
it was one of our first tours, and we were opening.
Where's my phone?
We were basically.
I'm sure I can hear my phone.
Much. I would be by the side of the stage like every night to watch him.
Oh, there's my phone. No, it's not my phone.
English bands. They were very static. Watching Richard you don't have to stand there. Use the whole stage. Richard would work.
Oh, yes.
Get them up out of their seats.
Curry's had just paid me. Curry's had just given me £176.24.
30 dates, so I saw the Richard 30 times.
That's great.
Later on, I realized he was like doing church in the.
Oh, look at that. That's great.
Basically.
I've got money. I'm all right now.
Now to finish off with Little Richard's Long Tall Sally.
Curry Group Limited.
Ooh, baby.
Suddenly, you have black artists who are displaced from the charts. The innovations that they have brought have been stylized and adopted by others who generate way more success than they are able to. In America, Little Richard is nowhere near where he was in the mid-1950s.
This happens to a lot of black artists. Going back to teenagers as fickle consumers, we want fresh deliverers of the innovation.
You and Chuck have kind of taken England by storm. How do you feel about other people borrowing your material?
Well, Dick, I must be truthful. I'm very grateful to know that my material is the type of material that the entertainers today would like to use.
He had a good body of work. He had graduated to the level of show business where you don't need a hit record to continue to work.
He and Ernestine are divorced, and he was back to his old lifestyle. He called up Bubs and says, I want to change my image. I want to come out loud and gaudy as the living flame.
We had a steamer trunk full of these outfits, tassels and flamboyant, pretty material, and we played with everybody. But no matter where we went, Richard stole the show. One time in Atlantic City, Janis Joplin was killing the audience. She had gotten about 7 standing ovations, and she literally passed out. And I'm standing there saying, man, Richard's in trouble. Richard told me, get back in the limousine, go back to the hotel, and bring me my mirror suit. They cut off all the lights. They put the spotlight on him, and he spun around like a glass ball. And those lights went everywhere. And Janis Joplin, I can still see her face. And she said, oh my God. Richard told all of them.
I want you all
Little Richard was the first thing I remember. And as far as rock and roll was concerned.
One time, Elvis came backstage, and Elvis said, well, Richard, don't you ever worry about anything. You will always be the true king of rock and roll.
He would always be the king of rock and roll, and I would always be the piano man.
Why is it, Richard, after 26 years in the business, you're as big, if not bigger than ever? What's the secret of success?
I think it's because I've been really doing it. You know, the Bible says you shall know the truth and the truth shall make you free. I've been free. Like it's beautiful, beautiful every day. Shut up. Look at the beauty. How you doing? Shut up.
Little Richard popularized the phrase "shut up."
The first time I said that I was in Las Vegas, they didn't like the way I looked. You know, they said, we don't want this man on our stage. You know, I didn't have on no suit, no tie, and all this beauty was just shining forth. People accepted from me for some reason. You know, I travel over the world, and I think they can look at me and see that I'm a love child.
You went into the ministry.
I don't think you could imagine almost any other rock star being able to get away with "shut up."
Anybody looking at Little Richard in the throes of his career could tell you that this man was definitely not straight. He was certainly queer in all of the senses of what that term means. But he rarely spoke about it openly, and that was where the complication came.
I'll be honest with you, there were times I went and slept in the bathtub because the rest of the suite was full of naked people. He'd be sitting there with the Bible right there beside him. And every now and then he quoted, we had prayer every day.
If you have that drummed into you since you're a child, secular music, that's the devil's music. It can't be much fun for the people involved in it, like Richard, like Sister Rosetta Tharpe.
Everybody was into the excess.
It got so hectic during concerts and television and every other thing. One day, I was getting ready to go on the stage, and I was so tired. And a friend of mine introduced me to cocaine.
73 and 74, they would come into my room asking for money that I couldn't account for. And I knew where it was going. I didn't stick around much after that.
I was just doing everything. PCP, cocaine, heroin.
He just wasn't the person I knew anymore.
One night I was appearing at Magic Mountains, and a friend of mine called to come to see me. He was 21 years old. He never did arrive. He had gotten shot. Later on that night, he died.
I had another friend of mine that I went to his house to get some cocaine. He fell dead. Another friend of mine, some fellas put in a trunk and cut him up with a butcher knife. My brother Tony said, Richard, I want to borrow some money. And I had an engagement in Miami, Florida. I said, Tony, when I get back, I'll let you have it. When I got back, instead of going with Tony, I met a man. We went to the hotel to have a party. The next morning, somebody pushed a note up under my door, said, your brother's dead.
That's great.
I tell you, you talking
Oh,
about
I'm
Bible.
just trimming
I've been
that.
over where it wasn't a Bible. God is talking to me through my brother's death and all of my friends that died right on the road. Oh, God. So Lord, please help me. Please save me.
It's me. It's me, oh Lord. I am standing.
It started me to thinking more seriously about my life than I've ever thought.
Standing in the need of prayer. Not my mother.
Open my Bible to Mark 8:36 and 37. Therefore, what shall it profit a man if he should gain the whole world and lose his own soul?
But it's me, oh Lord, yeah. I am standing in the need of prayer.
And the only rock I got now is the rock, Christ Jesus.
That's right. That's
Well,
better.
it's all gone. Oh, that beautiful city where Jesus is waiting. I said, well, Lord, can I sing rock and roll and do both of them? God says, you got to be all for me. Let me go.
When Tony died, it really affected Richard. He didn't want to be one of those who would die and burn in hell. That's the way we were taught.
I'm just so glad that God was able to clean me up and wash me up, and thank you, Lord. I'm not gay now, but I was gay all my life. I believe I was one of the first gay people to come out. But God let me know that he made Adam and Eve, not Steve.
Oh God, I came to save me. I'm homosexual. Oh God, I'm not just a good guy. I'm unnatural. I like men. Not only did he take me from no.
Richard continued his tour, and he's renouncing his queerness even more fervently than before.
There's harm to communities to have somebody speaking on a public stage in that way.
I feel he betrayed gay people by saying he's not. But I do understand. You're not strong enough to take it. I understand that.
Especially a person like Little Richard who had so much to hold.
As I look around, I can see so many people.
When I hear his passionate singing at this time, especially at the NBA telethon, it's hard to tell how much is running towards God versus running away from himself.
But I realize that I should be grateful, also grateful.
I think of how Little Richard fared as a young person. As a kid who came from a church family,
Yeah, Dave, I think.
who was black and queer and femme and disabled, and who'd been bullied by not only other kids, but also his father.
There's a lot of violence that attends trying to live a queer life. Here is the one and only Little Richard.
I guess he held himself responsible for the degradation he figured that he brought to the world, and yet what he brought us was freedom.
You ain't supposed to hide nothing. You got it. God gave it. Show it to the world. No, I don't want to hide. I look.
He was very, very good at liberating other people through his example. He was not good at liberating himself.
I thank God for that he gave, that my God gave. There is someone worth all that I
am. Channel 4 film. Sponsored by Hyundai.
That's it for the trade.
I saw a lot of my own age murdered.
They have no idea there is this monster in your midst.
When you look at his eye, it's like there's nothing in there.
I didn't do it.
True Crime on Channel 4. Streaming the action from now. Times are changing for our competitive B&B owners.
Where's biscuits?
I know. Let's hope they're ready for the revamp. Now airing weekdays at 6.
Oh, I see.
What's his culture?
There's no TV in the room. 4 in a Bed on Channel 4. Stream or watch live weekdays at 6.
Bake Off's back. So join me, Joe Brown, Tom Allen, and a host of famous faces to get all the gossip from the latest baker to leave the tent.
And we'll be sharing your incredible home baking attempts. It's like looking in a mirror.
Bake Off an Extra Slice on Channel 4. Stream or watch live Thursday at 8.
Join me, Matt Baker, taking my mum and dad on more epic adventures.
The old caravan back on the road.
Yay!
Exploring England's glorious north.
Gorgeous. This is my country!
Hello, Yorkshire upside down.
Unravelling our great British
Beautiful, isn't it? Jesus was your great uncle.
Yes, we've gone downhill ever since.
and creating precious memories along the way.
I think that must be your dad letting off steam.
I really enjoyed it, son.
A new series of Matt Baker travels with Mum and Dad on More 4. Stream or watch live from Monday at 9.
That's cool.
Woodworkers, tools up, get woodworking.
10 talented carpenters will chisel it out to be crowned Britain's ultimate woodworker.
Oh my god, I thought that was a takeaway.
It's
That's great.
handmade. Britain's best woodworker on Channel 4. Stream weekly, watch live Sundays at 8.
Channel 4 film. Sponsored by Hyundai.
It's been
Holy Bible is
been
something that they can train
a hard day's
throughout
night.
the
Hard.
years.
It's a beautiful Bible and a wonderful Bible, and it is yours.
At that time, he was selling Bibles.
It's been a hard day's night, and I've been sleeping like a log.
I'm through with rock and roll as far as you being a performer.
But it wasn't paying him very well.
Now look around.
Working like a dog, sleeping like a log.
The record companies paid me nothing, you know. Nobody would pay me a dime. All those kids.
Richard went down there on Hollywood Boulevard and picked it.
There's Little Richard.
Famous niggas are trying to get that famous money that he made so many years ago that he's never seen.
Richard really wanted to make money so that he could help take care of his mother and his brothers and sisters.
What were you doing wrong? I didn't do nothing wrong. They were just crooks. I just thought I was a little black fool for making noises.
You have to remember that Richard left Specialty Records 18 months into a 3-year contract. Art Roof said there's a price to be paid if you forego any and all future royalties. So Richard never received a penny after a time from either his songs or his recordings. It was egregiously unfair.
I saw all my friends on the hill and I was still in the bag. And it bothered me.
30 years after Little Richard breaks, Black Entertainers were still being organized. MTV in 1981, 24 hours of music and no direction.
He didn't even get a Grammy for his actual recordings or his performances.
I'm an innovator, I'm the creator, I'm the king of rock and roll. When I came along, Elvis let me out. Elvis had never written a song in his life.
That's perfect.
I was glad. That's so hard because, you know, a lot of times he might have felt that he had to prove himself.
Yeah.
There were many black artists that helped build the building.
That's
I was
perfect.
just the architect.
Michael was inspired by me. Prince, James Brown, I discovered him. He was my vocalist. Jimi Hendrix was my guitar player. The Beatles, I love you for Hello Linda.
And David Bowie said that I was his inspiration.
David Bowie said to me, I want my new album to sound like this. And it was a picture of Little Richard. He idolized Little Richard. I never worked with an artist that sort of let another artist define what we were going to do. As a black man, I knew that there was only one lane I could really drive down and get commercial success. David could do anything he wanted to do.
Richard Swallow, to me, was always unrealistic. Society was never going to accept him. He was gay, he was black, he either wouldn't accept it or he was afraid to accept it, or he thought that he could overcome it. He asked me to manage him, and I thought, God, it'd be great to be responsible for reviving his career. He didn't do his hits. He would do like a rock and roll version of some of his gospel records.
The life and times of Little Richard, the quasar of rock.
What does that mean? The brightest star in the universe.
I don't think it was Richard's idea to do the book. I think he was approached to do the book.
$1,000 a day on coke. I know what to say about diesel trucks. Diesel trucks. And God got me off of it and he healed my body, and now I am a man of God with a new book called The Life and Times of Little Richard. He didn't even drag people over people all the time. He thinks that I did things that I didn't know I did until I read that book. Oh, it's the process.
Once he started to feel a bite, it all came back.
When I first wrote Tutti Frutti, it was Tutti Frutti Good Booty. People wanted to be a thing, you know. This night, oh, he's got a thing. But wait a minute, this night, he's got another thing. If it don't fit, don't force it. Did you understand that one? Yeah, that's carpentry. Richard really didn't have a thing. Richard was who he wanted to be, when he wanted to be, how he wanted to be, on what day he wanted to be.
Well, I haven't been involved in sex in 14 years.
That's pretty cool.
It's been 14 years now. That's not my main thing in life, period, anymore. My main thing in life now is to be a messenger. Whether you're homosexual or whatever walk of life a person may be, God loves them.
He existed in contradictions. He could be openly gay in some ways, probably to his circles. This happened for decades.
As a queer person myself, I think that queerness is often misunderstood as an individual identity, right? The truth of one person, right? As if we have a single truth that we can never change.
Well, he was flamboyant at all times, but it was all in Jesus' name. Everything was in Jesus' name. Everything. He was very, very generous. Really close to all of us in the band. He would say to the crowd, I'd like y'all to meet my son. And that's what I would always call him, my second dad.
You break me off $100, break me off $100, just give me about $100 or something, just glad to see us.
They send people to school and college and stuff.
And he paid rent, including mine. He never bragged about it. Richard was the love of my life. And I believe I was the love of his.
He calls us, he calls our moms. I've never met someone that was so real.
Queer communities know this well, this idea of creating your own family.
We all really loved him and cared about him being great.
Men performers who helped give birth to rock and roll now have a permanent home.
It is newly formed Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. Jerry Lee Lewis, Chuck Berry, the Everly Brothers, Ray Charles, Little Richard, James Brown, Fats Domino.
There was a ceremony, but Richard wasn't there.
He had gotten in a car accident in Hollywood.
I was in my sport car. I was real tired. And I just blacked out.
It's believed that he fell asleep at the wheel.
They found a bag with about $30,000 in it. He had flown to London and gotten a record offer. He didn't have a lawyer. He did all this on his own.
He's very lucky to survive.
I mean, for Richard to have missed the Hall of Fame ceremony, it's the first and only time he's been widely recognized. It must have been heartbreaking.
What's the most important thing in your life today?
Love. That's what I want so much to have. I don't have it exactly the way that I want to. I don't have nobody but me and the great God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob.
That first induction class in 1986 of the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame had this double-edged sword to where it is recognition, but in a weird way, it can also be dismissal as a relic of the past. Yes, you created it, you invented it, you set the template for it, but the people who really made it what it is are these younger bands or these white artists.
But I used to wear my hair like that. They take everything I get, they take it from me.
Because of his flamboyance, people made the mistake of not taking him seriously always as a musician, as a human, as a performer.
And the best new artist is me. I have never received nothing. You ain't never get me no Grammy.
It's endearing, it's funny, but as a black man, watching that, I heard seething anger that underwrites what he's saying. You've never given me what is due to me. And since you don't know, I'm going to tell you.
I can't turn you loose. If I do, I'm gonna lose my mind. I can never turn you loose. If I do, I'm gonna lose my goddamn.
He's just going to do the induction speech for Otis Redding, who's passed away. But he comes on stage and they're playing I Can't Turn You Loose by Otis.
I'm gonna give you everything you want.
And he wants you to know that he knows that he's the root of all of this. That nobody else can sing this song like he can.
Everybody come along, yeah. See, you all should record me. I don't know why you're not. I'm still here, and I look decent. Woo-woo. Shut up. Make my picture. I feel so real. I feel so unnecessary.
On one hand, they might be laughing at him.
And I tell you, when I first heard Otis saying Lucille, I thought it was me.
They also might be laughing because they're uncomfortable. He's speaking truth to power. And he is basically telling them what nobody really wants to say, but everyone should say.
What would it do to the American mythology of rock music to say that its pioneers were Black queer people?
One of the greatest singers ever lived. One of the greatest composers ever lived. That's including me. And everybody else, Jimi Hendrix and all of them that's been with me. James Brown, the Beatles, and Mick Jagger, too. He don't ever match, but he was with me too.
You're waiting for your turn, you know, you're waiting for your, what's he going to say, man?
Mick, you remember that? He said he was sleeping on the floor. They didn't have no bed for him. I know he can't forget that call was hard, wasn't it, man?
Everyone was beholden to him for influence him to start playing rock and roll.
Sing me from the line.
I pray. By the 80s and into the 90s, everything that Little Richard had put in motion was now just the oxygen of American popular music. When I started checking out in college bands like Living Color, Bad Brains, Fishballs, I heard like rock and roll is black. That sounded heretical to me, which is terrible. Was just blown away by how much I hadn't been told about the truth of rock and roll.
We're using the wrong word when we talk about appropriation. Think about it as obliteration. When you take and then erase, you remove that entity's capacity to be attached to the thing that they created, to make money from the thing that they created.
Don't you know, babe?
The infrastructure of the culture does that. It still does it today. Little Richard cannot be erased. And has a loud mouth and has the fire. So if you try to take this shit, it is going to battle you. Not just from this is my song sort of way, but this is my sound, my rhythm, my music.
Each year in presenting the prestigious American Music Award of Merit, we tell you about someone who has had an important and ongoing impact on contemporary music.
Hi, this is Keith Richards. We're a bar band, and our first tour
I probably learned more in the first 6 weeks than I ever had before it seems. Congratulations, you were keeping the cool, man.
Richard and Georgia Beach, congratulations. Thank you for helping create rock music, the greatest art form of the 20th century. God bless you, Richard.
Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for the incredible Little Richard. I'm really glad to get this award. It's been a long time coming, and I've been waiting. And I'm just so grateful that Dick Clark, which is an old friend of mine, he and his wife, seen fit to make this tribute to me while I'm still alive in this world. And I'm just glad that he saw and he wants you to see that I am the originator. I am the emancipator. I am the architect of rock and roll. Rhythm and blues had a baby.
Yeah. I had that night all over again. Wow. I remember sitting back in the back, watching him get that, and when I saw him start to cry, it's just like right now, it made me cry. Because, he had mentioned on the ride over, how he always felt like he didn't get what, he didn't get what he deserved. Nobody gave him anything for it, And,
I think more of us should declare what we are.
Especially for people of color, especially for queer people, right? In this culture. Don't shrink.
In a sort of more religious, conservative religious space, you don't declare you are. You don't declare what you Little Richard is talking about being the innovator, and when he's talking about being the originator, he's saying, I am the God of this. And that's one of those spaces where I know that he knows that when he's closest to God.
Listen to that piano. Oh my God. Who's Little Richard and the Piano Man?
Any true performer, that thing doesn't ever leave you. And I think he tried to hold on to it as long as he could.
For me, architecture isn't about always answering what will be done, but what could be done. And queerness is the
openness to the expansive imagination. Life does not happen in opposites. It happens in shades, in gradations, in spectra.
Rock and roll is not a part of Jesus. Anything that is not of God is not from God.
In his last days, we're calling everybody he knew and saying, get right with God, because the end of the world could be any moment. And you need to be ready.
He was reflecting on his mortality. He was reflecting on, is there a way that I could live something of a joyful afterlife?
The last months of his life, it was important for him to tell people that God is love and that he loved all mankind.
I believe in myself, 100%.
I don't see the end as the only place where the meaning resides.
I would never have taken a chance to go into the clubs in a dress if it wasn't for little Richard. He gave me peace that I could go and do and be who I wanted to be.
If you could leave just one legacy to the world, would it rather be your music or your preaching and your church work?
I think all that goes together. I don't go to church and sing long tall Saturday. I put down the smiling. But all
Facebook. You wouldn't believe this. Facebook and community standards. Facebook, you're shit. You're fucking rubbish. Do you know that?
He paved the way for everything that followed.
I cannot talk to this lady because of Facebook for an hour. She's got to wait an hour before I can say anything.
You weren't supposed to.
I am the king of rock and roll. Ow, ow, ow.
And Little Richard gave the world permission to be who you wanted to be, who you were.
To be as you wish to be. That is the answer.
The reason why I'm finally able, as a black queer man,
Forget that. To be or not to be. That is the question. I mean, that's negativity, right? Forget it. It's to be as you wish to be. That is the answer.
Everyone is defined by Little Richard.
Treat to defeat anxiety and upset. Treat to defeat. Right? You actually make someone smile. You treat someone.
I got a girl named Sue. She knows just what to do. I got a girl named Sue. She knows just what to do. She rocks at the east, rocks at the west. She's the girl that I love best. Tutti frutti, oh Rudy. Tutti frutti, oh Rudy. Oh, tutti frutti, oh Rudy. Tutti frutti, oh Rudy. Tutti frutti, oh Rudy. Wop, bop, loo, bop, 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 bop. Got a girl named Daisy. She almost drives me crazy. I got a girl named Daisy. She almost drives me crazy. She knows how to love me, yes indeed. Boy, you don't know what you do to me. Tutti frutti, tutti frutti, tutti frutti, oh Rudy. Oh, tutti frutti, oh Rudy. Tutti frutti, oh Rudy. Tutti frutti, oh Rudy. Wop, bop, loo, bop, 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 wow. Oh, tutti frutti, oh Rudy. Tutti frutti, oh Rudy. Oh, tutti frutti, oh Rudy.
Do you know what? We can have 3 minutes silence. 3 minutes silence My history. The Piano Man. The Family Friend. The Real Stoned Raver. I'm hoping you'll find this YouTube when I'm dead, when I'm gone. You'll be able to play this and see me again. There's me, the little boy. A Cub Scout Army Cadet, eventually known as the Piano Man. The NHS don't know me. Mental health, they don't know me. You have got 20 seconds and I'm going to end the broadcast. I am Gordon Thomas White, born in 1967, baptized in 1968. I'll say goodbye. See ya.